The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Santana Navarro, Ezekiel Navarro. From Lemon Academy, Parker, Colorado, guests of Representative Bradley, House District 39, and Gwen Singer and William Singer from Longmont Estates Elementary, children of our former Representative Jonathan Singer.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Rep. Soper is excused. Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Representative Wilford,
Excused.
Winter, Woodrow, Representative Woog is excused. Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present for excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Ryden. Representative Ryden.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Friday, August 22nd, 2025 be approved as corrected by the acting chief clerk.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Members, I ask you to take your seats. Thank you. We are moving into third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 25B 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representative Sirota, also Senators Hinrichsen and Cutter, concerning the requirement for certain taxpayers to add back an amount equal to the federal deduction for qualified business income allowed under Section 199A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of determining their state taxable income.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker. Well, this is just another opportunity that we have in this barely special session, because it happens every year. I'm just going to abbreviate that as BS. But we are here again, and instead of looking at ways to cut spending, Bill 1001 is going after much needed funds for our small businesses. And that's where you get into the idea of compelled labor. We're asking these organizations to take on the responsibility of duties for the state, being the Zacchaeus for the state, and then not remunerating them, and then not reducing the fees on Coloradans. So really, Colorado, these are just more fees that are going to be added back to you, because anything that increases the cost of business increases the cost to you, and then it also increases the likelihood, thanks to a former president, I think it was Bill Clinton, making China, say, the most favored nation, and then beginning this path whereby we offshore our jobs by basically tariffing our own jobs in the state and then forcing them out of country. So this is just one more attack on small business, on business in general. Now, one of the reasons that you would attack small businesses that can't afford to take this on is as the mouthpiece of big business. Because big business loves to attack small business. Big business attacks small business and pays politicians because, again, the rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians. And politicians do bills like this in order to sap the lifeblood out of our businesses, forcing them overseas into other entities, and then allowing the larger businesses that can absorb that to weather the storm until the small business, possible upstart competition is out of business. So Colorado, these type bills are just, well, they're raising your costs. And why are they raising your costs when they could be cutting spending? Could the governor, who's apparently out at the fair, I guess are trying to defend the Colorado budget from a $1.2 billion shortfall?
Representative DeGraff, back to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair. That was a short tour. Oh, no, I thought I heard somebody different. Madam Speaker, I apologize. And so I'm not really sure what we're going to accomplish. Again, we haven't actually looked at what do we need? We need cuts in the budget. The way you balance a budget is you don't spend more than the money that you have. Now, you can weep and gnash teeth in the darkness all you want about how much money we don't have, but the fact is we don't have it, and that means the only way to balance the budget is to cut spending. So far, I've seen additional spending, and we'll talk about ways to make big fetal harvesting whole here in a couple hours.
Representative DeGraff, I appreciate the broader conversation here, but I do need for you to stay focused on House Bill 1001 and the specific policy.
Thank you,
in
Madam Speaker.
House Bill 1001. Thank you very much.
This correspondent permanent continuation of the QBI deduction add back is a continuation of existing tax policy and not a tax policy change. It is a tax policy change because, as we've talked about repeatedly, our tax code is tied to the federal tax code and definitions. Now, this body is all for it when those definitions lead to an increase in taxes. But then, people of Colorado, when the federal income tax comes and says, hey, let's reevaluate this, maybe the better thing for the economy is to allow the citizens of Colorado and the rest of the United States, well, actually, they say, because it's federal, they say, let's let the people of the United States keep more money in their pockets, keep more money in the economy, and then Colorado comes and says, whoa, 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 we don't want that money in the economy. We need it in the coffers of the overextended legislature, whose only solutions are to take on debt. 100 million here, 100 million there. At some point, it's real money. So this lies and says this is not a tax policy change, but it is a tax policy change in that it delinks this specific thing, complicates our tax code, and when you talk to the tax people, they're years behind in trying to figure out how to implement the tax code in this room, that comes out of this room. And where do those taxes fall for your balanced budget? They fall on the little people. They fall on the people of Colorado. This legislation has its hand in every single pocket it can find looking for those spare pennies. Those pennies from heaven every time it rains. This corresponding permanent continuation of the QBI deduction buyback is a continuation of an existing tax policy, but it's not because it's specifically delinking. And what that does is it creates a precedent for the state of Colorado, a bad precedent for the state of Colorado, because the next solution is going to be delink something else, some other definition of the tax code, so that the state of Colorado, so that your reported income is actually higher. So what they want is your reported income to the state of Colorado to be higher than the reported income to the federal level. So that creates a whole different level of confusion. And who knows how much that's going to cost in confusion. It's probably going to cost a lot more to implement than it's going to take in. Of course, that's not what's going to be reported in the fiscal note. The thing that's reported in the fiscal note is just how much it costs, but it doesn't tell us what the confusion is going to be. So this is another bad bill. It's not a serious effort. I'm sure the sponsor will come up here and tell me that it's considered and responsible legislation. But the only considered and responsible legislation that the General Assembly that the majority party can get out of here is to sap more money from the economy. And when sapping more money from the economy, that takes more money out of the pockets of Coloradans, because you're going to pay more. Whatever is recouped into the state coffers is going to be more cost to you in more ways than one, because money, when it's left in the economy, goes around the economy 5, 6, 7 times. Why does money stop going around the economy? Because it's a tax. It's taxed. A tax is a drain on the energy. When you tax something, you drain the energy from it. Draining the energy from the economy is done via taxation. This is draining the energy from the economy, one little bit at a time, sapping the blood, sapping the lifeblood out of the economy, just a little bit here, one cut at a time, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 little cuts. They start to add up. Because this is just cut one. Well, this isn't even just cut one. I don't know what cut we're on, but this cut is going to lead to a lot of other cuts. Because the bloodlust for the lifeblood of the economy is insatiable in this room.
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not the status quo. This is not the status quo. This should require a constitutional amendment, because what we're doing in order to raise taxes is we are changing our tax code. We're changing our tax code in order to raise taxes. And if you don't think that sneaky little workaround is going to not be abused increasingly, you're wrong. You don't understand the nature of this room. Compelled labor is the nature of this room. This is proof. More and more compelled labor. I think I was put in timeout yesterday for saying what that word is, but
Representative DeGraff, your
I'm
time
out of
has
time.
expired. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coming back up here to speak on this bill like we did a couple days ago. We are going about this the wrong way. We're here in the special session to balance the budget. We're not doing that. We're just moving money around. We're affecting businesses. We're affecting the working class in this state by moving money around. With this bill, all it's doing is just making it more costly to do business in the state of Colorado. That's not a positive thing. Businesses do not want to stay in states when there's other states nearby, Wyoming, Nebraska, Texas, that it would be more cost effective to do business there because they're a business. When you're in business, you have to have a bottom line. You have to make a profit, of course, for the business itself and for the employees that work in that business. It's not working out for these businesses. They're leaving the state. They're going to leave the state. And if they don't, and if they stay in the state, what it's going to do is going to raise the cost for the consumer himself. And that consumer might not have the same job that pays out from that business. So it really does hurt them in the pocket. It hurts them in the checkbook. Because now they have to pay more for their goods and services. Coming here, there are plenty other ways to make cuts in this state. And I've heard it time and time again said here at the well from both sides. Both sides have said this. We have to make the tough decisions in this state. I know that some of the decisions are tough to make cuts and necessary that are in areas that are not necessary, not prudent to what we are trying to do here in the state at this time. There is time. There will be a time for us to be able to be compassionate in areas, to be able to help people that really need it. There is going to be a time. Right now is not the time. We have to fully fund what is necessary in the state first. First and foremost, what everybody, the whole majority or the vast majority of the population uses in this state, not just a percentage of the people that use these services that we provide. And we're funding those services with the majority's tax money. This bill is not the workaround. This bill is a workaround, but it's not what we need at this moment. My colleagues on the right side over here have offered options that will get us out of this deficit. Some of them are tough decisions, yes, I do agree. But they are common sense decisions that need to be done. And we need to make those decisions. I totally agree with what everybody in this chamber has said. We need to make those tough decisions. These decisions are tough as well, but they hurt the people more. They hurt businesses. They hurt employment. They hurt our tax revenue coming in. Because we might not have that tax revenue anymore. We might be getting that tax revenue. We might be getting that revenue in the short run, but in the long run, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. We're going to be back here next year or in a couple years, or maybe the next 5 years in a row to try to fix it again, when we could have done it right now. I honestly don't want to be here again next year for a special session. Let's fix it now. This is not the way. The good words of the Mandalorian. This is not, well, he says this is the way, but some of the options we presented is the way. I urge no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with everything my colleagues just said, but I wanted to speak on this one last time here, just to kind of make more of a technical point or a legal point. So on page 1, the first line of this bill, it says, the bill continues indefinitely the existing requirement. Now, the bill also goes on to say that this is a continuation of existing tax policy and is not a tax policy change. And it says it will not cause any net revenue gain. So therefore, it's not a violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And this is, I think, where we have a pretty fundamental disagreement, because this was temporarily passed. This tax change was temporary in 2020 and then extended through the end of 2025. And I find it very hard to make the argument that this is not a violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because it's a temporary tax that is set to expire. And now with this bill, we're extending it indefinitely. From this point forward, this will be the law. And to say that that's not a tax policy change, I wholeheartedly disagree with that, because it is, because we took a temporary tax and we are now making it permanent. That is a tax policy change. And so I feel that that's a violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I feel like the people should decide on that. And let's keep in mind, we're here in a special session to cover a budget gap. But what we're doing with this bill is we're saying this is a new tax indefinitely from now on. This is not a temporary tax. We're not saying we're in a budget crisis for the next year, and so this bill is only extending it for 1 year. We're saying this is new policy. This is going forward. This is how it's going to be. So when we're not in a budget crisis, this will still be the law. This will still be the new tax. It's a forever new tax for a temporary crisis to raise funds. And I don't think the people of Colorado would be okay with that. The people of Colorado, I think in House District 20, I would say they would maybe be okay with a temporary change to say, you know what, this extends at the end of the year. Let's just extend it 1 more year to help our state out. But to say that this is a forever new tax, in my opinion, that violates the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And I don't think that's right. And so I will definitely be voting no on this. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we know we've been called into this King session to make sure that we somehow can pay for the budget, that we can fix the holes that we've created over the last 6 to 7 years, I think probably closer to 10 years. We've got ourselves deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the hole. We all know that. We knew that when we came in January, had $1.2 billion that we were under and needed to fix that. Fixed it magically. 30 days later, $880 million in the hole. So I questioned the first fix. So here's what we're doing now is we're intentionally decoupling from the federal. The federal was all okay as long as the taxes were going up. The moment taxes go down, we have to delink from the federal so that we can do what? Raise taxes. If we stay linked to the federal in continuation and extend that past 25, then taxes would go down, which is already established since 2020. We would stay there, taxes would go down. But in order to raise taxes and go around Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which is still desired by the taxpayer at over 70%, we're going to go around the vote of the people multiple times and try to raise taxes. We have to delink from the federal connection, and then that will automatically raise taxes, which means we have to go back to the people. By delinking, we are going against Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's illegal. Let me say that again. That's illegal. We have to go back to the taxpayer and say, can we raise your taxes by delinking from the rule that we've had since 2020? This is unconstitutional, and obviously will be fought in the courts. But as I get reminded regularly in this room, you pass the bills, and then you got to figure out how to fight them in court. That's not constitutional. That is illegal. This bill is unconstitutional. This bill is illegal, and it's going to go into the hundreds of millions that taxes will be raised and revenue will be gained for the state, which is good if you think that the state needs more revenue. I think the state does not need more revenue, and specifically if we're going to do it illegally, I don't think we should do anything unconstitutional or illegal in this room. I have mentioned that over the last 3 years for about the 50 to 60 bills we've done unconstitutionally and illegally, but this is what this bill is accomplishing. Now, we all know we're here to fix our problems that we created in this room, and by our, I mean the left side, that we have done over time. And I mean, we keep blaming it on Trump, but that's laughable. Everybody knows it's not true, but we just keep saying it because those are partisan talking points. And so we know we're here to fix the problem that we keep creating. And so how are we gonna make sure we can make up the shortfall? How are we gonna make sure we can pay for the crazy budget that we supposedly fixed and balanced at the end of the session last spring? Is we're gonna raise taxes and we're gonna put us deeper in debt with some of these other bills, and that's how we're gonna fix this. At what point, people of Colorado, you've been hearing me say this all over the state, at what point is that not okay? At what point is too far too far? At what point do we keep putting everything on the credit card and we can't afford to pay the credit card note? At what point is that too far? People of Colorado, you cannot do this, but we give ourselves permission. Isn't that funny? We give ourselves permission to do that in this building. When does that stop?
Back to 10:01. Thank you.
When does that stop? When is enough enough, people of Colorado? This bill is a continuation of the same old, same old. The same people that are putting us in the hole are now putting us deeper in the hole and saying they're getting us out of the hole. When does that stop? I think it should stop right now. We may not be able to stop it until 26, but let's try to stop it right now. We don't have to keep letting the people that are getting us in the problems say they're fixing the problems by getting us in the problems. We've got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Representative Taggart, it is always an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's important to spend a couple of moments of why QBI came about. QBI came about in 2017. And the reason it came about was that in 2017, our C corporations had their taxes reduced from 35% down to 21%, a 14-point drop. In that same bill, QBI emerged for one reason: parity. That it was only fair that if we were going to drop the federal income tax from 35% to 21% on C corporations, that pass-through organizations, that being subchapter S's and LLCs and partnerships and sole proprietorships, get a like drop. Parity, equity, equality. What we're doing is an extension, and I accept that, but we just went away from the original concept. The original concept was to provide parity. And we've taken it away. And I don't know how we justify that. Because our small businesses, our pass-through businesses in many cases, are the foundation of this economy. And always will be. We all talk about the big Fortune 500 and Fortune 100s, but it's mom and pops. It's those organizations that have less than 100 people that drive our economy. We need them. We need them healthy. And we can say all day long that 6% isn't a whole lot. But for somebody like myself that was an entrepreneur for a long time, 6% is a lot. I talked about the other component of this bill that just really gets under my skin, and that is for single filers at $500,000, we equate those people as rich. We don't realize that the majority of those dollars for people that are trying to build their businesses, they reinvest in the business to grow, to go from maybe 10 employees to 20 employees or 15 employees. And that's what we do. In many cases, all we take out of the business, even though because it's a pass-through and it shows up on the federal and then Colorado income tax, in many cases, we only take out what our tax liability is and we leave the rest in there to grow the business. Why? Because believe it or not, I know this is terrible for a CEO to say, we care about our employees and we care about our company. And so when somebody tells you that 500,000 is rich, they're taking it totally out of context when it comes to a pass-through organization. And I'll leave you with the last thing that I talked about yesterday. I don't know of an entrepreneur to get started that didn't call mom and dad, that didn't call uncles and aunts, that didn't call brothers and sisters. I did. Without them, I never could have grown Marmot the way we grew Marmot. Never. Without my dad in particular, it would have never have happened. And in that situation, we have to pay. My dad said the money was mine. I said, no, it's yours, Dad. You're in retirement, and I'm going to pay you back. And I did. Took me 15 years to do it, but again, that doesn't show up in a tax return. Instead, I would have been accused of being rich. Folks, that's not fair. We are not being fair to the engine of growth. Not at all. And we certainly have taken away the parity from what our federal government put in place in 2017 to match up as best they could C corporations with pass-through organizations. And in one fell swoop, back in 2020, we took it away, and now we're going to extend it. That doesn't make it right. Just because we're extending it doesn't say that the original concept was right. It was not right. We took away the parity and the equity between pass-through businesses and C corporations. And I understand at the time it was, in fact, COVID. It is not COVID today. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, it's great to see you all in the chamber today. Spoke quite a bit yesterday about many of these bills, and this may be repetitive to those that were here for the day, but I do want to kind of hash over this ground again. We're here to try to close a budget gap. And we were given very strict instructions on how to do so, pretty narrow instructions by the governor to do so that are primarily about increasing revenues versus being able to reduce spending. And that's unfortunate, but that frames why we're here. Heard quite a bit yesterday from the other side of the aisle about what TABOR was. And it seemed to be framed to equate TABOR with refunds, that the taxpayer bill of rights, thank you, is about refunds. But yeah, when there's excess, it gets refunded. But what it's really about is consent. Consent of the taxpayer, consent of the governed. Consent requires that we ask, do you want us to do this? Do you approve of this plan we have, and are you willing to fund it with your money? This is something the people of Colorado feel extremely strongly about. We've heard it quoted several times, and 70 to 75% of the folks like the taxpayer bill of rights. They want it there. They wanted it there so badly, they altered our Constitution, something that we have sworn an oath to follow, to ensure that they are given the opportunity to consent when more of their tax dollars are taken from them to fund something. Now, I've heard it said by several in this chamber and the other that TABOR is why we can't have nice things. And that is not true. If we're offering nice things that people are willing to buy or purchase with their tax dollars, we have them. If they don't believe they're nice things, we don't have them. The nice thing about TABOR is that it ensures we have the consent of the people we're taxing. Now, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights has some requirements in it. We are required to submit to the people for a vote anytime we change tax policy in a manner that increases revenue. Now, there's court cases in the past that have determined that if the amount was de minimis and, not just de minimis, but and, that the purpose of the policy change wasn't to increase revenue, that the courts might show a blind eye to it. I don't really like that ruling because it adds gray to what is very black and white in our Constitution. But the only ruling that people continue to refer to has two prongs, de minimis, and we can argue over whether 100 million or 5 million or 500 million is de minimis. But when we're making a tax policy change specifically to increase revenue, that is not incidental to the change. So regardless of the amount of money, if it's $5, 5 cents, or the 2 pennies that were up here earlier yesterday, if the purpose was to gain that revenue, then it needs to go to a vote of the people. This bill does change the way we tax. Again, in the executive order that brought us here, the governor outlines how we tax, and that's the characteristic known as rolling conformity. He notes it in his call. We conform with the federal tax code unless we elect through policy to change that. This is an election to change that, or a proposal to change that. We have a change to tax policy that specifically raises revenue. The fiscal note states that the revenue change for this year would be a positive $45.6 million. Next year, $95.5 million. The year after that, 101. Notice the trend, it keeps going up, but it looks like over about a 3-year period, it's nearly $250 million. That's just shy of the supplementals we passed to rebalance our budget last year. It's real money. It's not de minimis. It's And certainly the purpose of the bill is not just to change policy in a way that the revenue increase is just incidental. We're here to raise revenue. That's what the call is for. Now, the bill seeks to avoid triggering the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and a required vote of the people, their consent, by presenting a fiction. And that fiction is that this is simply an extension of current tax policy. That's what it says. But if that were true, I wouldn't have an issue. But if it were true, if this was not a fiction, we wouldn't be here discussing this bill today. Because you don't need a bill to continue the status quo. You need a bill to change policy. So we're failing our people, we're failing the triggers in the Constitution that require a vote by promoting this fiction. So I can't vote for this, but it fails in two ways. One, it should be a referred measure to the ballot, and it's not. It's an end run around our Constitution and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in that manner. And that triggers my second problem that I brought up yesterday is the call also states, and the governor was very specific, that he wanted TABOR compliant solutions. So we've failed constitutionally, we've failed our oath if we're pushing this forward, and we've failed our governor who says he wants this to be solutions to consider that are TABOR compliant. So again, it will probably go through. I know you have the votes. I believe it'll be challenged. I believe the courts will overturn it. And if it's overturned, again, we failed twice. We failed to represent our people. We failed to ask them for their consent. And then thirdly, we failed to meet the governor's call by not providing a TABOR compliant solution to the problem. And we are asking people, as noted, sole proprietors, limited partnerships, LLCs, are people. I mean, I know there's court rulings that we probably all have an issue with that say big corporations are people, but these are not big corporations that we're trying to extract more money from. They are people, and it's wrong. We're going about it in the wrong way. If we were confident that this was the right solution, we'd present it to the people and get their consent. So I do urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as a freshman, this is my first spending session. That's what this is a spending session. I left this place in May. I have been back in my district, and I've talked to a lot of businessmen that this bill affects. They've all said the same thing to me. You can't tax us anymore. You can't put any more fees on us. We're at the limit. You're making or breaking us with what you do up there when you go up to that spending session. And to give you an example, a simple example of what I've seen here is I rented a car because I have to fly here because I live so far away. And that car costs $17 a day. But the government fee is $38 a day. So the car is $17, the car company, and it's $38 a day on government fees. Folks, we got something wrong. The company is making 17 and the government is making 38. And that is what I'm seeing in a small way of what I'm seeing with the big numbers here and all of the things that have been going on. I wrote a bill that would have saved this state $15 million. It was a bill to make a government agency way more efficient, and it was $15 that was going to go back to the budget deficit of the $800 million, $1 billion. I don't know what the number is because everybody comes up and says a different number. But I can tell you one thing. I was told that I could not run that bill because it did not fit in the scope of the governor's spending session.
Representative Sukla, if I could have you bring it back to this bill. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm bringing a message from the 8 counties that I represent. We can't do it anymore. It's time for you to, if we have to be physically responsible as the citizens of this state, then the government needs to be physically responsible. If we're hurting, the government needs to hurt. And I would suggest a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Barone, it is your second time to speak. You have 5 minutes and 29 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm coming up here again because I was thinking a little bit more how to word this to where we can better understand what this bill is going to do or what it's actually doing. To go back in a little bit of history of why this bill is coming to fruition and why we think this is going to save us out of the budget deficit that we're in, we have to go back to 2017 when President Trump introduced this tax break. Now, that original tax break was set to expire at the end of 2025, which is at the end of this year. Thankfully, H.R. 1 made it permanent. So now the original one's supposed to expire at the end of this year, and now it's permanent due to the great work on H.R. 1. What this bill intends to do is de-link federal and state taxation, just like we're trying to do in this state with the other part of H.R. 1 that took away taxes on overtime and tips. The state now wants to get that revenue. Same thing with this one. So currently, its fiscal note here says the state revenue is planning on getting $45.9 million by delinking this tax revenue from H.R. 1 into a state tax. So what does that say? It's an increase in revenue, which falls under the taxpayers' Bill of Rights. We need a ballot initiative for that. It's obvious. 26 to 27, it's supposed to go up to $95.5 million in revenue. 27, 28, up more to 101.6 million in revenue. Who does that hurt? The businesses. If it hurts the businesses, it's going to hurt the consumer. For the businesses to make a profit, they have to raise their rates in goods and services, which hurts the consumer. Just to go back on that, just to make that clear. So there's an argument being said here at the well is that this is not a tax, this is not a state revenue. Obviously it is. It is a state revenue which needs to go to the voters thanks to the taxpayers' Bill of Rights. So the state of Colorado is doing, what this special session is trying to do here is decouple, de-link our state with the federal taxes, that tax breaks that we are not getting as a nation. Now, don't get me wrong, I do agree with local control. I agree with us as a sovereign state, but this is not helpful to the people of this sovereign state. That's what we're up here trying to argue and help understand. This is not helpful. What is helpful is what H.R. 1 did. Give tax breaks to the people of this nation. Why are we going against that as a state? It's not necessary. It's not helpful. I stand up here to say this needs a ballot initiative. Legally, it needs a ballot initiative. And to say otherwise, according to this fiscal note and according to the language of this bill, is wrong. The people need to decide this. If you really want to pass this, make an argument to the people, not to this body, but to the people, that this is what you believe, why you believe this is the correct way of going about this.
Representative Brown, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Make that argument to the people. Let them decide at the ballot. That's what we're here to do, to work for the people. They decide what we have to do. Still urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Saturday, colleagues. To the good rep from Montezuma, there was a rep from Akron that would call that cowboy math, kind of all over the place and doesn't really make sense. I think that's what we're experiencing here during this special session. So a big shout out to the rep from Akron. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill, and I love third reading. Everyone's quiet, you're listening, you're actually in here. It's amazing. Let me be clear, this bill is a tax increase, plain and simple. It's being sold as a technical change, an adjustment to close a loophole, and everyone in here knows this should go to the voters for approval. We continue to circumvent TABOR with fees and enterprises, and the people are waking up and they understand that they're being usurped once again with these bills during special session. In reality, it's a permanent tax hike on thousands of small business owners like me and like the woman April who came to testify for her family who owns 2 small businesses in Colorado, the taco shops. Businesses who are the bedrock for their employees and for their communities. Small businesses are the foundation for the economy. And I wonder, and I'd love the bill sponsor to say, do you think about them when you're putting pen to paper? I mean, does that even matter to you? When you're writing these bills, do you sit and think about the small business owners?
Representative Bradley, caution. Don't impugn the
Caution
motives.
received. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Bradley.
We should be thinking about the small business owners. We're not talking about multinational corporations here. We're talking about businesses that line the main streets in Castle Rock and Parker, in Sedalia, in Laviers, and all over each of your districts, because they do line the main streets in all of our districts. We are talking about local mechanics, family farms, small construction firms, and PT clinics like mine who treat whole families, often multi-generational families. And guess what? We know their names, we know their struggles, and we care deeply about them. People who took a risk, built a business, and employ our neighbors. These are the very people we say we want to support. But now we're punishing them for success. We are labeling them as rich, and we are determining their punishment for their success. This bill removes a key deduction passed under federal law, the qualified business income deduction. It's a deduction designed to level the playing field between large corporations and small businesses. But Colorado Democrats are trying to undo that. And the message it sends is this: if you work hard in our state, build something and try to grow, the Democrats will penalize you for that. I also want to address the why behind the bill. It's not about fairness. It's not about reform. It's about plugging a hole in the budget, a hole the Democrats created by overcommitting and overspending. Instead of reevaluating our priorities, they're taking the easy way out, taxing our way out of trouble. That's bad policy, and it sets a dangerous precedent. This bill adds complexity to the tax code, increases compliance costs for small businesses, and discourages investment in Colorado. It sends the wrong message at the worst possible time. We should be doing everything we can to support job creators, not bury them under higher taxes. So today, I urge my colleagues to stand up for the small business community, the small businesses in your districts who are the foundation of our economy, because small businesses are in every single one of our districts. Vote no, a strong no, on this bill. Let's get back to responsible governance that respects taxpayers, promotes growth, and puts Colorado families first. Vote no and stop punishing success in this state. Thank you.
Representative Zokai, and then Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, our tax code is rigged. If you've heard me speak about our tax code, you've heard me talk about the fact that the wealthy and the well-connected pay teams of lobbyists, consultants, and attorneys to push for loopholes for them to take advantage of. I know, I am a tax attorney. I was trained to find these loopholes for corporate interests and for wealthy people, because that's who hires tax attorneys. I actually went a different route and represented small businesses, but I will tell you, in my training, I was regularly told to not come after these loopholes, to not advocate against them, because it is how we all make our paycheck. And I am proud to be standing here and doing just that. Right now, individuals can deduct 20% of their qualified business income, and that is the case federally. That is still a benefit that exists. We are talking about adding that deduction back in for state tax purposes. And we are means testing that for those making over $500,000 individually or $1 million jointly. This is a very simple concept that you pay taxes on your income. It is not an increase of a tax rate. It is not anything more than closing a loophole. There is not a reason for this special deduction to exist. Think about who's bearing the burden of our tax liability right now. It's teachers, it's nurses, it's firefighters. Think of what it takes for a regular wage earner to make it to $500,000. If there are business expenses, those are not going to flow through to personal income. This is the income that an individual is making. And we have a concept in this nation that you pay taxes on your income. And I know that not everybody here agrees with that concept. I don't say that flippantly. I know that we have disagreements on whether we should pay taxes on income, but that is the law of Colorado. And so what we are doing here is saying everybody should pay their fair share. And especially at a time with so much at stake, with SNAP benefits and health care on the line, this should be an easy decision for all of us to say that everybody pays their fair share. And I hope you will join me today in voting yes on this bill.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, businesses in Colorado are literally the backbone of our state. And they're flailing. They're struggling more now than they ever have. Let's simplify what's going on with these bills, this bill. There's a pattern, if you've paid attention, of each bill being a piece of a puzzle. And once you start putting the puzzle together, the bigger picture is the destruction of our state. Why? I have no idea. But seeing how everything is being played out speaks loudly. It's forming a destructive puzzle here in Colorado, a puzzle that we're not going to be able to fix if we don't stop doing what we're doing right now, going after businesses, which then is equal to going after the people, not only who own those businesses, but who work there. Bills like this are carving out the literal heart of Colorado with a dull spoon. We're not up here as complainers, and I know a lot of you don't want to even listen to us. We're up here also as concerned citizens, conservatives, as well as Republican fiscal hawks. We're repping our people. We're representing them every single day. We know what our people want, and this is not it. We're trying to get you to understand the actions that you're taking with bills like this right now are disastrous. They're the same disastrous actions that have been taken for the last 6 to 7 years that have caused Colorado's problems. Our state is and has been collapsing. There is no magic wand, and this bill is definitely not that. You refuse our help. You refused our solutions. You refuse to listen. It's obvious. These bills in this special session, like this, will continue the downward spiral of Colorado. You drop the pebble into the water, and you make your splash. But you fail, bills like this fail to recognize the rings that propagate out from that splash, the destruction that those rings cause further down the road. That's exactly why and how we are where we are today. None of the bills passing through here, this chamber and the Senate, are going to advance or help Colorado. I just want the people of Colorado to understand that. They are dooming us to a decade or two of more disaster. This session has nothing to do with cutting wasteful spending like this bill.
Representative Kelty, thank you. Back to the bill.
It's only to continue the theft of the people and businesses. Bills like this, it's a theft capade of every business and citizen in Colorado. There's no spending cuts. It's just pillaging. We have to stop cheating TABOR. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is what it's correctly called. And stop cheating the people of Colorado. This bill needs to go to them. Let them decide. We should not be doing that for them. This is far larger than us. And I want to say I'm sorry to Colorado for what they are about to do to you. We Republicans tried. I will be a no on this, and I'm asking for you to be a no as well. Make Colorado stronger.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, good morning.
Good morning.
If you give me just a little latitude, I promise that I will speak to the bill, and I'm not going to take the entire
Thank you.
time. Yes, ma'am. I had a set of notes that I wanted to speak on, that I thought I wanted to speak on, and I left them at my desk because it's part of what I love so much about being here. I love to listen. I love to think that, to understand that I don't really have all the answers, and that there are a lot of smart people in this room, and I like to listen to them, and I like to hear what they're saying and incorporate that kind of on the fly into the broader conversation. And not necessarily think that my thoughts that I'd written down are more important than that. My colleague from Mesa County is the one who kind of got me off the tracks, talking about engine of growth. And I think it's very important because, first of all, I mean, I have great respect for all members of the Joint Budget Committee, what they do, the bipartisan nature in which they do it, and the difficult job that they have. So I do tend to listen, not that I'm not listening to you, but I do tend to listen a little bit more intently when a member of the Joint Budget Committee is speaking, because I believe that they are probably a little more familiar with the forest and more familiar with the trees, and I might be able to learn something. When you've got a gentleman that I believe it's fair to say is very respected in this chamber, outside of this chamber. As somebody that gave his personal story about how he was a nothing, he had to borrow money, had to scrape and claw to pull together money to start a company. It took 15 years for him to pay his father back from the loan that he gave to start his company, but yet he did. He made it a very successful company. From that perspective, as a small business owner, from that perspective, as an entrepreneur, he talks about the engine of growth and how bills like this stifle, pummel, punish, stall that engine of growth. I believe that's something that we need to take very, very seriously. If we are at all impacting, standing in the way of the ability for that engine of growth to function, what do we expect to happen? Now, also, when I worked in radio, I was a sales manager in radio for a number of years. The easiest thing for me to do was to hire people that thought like I did, and I didn't do that. I hated doing that. I always liked to hire people that challenged the way that I thought. I always liked to hire people kind of under the premise that more brains, more better, right? I wanted different opinions. In many ways, that's what we need to be doing with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I know we have a lot of combined knowledge in this room, a lot. Not diminishing that, especially after I just spoke so highly of our members of the Joint Budget Committee, but we all have a lot of combined knowledge that helps us to guide and make these decisions for Colorado. But our collective knowledge here should not surpass at any point, and we should never think that our notes that we have here are more important than the voices of Colorado, than the voices of the taxpayers, the voices of our constituents, and constituents throughout the state of Colorado that have something to say about it. Any change in tax structure that affects the Taxpayer Bill of Rights simply needs to go to a vote of the people. We need to listen to them. We need to understand that's our job. We need to understand that they may have a viewpoint that perhaps we haven't considered. We need to understand we don't always have the answers. I would ask for a no on this bill because it's an infringement of the voices, the taxpayers of Colorado, that are protected under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Oh. Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
You know, I'll take the compliment, but return the gratitude.
Members, I rise in support of 1001, and I rise in support today also acknowledging and recognizing that very little of what we are doing in this special session is anything that any of us actually want to do at all. I don't know, I don't think anyone in this room actually wants to be here today or yesterday or the day before that or tomorrow responding to the harms that have been brought upon Colorado because of H.R. 1. But nonetheless, we are. And the harm mitigation that we have to engage in as a collective body here today is going to hurt all of us. I wish we didn't have to bring 1001. I love small business. Small business is the bread and butter of Colorado. It is the bread and butter of this nation. But so are our hardworking families. So are people who rely on food assistance and health care. So are our teachers. So are the people who make sure that our potholes get filled. They are also the bread and butter of this state. And when we have to make difficult decisions, like passing 1001, it is to mitigate the harm that others will feel even harder. When we are discussing QBI, and when I hear from my colleagues to the right talk about how 1001 could be violating TABOR, it causes me to have a little bit of a reaction because that is just patently false. We are not creating a new tax. We are continuing a tax. We are continuing a deduction. What HR 1 did was not take into consideration the impacts of how that would affect Colorado or any other state. And so we have to come here today to say, okay, you do what you gotta do, but let us, here in Colorado, as the 100 legislators, legislate how we operate here. We cannot afford to allow HR 1 to dictate our fiscal policy. Why? Because of TABOR. We cannot afford to give these businesses a pass here. We all have to step up, every single one of us, whether you are an individual or a business, a small business or a large business, we all have to step up to make sure that we can mitigate the harm caused by HR 1. And that is why, as much as it might pain some of us to vote yes on 1001, we cannot say that a sole proprietorship or an LLC that earns an income of $1 million is more important than a mom who relies on SNAP or an elderly neighbor that relies on Medicaid. And voting no on 1001 will do exactly that. You will say that businesses that earn $1 million are more important than our neighbors and our community. And I don't believe that. And I urge all of you to join us in voting yes on 1001.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you. Thank you.
Members, I've talked about this stuff a lot, but I talk about this because it matters immensely to our communities. But since the 1970s, the bottom 90% of Americans have seen their wages mostly stagnant. Meanwhile, the top 10% in this country have seen their wages and income more than double. Upward mobility used to be a defining feature of the American dream. Yet for too many, dreams of homeownership and raising a family seem out of reach. My generation is the first generation since World War II to be worse off than my parents' generation. A handful of billionaires who held more wealth than more than 200 Americans sat in the front row of the last presidential inauguration. And it paid off for them. They got tax cuts that immensely benefited them and people in their class. I wanted to come up here to respond to something that we heard earlier. I deeply appreciate how much work, sweat, tears go into building a small business. Of course, that is something that is difficult, and of course we want to support people who are pursuing their dreams. But what this is about, this is your income after you have invested in your business. This is post-business expense income for people who have made more than $500,000 a year or $1 million a year if they're joint filers. Well, how did they benefit from Trump's big, beautiful bill? Well, trust me, that bill was big and beautiful if you were in the top 1% of income earners in this country. For people that make more than $500,000 a year, in Colorado, their benefits are going to be an extra $18,000. They're getting $18,000 in tax breaks. What about people who make $30,000 a year? They're actually going to be paying $70 more a year because of Trump's policies. People making $100,000 a year, they are getting a little relief, $1,500 a year. But the richest 1%, the people who are making $1 million, they're going to see tax breaks at $71,000 a year. $71,000 a year if you make $1 million. Again, this is about your income after you've invested in your business. The Trump administration has done a great job taking care of people who make more than $500,000 a year or $1 million a year if they're joint filers. We need to find ways to continue serving people who need Medicaid, to fund rural hospitals, to keep food on the table for people who rely on food stamps. That's what this is about, and that's why I'm proud to support House Bill 1001. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of things I want to unpack before I give my comments. And I really want to say, the good representative from Mesa County, I always learn so much from you, and I really do appreciate some of your comments. I just want to make clear that federal law is not a loophole. It's federal law. This tax relief started in 2017. We're not taking expenses from the $500,000, and reinvestment is not an expense. And then those people, a lot of small businesses, I know when I started my small business, I did borrow from mom and dad too. Thank goodness they were always there for me. But this isn't stuff that you normally pay back mom and dad as a debt on the books, right? The good representative for Mesa County talked about he paid it back. I know I paid it back, but it's not generally a debt on your books. So I think that's something else we need to address. I really appreciate some of the comments that were made about small businesses and hardworking families. We care about small business and hardworking families too. Hardworking families are small business. Mom and pops are small business. And so this helps all of those people, including the small business owners, and we don't feel like this bill actually helps those that truly need it. Changes in tax policy. So Section 24A of Article 10 of the state constitution requires the state to obtain voter approval in advance of a tax policy change that directly causes a net tax revenue gain to any district. And so without going to a vote of the people, we feel like we feel that this doesn't conform. We understand everything that leaves the legislature is presumed to be constitutional, and then the courts can deal with it from there. And the other thing I want to address really quick is there was talk about mitigating the harm caused by H.R. 1. I would say and ascertain that what we are trying to do on the minority side is mitigate the harm to the taxpayers caused by these policies put into place by the majority. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I found myself playing a game of Would You Rather with some primary students. And I thought, since it's a Saturday morning and most kids are watching Saturday morning cartoons, or that's what I did when I was a kid, that maybe we could join in the fun a little bit and play a game of Would You Rather as well. I can see joy striking faces all over the chamber, so this was indeed a good idea. Would you rather? Joy. Would you rather go to a big box store or a boutique? Think about it. Okay. Would you rather eat at a multi-generational mom and pop restaurant or a fast food franchise? Everybody's, got their answer? Okay. Would you rather purchase homemade items or mass-produced ones? Now, unfortunately, because of, the dynamics and rules and decorum and things of the room, I can't actually hear from you right now, but I do look forward to having that conversation. I learned a lot from those primary students about the values of living in a treehouse versus a castle and eating candy versus having lots of toys. So I look forward to your answers too on this point. But I will just tell you that my desire would be towards the boutique and the mom and pop shop and towards the homemade items beyond, Now, a prior speaker had mentioned how this particular policy that we're debating came about because of tax treatment towards companies like the fast food franchise, towards the big box stores that put an inequity in the tax code that harmed the smaller businesses. And so QBI was created in order to ensure that those types of entities would be able to survive, as opposed to their competitors who had this massive tax break. I don't know why we, as a state of Colorado, wouldn't also want to make sure that they survive so that all of Colorado isn't marked just by big box stores and fast food franchises, because so much of the uniqueness of Colorado, so much of the value of Colorado comes from the mom and pop. That restaurant that has been there since 1932, that one part of the family has taken on year after year after year. Or, as I mentioned yesterday, this new soap maker who's entered the market, who wants to use pure ingredients and wants to ensure that everything is done with love. Is that not what we would want to incentivize? Is that not what we would want to see? A grand diversity on our city streets. Now, if you answer no, in fact, you choose the would you rather, and you say, yes, I'd rather have the big box store, I'd rather have the fast food franchise, I'd rather have the mass-produced items that makes every part of America the same, that makes it challenging to know whether or not you are in Alabama or Alaska or Maine or Colorado, and the only thing really that distinguishes is often the landscape features. If that's the kind of world that you want to create, then I guess I understand this policy. But if you love the diversity in your community, you love those small businesses thriving, then I really don't understand this. I get that there is a tension. The government has established a set of programs, a set of entitlements, a set of options for people to tap into under the guise that it will make their lives better. That's an argument for another day. And that in order to continue those programs, we need to find revenue to fund them. And the best source of revenue is from those people who are generating in the market. The thing about it, though, is that if we continue to make small changes, or big ones, like this, it will continue to cause less and less economic generation in our state. And I reviewed those statistics with you yesterday as well. All of the surrounding states are growing by leaps and bounds, and we are not. Our policies are contributing to that. Now, some might say, well, you know what, this has been in existence since 2021. We have already been doing this, no real change. People are not going to receive anything different. But you know what? People do make decisions based off of timelines. And they say, you know what? I can make it to 2025. And then this will come back up and my accounts will work and there will be different things and opportunities open to me. They do think these things through when they're making decisions about building a business of this nature or not moving this business to another place or settling in here to begin with. I don't want to repeat what I said yesterday. For those who weren't in the room, if you want to know the fullness of how this works in my mind and, you know, are curious about more, you can review that tape. What I will say is, just in response to some of my colleagues, I haven't seen the data, but if I assume as true, just by virtue of my own story, that we are indeed the first generation to be in a worse position than our parents, I think it's notable that since World War II, a lot of regulations have entered into the market, such that we don't live in a free market in the same way they did then. Perhaps we should have a conversation about all of those regulations and the impact that they've had on our quality of life. There's this dichotomy, it's a false dichotomy of small business we can take from them in order to give to the single mom. It's a false dichotomy. And the less small businesses that are out there, the more single moms there are that are going to be struggling. Loopholes. This isn't a loophole. This doesn't require any special tax attorney. I hate taxes and I can figure this one out. It's not a loophole. It's a tax policy, right? Loophole suggests that we're going to manipulate the system to our advantage. No, this is the system saying we're going to try to treat you fairly with those big box stores. As for expenses, no, maybe not on the books. People aren't paying for their expenses out of this. But it's presumptuous to assume that people aren't paying other expenses that they have had, which people have pointed to of their own story, or that they're even taking it out of the business accounts. Many people are reporting it, but not removing it from those banks, from their business bank. Sure, on paper it looks like I made $600,000, or whoever, not me, 600, my ice cream store yet to be opened, right? Thank you, representative from Elbert County, for willing to apply. In any case, 600,000 you might report. That doesn't mean you're bringing it home. You're not buying your third house. You're reinvesting that. You're trying to expand your business. And I hope that the position that we as the state deserve to determine our own fiscal future because the feds didn't take us into account will be the same narrative that is embraced as more and more counties join mine and some others in this room to say to the state, we get to determine our own fiscal future and we're not going to satisfy the state's unfunded mandates. I hope treatment is fair to both sides, if that is in fact the argument.
Representative Luck, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last thing I'll say is when I applied for law school, I wrote an article or an essay about how the actions of Otto von Bismarck contributed to the creation of the personal computer. The story of George Bailey in It's a Wonderful Life is a similar idea. We don't know necessarily the consequences of our actions. We can't see it in full. Many of the things we think are small ripple. And they don't just ripple in this moment, in this season when there is a budget deficit. They ripple out beyond. Let's make sure we have long-term thinking, not short-term thinking because of this present moment. Thank you.
Representative Kelty, this is your second time to speak. You have 5 minutes and 32 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I decided to come back up here. It was mentioned not too long ago that wages in Colorado have become stagnant. That is true. They haven't become stagnant, they've stayed stagnant. But bills like this will ensure that they stay stagnant for a very, very long time. It's simple economics. It's one of the actual ripples that I had mentioned earlier when I spoke. A splash of a bill like this will have ripples, and those are basically the unintended consequences and the destruction that this bill will actually cause. Matter of fact, disastrous unintended consequences should probably be the tagline for our 2025 session. Bills like this and the others that we are shoving through here, we're going about things the wrong way. You're not cutting spending. You're not even looking at cutting spending. You're pillaging businesses. You're pillaging the people's pockets. We must stop the spending. We must prioritize, and we've got to stop pillaging the people of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a couple of things. One of the things that's very difficult for me to hear is the rich versus the not so rich. I would want to remind you of some economics. For every new job, every new person I hire in manufacturing, it creates 7 more jobs. That leverage factor has been in business for years and years. So when we say we want to help individuals grow in prosperity, what's the engine for that? It's business. And when I hear that it's the rich versus the not so rich, it hurts me to the soul, my absolute soul. Because we understand as owners, as businesses, that A, we want to grow our business, and one of the reasons we want to grow our business is to employ people. And then to be told that we're doing this, the QBI, is a loophole? This is federal law. I don't need a tax lawyer to tell me what QBI is. This is not a loophole under any circumstances. And so I would just ask if we could respect one another to the degree that on a business side of things, one of the reasons we want to grow our companies is to employ more people because we care about them. And in this hall, I hear all too often, it's one versus the other. That tells me you've never been in business before. I've said this so many times. If you ask people that work for me over the years, I care deeply about everybody that has ever worked for me, and I always will. And when people ask me the question, Rick, what do you miss about business? I miss the people.
Representative Taggart, you have 55 seconds.
So it's not one at the expense of the other.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I've been listening to this debate, and my very first day when I reviewed all of these bills, the first thing I did is look at the QBI deduction. And my notes from that day say, this deduction elimination does not affect individuals over $500,000, under $500,000, or joint filers over $1 million. And when we're talking about initiating a business, we're giving, as a state, a pretty good runway to those small businesses and entrepreneurs by building in that initial threshold in terms of our QBI add back. So that's what we're asking. Qualified business income, so income you actually make, will be added back to your state taxes under this policy, which has been in existence since 2020 in the state of Colorado. Why 2020? We heard from the good representative from Grand Junction, Delta, that the deduction came into effect in the first Trump administration in 2017 with the first introduction to bring parity at the federal level to corporations and the small businesses. An admirable and laudable process, one that made a lot of sense. But here's where it doesn't make sense. Because of our roll forward obligations in Colorado, which have an impact that I'm going to talk about in regard to TABOR, that automatically flowed through to the state of Colorado. And what we saw right after that passage was a loss in revenue to the state of Colorado. We then looked at that loss and said we needed to establish this add back to provide parity at the state level that was no longer existing. Because what happens when the federal government gives a tax break to one group of people that we have not given a tax break to, we've created an unfair tax system under our TABOR laws. Because under TABOR, we should have asked the population whether at that point in time the federal government had the authority to lower the taxes for one group of individuals without us voting on that lowering, right? If we're going to use TABOR on the one side, we have to look at TABOR's existence on the other. But, as we also heard yesterday in some of our conversations, there is a legislative responsibility and a power that exists in our state constitution, and that is the power of the purse. And that constitutional obligation is balanced against the rights we have with regard to TABOR. What we did in 2020 was exercise that right to create parity back in the state of Colorado for our corporations. Our small businesses pay no more than our corporations and no more than our individuals because we have a flat, fixed rate in the state of Colorado. So what was critical is that we have now parity in our state tax system. Thus, we have not even a de minimis increase in taxes, but a parity of taxes across the board, which is a reason that was determined to be constitutional when we did the action in 2020. And the reason I submit we didn't have litigation over that constitutional act at that time, and which also now flows to the same constitutional standing we have today to continue that add back, because in the absence of us doing that, and this is where we tie back to H.R. 1, the federal government has now made that permanent, which will mean a permanent reduction in income to the state of Colorado and a lack of parity between our corporate sponsors and those other individuals. And again, what's important is this is after business expenses, and we can't fault any business for making determinations of whether they're going to put a loan on their books or not put a loan on their books. These are administrative and business decisions that people make, but we're giving that runway to the small businesses to grow. And once they get to $500,000 or $1 million, then they are moving beyond the average income that we're having in the state of Colorado, and we believe at that point they should be treated a little bit differently. And that is to ensure that we have parity. I also just wanted to talk a moment about the question of World War II and the taxation in that system. At that point in time in this country, we had a progressive tax structure. At that point in time, we differentiated, and corporations paid up to 90% of their income on their taxes. We pay in Colorado 4%, 4.2%. So we have made a huge difference in terms of the revenues that come into states and into the federal government. And that was just the federal government with regard to that. At that point in World War II, when it first started, the states and localities were actually charging a lot more than the federal government was with regard to taxes. So the progressive increase over time of taxes between World War II and when we looked at the tax relief that was done in 2017 really did require revisions and adjustments based on expenditures. I agree. But this ties back to our larger question. The one today we're looking at with QBI. QBI are qualified business expenses that, the question becomes, how much should we be able to retain in the state revenue? I think we should be able to retain what is equal to what you as an individual would have to pay. And I would actually say, I'd love if the state gave me $500,000 to have as a runway before I had to pay income tax. We're not doing that. For me, we are doing that for businesses because we do recognize the value and importance of business. And I just want to say, in addition to the QBI, the other thing that HR 1 does is it increases the expensing for those businesses. So this will also come off the top of any income and therefore would not be qualified income coming to the state. So we'll actually increase that $500,000 a lot more. In Section 179, expensing is now increased for small businesses, and the maximum amount of small businesses can expense under Section 179 for qualifying property, equipment, vehicles, technology has been increased to $2.5 million. I'm not 100% sure, but I also believe even as a small business corporation, they will also be entitled to do the 3-year look back with regard to any additional expenses that they took. So the substantive loss to the state of Colorado, if we fail to take this action because of their decrease in income that would be attributed under the federal government, is disproportionate to the individuals paying taxes in the state of Colorado. So we are not trying to hurt small businesses. They already booked for this because this has been the policy that they've been living under for the last several years. We are trying to help our small businesses be equal in their burden to the state of Colorado by doing this add back, and I encourage a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Richardson, you have 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's probably nothing, Madam Speaker. There is probably nothing more scary than the government trying to help. I absolutely agree we're not trying to hurt small businesses. But in doing so, the outcome always seems to backfire when we meddle in the free markets. We're trying to do things that just don't help. But I just wanted to go back on a couple of points I wanted to make. The QBI came in to effect at the federal level in 2017. The state of Colorado didn't choose to apply it to tax code at that point. We waited until 2021. That was the height of COVID. And we could afford to do it because the federal government was giving us money. Now we seem to be in a shortfall and we want to take away that credit that we allowed. But in terms of just continuing things, I also want to remind folks that there's this pesky thing called inflation. And that $500,000 then is really only $375,000 now. So we're not keeping
Richardson, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Okay, so again, they're bothersome. We need to be honest with what we're doing, why we're doing it, and then we need to all vote no. It's the red button. Thanks.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to do a little bit of level setting about what got us here and what it is we are actually doing. Why are we here? Because Trump and congressional Republicans blew a $1 billion hole in our budget this fiscal year. As of June, when we came in for our June forecast, we showed we were still fairly close to balance. We passed that balanced budget during the regular session of 2025, and during that June forecast, we still showed that we were in a TABOR refund posture for this year and the next year. We had closed that $1 billion gap during the regular session that was caused by TABOR. Now, we are here because of HR 1 and the $1 billion hole that Republicans blew in our budget. 80% of the tax breaks from Trump's bill went to corporations, totaled almost $1 billion in lost revenue to Colorado, so it is only fair that we are closing tax loopholes and benefits that really go to corporations because we have got to preserve critical services that our constituents depend on. I want that to be clear because we've heard a lot of numbers thrown around. This is why the governor called us back into special session, to address an additional $1 billion gap that had nothing to do with the actions taken in Colorado and everything to do with what happened in Washington, D.C. So, a call was made to address our tax code, and in this bill that we are considering, we are addressing the qualified business income deduction, allowing these LLCs and partnerships and sole proprietors to deduct up to 20% of their qualified business income from their federal taxes. They still get this benefit at the federal level. That doesn't go away. That doesn't change. And in this bill, we are not making tax policy change. We are simply extending our current tax policy. We are maintaining the status quo. Because in 2020, we recognized that the QBI disproportionately benefited the high-income earners in our state. So we sought to limit that deduction for those individuals who file with $500,000 income as a single filer, $1 million as a joint filer. In 2019, research showed that 74% of the benefit went to the top 5% of income distribution. The top 5%. We're getting 74% of the benefit. And also, I will just add that available evidence also suggests that this deduction has neither spurred investment growth nor raised wages to any significant extent. So, I will also share that the Colorado Department of Revenue's 2024 tax profile and expenditure report showed people who earn $1 million make up just 1.7% of Colorado taxpayers who are claiming the federal QBI deduction, and they receive 33% of the total value of that deduction. So, in other words, less than 2% of taxpayers are getting a third of the benefits from this tax break. It is overwhelmingly claimed by the top income brackets. So, that is why we made that choice in 2020 in House Bill 20-1420 to limit this deduction and to require the add back because of the Tax Cuts and Job Act that was passed at the federal level in 2017. Research showed this was an inequitable tax break at the state level. We do not need to conform. So we created this add back in House Bill 1420. We extended it in House Bill 21-1311 through the expiration of the Tax Cuts and Job Act. H.R. 1 continues this deduction. House Bill 1001 just simply continues current policy and extends that. We repeal the expiration because H.R. 1 also repealed the expiration. So we are simply maintaining current law, current policy, and the status quo, not changing our tax policy. I ask for your support because to address this billion-dollar hole, we believe that wealthy businesses and individuals in Colorado, and yes, I do not know a single one of my constituents who wouldn't say somebody claiming $1 million of income isn't wealthy. They are. They are wealthy, and they should pay their fair share. Because otherwise the consequence is our teachers, our schools, our food benefits, people who are needing health care. Those are going to be the people who suffer the consequences of this billion-dollar hole if we do not address this problem responsibly. I ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1001.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1001. On third reading and final passage, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, the bill is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we are going to take a very brief recess. I will ask you not to go far from the chamber. We will gavel back in shortly. The House will stand in recess. Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. We will be gaveling back in just a minute. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 25B 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representative Zokai and Marshall, also Senator Ball, concerning corporate income taxation related to foreign jurisdictions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1002 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We listened to this bill yesterday, of course, on seconds, and we were also concerned with this type of legislation that we're passing. Like, I want to reiterate on all this legislation, this is not really solving the problem. This bill is bringing up specific countries that are being said that these corporations are hiding tax money in these countries, specific countries. Now, we as a body shouldn't be looking at that as putting the blame on these C corps or these big corporations, really without any sort of evidence that this is happening. Like my good colleague from Mesa County said, is that it does seem like these corporations are being seen as guilty and then having to prove themselves innocent. I will reiterate, what we're doing here is not the right way of getting us out of this budget deficit that we're in. And I want to say it again, this is not H.R. 1's fault. President Trump supported H.R. 1 because H.R. 1 was good for the people of this nation. This is what the people want in this nation. Tax breaks, being able to make themselves liable and to lift themselves up and work for themselves and keep more of their money in their pockets. They pay enough in taxes already. This state receives enough money to be able to fully fund what we are required constitutionally to provide for the citizens of Colorado. There are plenty of other avenues where people that really do need help in a program that the state cannot fully fund or offer, where they can receive that help. Nonprofits, people donating. There are plenty of people donating money to people that really need help. There really are. And there's good-hearted people. I've done it. I don't donate millions of dollars, but I donate what I can to help out people that are really in need. Because thank God, I have a little extra money that I can give out. I can do that. $20, $50, $100 at a time. But this state cannot be passing legislation like this that's going to hurt businesses in this state. They provide services and employment in this state. Just like the previous bill. They're not going to take the brunt end of a loss like this and just roll with it without changing the cost of their services and their goods. They're going to trickle it down, like we said before, trickle it down to the consumer. So the consumer suffers. Not just they're getting taxed, the consumer is getting taxed time and time again, but now they're going to pay more for the goods and services they require from these corporations that are now having to take the brunt end of this revenue loss. It doesn't really give these corporations and companies the motivation to expand, to hire more people, which is what we need. The more people have more jobs in the state, the better the state is. The better the people live, the more reason for them to stay. I'm here, I stay here because I love this state. I grew up here. I don't see myself living anywhere else. And that's why I am doing this job. I want to be able to give back. I want to be able to help the state, help future generations, not just my kids, not just my kids' kids, but your kids, your kids' kids. Be able to stay here, not having to need to move out because they can't afford to pay taxes. Because they can't afford to buy a house. They can't afford to pay the higher prices of goods and services that these corporations provide. We have to be able to look broadly, wider scope of what we're actually doing here in this body. This is what we are intending to do. We should stay on that path. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More taxes. An obligatory contribution levied by a sovereign government. Except the only people that are really sovereign in this state are the citizens of Colorado. They're above government. That's why we have a gallery above this house, and that's why this house sits above the governor's office. So a lot of talk about loopholes today. That dreaded word. And one thing I really like to look at is the origin of words, etymology of words. It's often confused with entomology, but that really bugs me. The term loophole is in the context of a tax break, stems from its metaphorical use to describe a gap or ambiguity in the tax code that allows individuals or entities to reduce their tax liability in ways that may not have been intended by lawmakers. I'm not really sure, because I don't think there's really any unintended consequences to the detriment that is done by these laws. The word originates from the medieval term for a narrow slit in a castle wall used for defense, through which one could escape or gain an advantage. In tax law, loophole refers to provisions, often specific deductions. So a loophole in this case is for businesses to escape the siege that is being put on them by the government, primarily by the majority party in this room. I'm not saying that people who pretend to be Republicans are not exempt. But what we're talking about in this bill is not evading loopholes. I think one thing that we have to be really terrified of is this idea of creating an accusation of a corporate person, of a legal person. How does that go? A judicial person. Corporate personhood or judicial personality has at least some rights and responsibilities enjoyed by natural persons. Okay. I also considered the preborn humans to be persons. We'll talk about that later. So what we're doing is we're talking about creating an assault on these persons. And then using it without proof. Now, we talked yesterday, I had a great conversation about the Republic of Ireland because it was important to, and why somebody might incorporate in the Republic of Ireland. And the Republic of Ireland has a really good idea of low corporate rates because it creates a loophole. It creates an avenue of escape from the pillaging of this body. Now, it's not zero, it's just tactically less. And that tactically less encourages people to incorporate in that area. Now, so that would be probably without proof at the determination of a individual appointed by the executive based on qualifications that are not laid out here. We're laying out somebody giving them the power of judge and jury and executioner with no idea who it is or what the basis will be. Just an emotive thing based on greed and envy. Now, I really like Bastiat. I consider him a contemporary political commentator from 1850. And he says, the law has been perverted. The law has been perverted by the influence of two different causes, stupid greed and false philanthropy. And what we're seeing is a culmination in this room of both combined. It's greed in the name of this false philanthropy, of it makes me feel good to take somebody else's money and give it to somebody else for my political gain. Because after all, when somebody keeps saying their fair share, what is your fair share? Maybe we should start with that definition of what is your fair share of somebody else's money? And where do you come up with that? Because that fair share seems to be a moving standard as you overspend your means. You overspend your means, and then you take your tax expertise to figure out how to extract the last drops of blood out of the economy. And then you can't figure out why other areas are growing, Colorado is not, and then you're going to punish the people for remaining in Colorado. I don't get it. Without proof. Without proof. That should strike fear in the heart of every single business, because this is talking about C Corps. But once you've breached that wall, once you've breached that line of defense, it's gone. We have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights to protect us from the fiscal vampires, but once that wall is gone, it's gone. And again, we're not looking at serious ways to reduce our problem, because our problem is for this extraordinary session, this barely special session, this BS session, is that you are spending more than you're making. Now, we got a new sheriff in town in November. It was pretty obvious based on the campaign promises that there was going to be a new set of rules to this game. Although H.R. 1 is really not a new set of rules, it's more of an extension of the old set of rules that were mostly still in place. And now you want to change them because even under those set of rules, even what you knew, you could not maintain yourself. So what we have is an extraordinary BS session to solve an extraordinary problem. And that extraordinary problem is spending too much money, is being a spendthrift, is spendthrifting the citizens' dollars. And then applauding.
Representative DeGraff, can you bring that back to the bill, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is not a serious piece of legislation. This is looking to gain $72 million by changing the tax code. Changing the tax code in ways that we don't know, and then saying, well, this isn't really a change in tax code. But we're looking at changing the tax code and assessing the businesses in Colorado that choose to stay here, $35.6 million, $72 million, $73 million. Now, we're not looking at reining in spending. We haven't seen any rein in spending yet. None, zero, nada, zip. The only way that this body knows how to save money is to spend more. I don't get it, but I'm a math guy. We talked about the tax code, the changes, the legislative power of the purse. The legislative power of the purse is to secure the rights of citizens, not to tax them into oblivion. And you always come back and you say, this is for the children. If this was a drinking game and for the children was on the card, everybody would be stone drunk right now. Because,
Representative DeGraff.
is it too early to be stone drunk?
I am afraid so. Please return to the subject of the policy before us.
All right, don't make this a drinking game, and don't make that, because you would be stone drunk. Because instead of ever coming after and saying we're going to go after the green grift in the governor's priorities, you go after roads. And what are roads doing? Roads are tanking. Schools, 25% meets or exceeds standards. That's it. Your penalty for poor program management is increased spending. I don't know why anybody would trust you with money.
Again, Representative DeGraff, to the content of the policy before us, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I can't get past the fact that you want to create tribunals. Show me the man, I'll show you the crime. That's a traditional Bolshevik thing of the overreach of government, and it's applicable here. It needs to stop. We have rights. The citizens have rights to keep their money. Businesses have rights to keep their money. I don't know why you want them all to leave Colorado. You need to vote no on this bill, and you need to vote no on this entire BS session.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good to see you all again. House Bill 25B 102 is kind of like volume 2 of the 6 volumes we have to discuss today. It's a wonderfully crafted work of fiction, and like most successful works of fiction, it skillfully weaves truths and fantasy into a work that, if the reader is just to exercise a little willing suspension of disbelief, can be really enjoyable. The call for this special session was very narrow. We've discussed that. It's uncomfortably narrow. So I feel like we're struggling with one hand tied behind our backs here as we try to bring our budget back into some sort of balance. The hand that's tied, the hand that we would use to cut excess spending, we'll call that the right hand for no particular reason. That right hand that we could use for cutting spending is tied behind our back. So we're left with the hand of the left, or I'm sorry, the left hand. That's only the one free hand, and even that, based on the call, isn't entirely free. That hand we may use is limited by the call to one singular task, and that task is to reach into the pockets of others and then extract cash. This special session is 100% about increasing revenue. If you look through the call, that I'm sure we all have, and just highlighted some pieces in the background, it calls out significant revenue, significant negative impacts to state revenue, that the budget is no longer balanced, faces a significant shortfall, a deficit for the current fiscal year to be $783 million. The changes to state law are needed to ensure the state's financial solvency. And they claim this is due to increased tax deductions for corporations, that the state faces an immediate and dire budget shortfall. We need policy changes to preserve funding. And it goes on. So it's clear why we're seeing this bill, though, because if you get to page 5, number 5 at the top specifically talks about bringing forth legislation concerning expanding the foreign listed jurisdictions. And that's what this does. So in that manner, it is within the call. But this call also places 2 caveats on the mechanism to be used. The one is very specific, and it's actually the remainder of number 5 there on page 5, which is to ensure companies are paying appropriate taxes in Colorado. That's very specific. And then one that's very general in the first full paragraph on page 2, that again, that these solutions be TABOR compliant. So with that background, let's look at what the bill says. What it alleges, the truths and the fictions that are presented, and it states in section 1, actually it declares, I think that's stronger, and that's the actual word, in section 1, that this is a continuation of existing tax policy. And I know that's been stated in the previous bill, but is it really, and if so, if it's just a continuation of what we've been doing, why is it a bill? At least why is it not a bill that simply states same as it ever was? It does not say that. You can read, it's not in there. It's a change. It adds nations to the list that were there, not there before. That is a change. It gives a single person the authority to add even more nations to that list. We talked a little bit yesterday how that could open the door to arbitrary decisions by one person, and then the lawsuits that will inevitably result. So, those are all truths. And here's some more. It does actually increase revenue. The fiscal note does state that this year it would be 35.6 million, then 72.2, then 73 million, and again, it's slowly ramping up. It's going to bring in revenue. It is a tax policy change that increases revenue. That's one of those things that need to go to the voters, and this does not go to the voters. And that is a truth. I mean, I absolutely appreciate the work done by our fiscal analysts in providing this little bit of truth, this kind of tasty bacon that's wrapped around a bitter pill. And that bitter pill is that this is, again, not TABOR compliant. In an effort to fit the call's requirement of TABOR compliance, we start seeing the fiction that I talked about yesterday. It tries to fit the narrow finding of the TABOR Foundation versus RTD by making a couple of bold claims. One, that the amount is de minimis. And it says so. If we make it law, I guess it will be so until the courts decide otherwise. Let's see, here we are, page 3, line 11. Corporations receive substantial tax reductions. But somehow these substantial tax reductions, by the time we get to line 22, are de minimis. Again, we can claim de minimis. We might be able to do some math that shows it's a small percentage. But that's just one prong of the test that came out of the TABOR Foundation versus RTD. The other one was that the change to tax policy that created this revenue that was created was incidental to what we were actually trying to do. But in order to address that, the bill does actually say that, they're letting the courts know in the future that we're not trying to gain revenue. No, we're trying to encourage tax compliance and promoting simplicity, equalization, and fairness. And those are great things. But that's not what we were told to do in the call. The call says just to ensure that companies are paying appropriate taxes in Colorado. And if you go back to the walkthrough of all those phrases, we are here for no other reason than to raise revenue. Nothing that is being brought before us in this chamber is about tweaking policy and the revenue being just incidental to that. That is the primary purpose we are here. So just saying it's so doesn't make it so. Repeating a fiction over and over again doesn't make it truth. We'll see in the papers whether repeating a fiction over and over again became journalism, but it does not change the truth. This is not TABOR compliant. It may absolutely be great policy, but it needs to go to the people for a vote. This is wrong. We should vote no. And again, I appreciate your attention.
Representative Kelty.
Can I help you up? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm actually going through this bill. I've got a lot to digest. Like the cookies I had this morning, a lot of digesting to do, especially after my colleague from El Paso County came up here. I got to think about what he had to say. Well, not the drinking game part, but the rest of it. What I would like to say about the bill, something positive, that I feel is positive, is why the part that I like about the bill is it's basically tariffs. And for me, it's about time the Democrats in this chamber understood the importance of tariffs. This is actually the most President Trump-like bill I have seen come into the well, and I'm pleasantly surprised. The Democrats here have finally aligned themselves with President Trump. And I never thought I could ever say that. Ever. Not in this chamber. Although I'm not sure how effective it will be, and that is what I need to think about. Since President Trump has basically, he's forcing corporations to actually come back into America. As we know, after NAFTA was signed, there was a huge sucking sound, and that was the U.S. economy going down the drain. But we're correcting that, and bills like this, from what I understand it to be right now, will actually help that. So I thank the bill sponsors for actually aligning with President Trump on his idea of tariffs and making other countries actually pay their fair share. And I will be contemplating this bill, so I'm not a yes or a no, but I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Did not think we'd be doing a little lesson on tariffs, but tariffs are taxes we pay on foreign goods that make them more expensive. Paying taxes on your whole income and not hiding them in an offshore account is not a tariff. So, what this bill is closing corporate tax loopholes that lets Coloradans dodge paying their taxes by shifting their profits overseas, or from claiming a special federal deduction that just simply does not benefit our state. So we are adding countries to the list of Colorado's tax havens, and we are decoupling from the foreign-derived intangible income deduction, which is a loophole that exists within our tax code that is taken advantage of by multinational corporations. I think that there's been some agreement that there is a massive hole in our budget. Seems to be a lot of disagreement about where that came from, and could not be more of a night and day difference on how we should solve that. There are members in this chamber suggesting we look at the family affordability tax credit. Now, I know we don't all agree on a fair tax code. And when I say fair tax code, I mean one where the top earners pay in at a higher rate than those living in poverty. I know there are some here who don't believe in any tax code, and I have yet to hear how we fund schools or roads, but that's a conversation for another day. I would think we could all get behind the idea that we shouldn't subsidize corporate tax dodging. This bill is about tax compliance and simplicity, and I, quite frankly, am surprised that there is support in this chamber for tax havens, that we are debating whether it's a good thing for a multinational corporation based here in the United States to hide their income in some offshore account simply for the purpose of dodging taxes. Now, while those mechanisms exist, we can't fault a party for taking advantage of them. That is a corporation's prerogative. But let's be clear, these are multinational corporations. These are not small mom and pop shops. They have teams of attorneys that are paid well to find them ways to dodge taxes. Republicans in Washington have made it very clear that they would rather support multinational corporations than working families. We don't have to do the same. I ask you to vote yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question be Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for, we were going to break it up and then make sure we closed real quick, but it appears our colleagues have ran out of a bit of steam, which I think is appropriate, especially on this bill. Just to repeat once again, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, the current one in March, has once again criticized Ireland, calling the country his favorite tax scam. We're going to try and fix a whole bunch of these tax scams. Ireland's my favorite. Who's defending tax scams? This bill on these tax havens will not raise a single dollar of taxes whatsoever on a single voting citizen in this state. It goes after multinational corporations with teams of lawyers. If you want to pay thousands of dollars for attorneys in the Cayman Islands to set up shell corporations in Ireland to just move paper and not pay taxes here while you are doing operations here, so that the mom and pop businesses of this state have to bear the burden, well, vote against the bill. The current federal administration has already made it clear they're going after these people. Why should Colorado wait? And this argument that this presumption has some kind of nefarious purpose, just look in the IRS code, the federal IRS code, and how many times the commissioner is given discretion. The reason that presumption is in there and the discretion is given is a benefit for people that are actually have economic substance, which is a doctrine well known for decades in the tax community. If you do not have economic substance in one of these tax havens, you're paying taxes here. You're not avoiding it if you're not really doing business. That's all you have to do. Do business in one of those countries, you can shield taxes all day long. Just move paper and hide it so the local businesses and farmers have to bear the burden here. Our side doesn't accept that. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To be perfectly clear, I had some comments that I wanted to respond to my colleague from Larimer. Not taking cheesy bait. I actually wanted to respond to some comments that my colleague from Larimer made. I was simply just given an opportunity to get my creaky knees down here. It took a little bit more time. Let's say that we agree. Let's say we agree on more. Okay, there's a lot that we disagree on, to be fair, right? You pointed that out. There's a lot, and we're going to continue to disagree. I look forward to more disagreements. However, let's say everything about this we agree on. Let's say, no, you know what, we agree with your premise, we agree with your idea. We disagree with how you're going about it. Any change in tax code, any change, any increase, anything needs to go to the voice of the voters, needs to be voiced by the voters. Do they agree? Do they not agree? That's who matters about who agrees or who disagrees here, not us. I know you're not going to agree with me, and you know I'm not going to agree with you. And if that starts happening, strange things are happening, and we probably ought to recess. But it's not what we can come together on. It's what we as a collective body of Colorado voters can come together on. And when we are destroying what is our legal obligation to go to the voters with and ask the voters if they agree with us, what are we doing? Come on, man. We have got to let the voices of Colorado voters have their say. If we are going to fiddle around with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and it doesn't have to be a new tax, thank you. Needs to go to the voice, needs to go to the voters. They need to have their voice. And when we strip that away from them, I do not understand how we would think for a second that we're going to retain their trust. How are we going to keep their trust if we're saying, you know what, no, we got this, voters, I know we're obligated to hear from you. But, nah, we're not going to. We got to figure it out. Voters matter. That's what we're here. That's why we're here. That's who we're here to represent. Any change needs to be taken to the voters. Please, let's do it the right way, even if we agree. We don't, but even if we do, let's allow them to speak, please.
Rep. Richardson, this is your second time speaking. You have 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Just to be clear, I don't think I heard anybody stand in this well and defend ne'er-do-wells, evildoers, those that are trying to bilk the people of Colorado out of money. What we have done is stand here and attack the mechanism by which you are proposing. And it was just fairly eloquently stated that this is something that should go to the vote of the people. It might be something that if we had maintained their trust over the years and spent their money wisely, they would vote for. I understand why we don't want to go to the people, because they don't want to give us any more money. And I wouldn't want to give them any more either. I've not voted for a TABOR question probably in my adult life, and I couldn't as a child. So I just wanted to respond to your comments, sir. Thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to come up and make it pointed, because we apparently are not listening to the wants of the people here in our state. I know I am listening to the wants and needs of House District 63. The legislative declaration of House Bill 25B 1002's emphasis on, quotations, tax simplicity, equalization, and fairness, end quotes, because those are not my words, are simple rhetoric masking a revenue grab. This bill fails to offer a meaningful solution to the structural deficit, a structural deficit caused by overspending. We have a spending crisis in the state of Colorado, not a revenue crisis, but we need to set our priorities straight. I heard it mentioned by the bill sponsors that our side does not want to fund for roads. I know our state has an issue with our roads. We're 47th worst, so top 10 for the worst roads in our nation. We need to be putting priorities straight in the state. This bill does not do it, and I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I had not intended to come up here to talk about this bill. Really, tax policy is not my strongest area, but the good representative from Douglas County inspired me. Current law, I was looking at the fiscal note because that is a little bit more my bailiwick. It says current state law lists foreign jurisdictions that are presumed to be used for tax avoidance, and now gives the executive director of the Department of Revenue his discretion or her discretion to determine whether a member of an affiliated group of corporations is doing this for actual economic reasons or tax avoidance. Wow, that's a lot of power for one person to determine as to why and how people are doing their business, nor do I think government should really be involved in directing how businesses work, but that's a different story. I think this special session for me, honestly, this language was really just clicked for me. This whole predetermined special session is all about presumptions and assumptions. You want to know why? Because it's premature, because we don't actually know anything yet. But that's a story for, I guess, later today. I'm curious about this list. Again, not my area of expertise, but it lists Hong Kong, Ireland, Liechtenstein, Netherlands, and Singapore as those lists of corporations. So I guess I'm just curious, is it okay to avoid paying taxes if you're in other countries, or is this list exclusive? I again, not really my area of expertise, but it's interesting that we can pick and choose what countries it's okay to avoid taxes in, if they're even doing it for that reason, but we're presuming that they do. So with that, I cannot vote for this bill. Even though my good colleague and representative from El Paso gave me some reasons to stop and think for a couple of minutes, I'll have to be honest. It really, you brought some good points, but regardless, I'm a no vote, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love it when a Democrat accuses us of running out of steam. Buckle up, Buttercup. We're just getting started. More taxes on the good people of Colorado. I wasn't going to come down here either because this isn't two attorneys, physical therapist. But I know when we're destroying our legal obligation to the voters. I know when we're circumventing the taxpayer Bill of Rights. If you're down here pounding the table or the podium and saying, by golly, this is good, this is why you should support, this is the best policy since sliced bread, then take it to the voters. Take it to the people who pay you to be here. Take it to the people who represent you, or you represent. If it's so good, if it's the best thing we've ever heard of and it's going to save all of us, then take it to the people. What are you scared of? Take it to the people. It's the people's house. It's the best policy ever. Oh my gosh, we are here in this special session. We're going to solve the world's problems by not letting the people put their secret money in secret countries. It's the people's house. This great policy should be taken to the people. You're up here screaming about it, you might as well take it to them. And I'll tell you something, I thought Wyoming was in charge of some of these policies yesterday. I think the lawyers are responsible for these policies because guess what? We're gonna kill small businesses, but lawyers, free for all for you guys, because I hope you start suing the pants off of this policy. I'll even throw in for a GoFundMe. Start suing. Because none of this is constitutional. And the good people of Colorado know it's not constitutional. This physical therapist right here knows it's not constitutional. You're violating the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and we are sick of it. We have had enough. And add back is de minimis. Who decides that? Some say $63 isn't that much money. Some say $100 extra a month isn't that much money. But by golly, the Democrats in this building know what de minimis is. Can anyone tell me what that is? What's de minimis? We just circumvent. Oh no, these aren't new taxes, these are fees. Oh no, we don't have to go to the people, these are enterprises. Oh no, we get to decide who's rich. Guess what? If you make $500,000, you're rich now. And you need to pay for everyone else. That is socialism. That is not what this country stands for. This is another loophole bill. Say no, thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I spoke on this bill yesterday, and I didn't intend to come back up here and speak, but my steam got recharged. So I figured I'd give a couple thoughts on it real quick. It's not, so my position on this is not necessarily that I care about a tax haven in Liechtenstein, which I promise you I could not point to you on a map. The issue is this regulatory structure that we keep creating, and we need to be figuring out how to incentivize businesses to come to Colorado and not want to go hide somewhere else. We need to incentivize them to come here and plant their flag and be proud of being a business in Colorado here. But instead, we don't do that. And we are the 6th most regulated state. And that's not counting the session that just passed. Who knows? I think we're in top 3 now after this last session. So as my other colleague said, we need to go through the taxpayers if we're going to do this, if we're going to make a tax change rule. But I think the most important thing to take away from this whole conversation is that we need to incentivize businesses to come here, not try to figure out ways where we can expand and cover the Republic of Ireland to make sure they're covered on this list. We need to get this structural deficit under control and incentivize businesses to come here instead of leaving, which is what they're doing right now. So I will be a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. A question was asked by the representative from Douglas County about the definition of de minimis and if anyone had one. And it led me to think of Proposition 117, where the voters said de minimis was, as I recall, a fee that would increase revenue $100 million over a 5-year period. I believe it was 100, may have been 150, but somewhere around there. For this particular bill, that means that we have satisfied beyond the de minimis, because in the first 3 years, we're already over that particular amount. And so I do believe that this is not a de minimis addition as defined by Proposition 117. If others have definitions, I think all are welcome to come and share.
Further discussion. Rep. DeGraff, this is your second time speaking, and you have 29 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's pretty ludicrous that we're trying to de minimis away $1.2 billion worth of debt. Now, this bill, I just looked it up, there's like 81 different countries in the world that could be considered tax havens. There are 24 on the list. There are 5 more added to this. That leaves about 52 more to go. I would say that this bill is sponsored or put in motion by one of those other 52 that is jealous of the standing of the other bills. That makes this would put this in the terms of legislative warfare. That's where I would expect a bill like this to come.
Your time has expired, sir. Further discussion.
That was fun.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I was not going to get up and talk to this because tax law is not my background. I'm in education. I'm just a regular person, but I know what hits my pocketbook. And a little story. Last week, I was so excited to read about a certain store that had closed during COVID. They sell bed items and bath items and items beyond that for your household. They're coming back. They're opening up bricks and mortar stores. I'm so excited about that. And then I saw a post by the CFO of that company saying, but we're not going to open a bricks and mortar store in California because they're not business friendly, because they have overregulated, overtaxed, and we're just not going to do that. We'll still do some mail order business, but we're not going to do bricks and mortar work there. We also know there's a very popular hamburger place that moved from California recently. They moved their headquarters from California because it was business unfriendly. I am really worried about Colorado also gaining that stigma across the US about being business unfriendly in general. So again, this is not my area, tax is not my area of expertise, but I do know what hits my pocketbook, and I do know what I want to buy, and that I want to have variety in the things that I want to buy and from whom I want to buy them, and that's market. That is free market. And so for the businesses, small and large in Colorado, I urge a no vote on this, and I will be voting no for House District 65. Thank you.
Representative Barone, this is your second time speaking, and let me see, you have 4 minutes and 33 seconds remaining, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Are you sure it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds? I thought it was like 7 minutes.
You know what? It's dipping down.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
4:33, sir.
Thank you very much. So I'm back up here to speak on this again. So first of all, it does affect the taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's obvious, just like the other ones. Any change in tax code related issues has to go to the public, has to go on the ballot. This is a gain on state revenue. We're getting state revenue, so that falls under revenue coming into the state through taxpayers. So this is a clear violation of the taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Now, these multinational corporations, they do business, obviously, like the title says, multinational, in other countries. Now, they're getting their revenue by the services or products they sell. So in turn, like my good friend, the representative from Colorado Springs said, it is a tariff. It is. And I know one of the sponsors came up here and said, "Hey, no, it's on revenue, it's on their income, but they are providing a good and services for that income, which in turn is a product that they are selling, whether it goes out to that country or in from that country. It's the same thing. It is a tariff." So now let's go back to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and how this affects it. It doesn't matter if you are going to a continuation of a tax that was previously implemented. If it changed and then it's going to change back, it's still a change in the tax code. So that would fall under the Taxpayer's Bill of Rights. Any change. Now, if you're reducing the revenue the state is taking in, that doesn't need to go to the taxpayers because you're reducing it. But when you're gaining that revenue into the state, that's when it affects the Taxpayer's Bill of Rights. And the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is great for the people. And not just for the people. Us as a body, even as elected officials, we also gain from that. We have those rights as well. Now, the money that you keep in your pocket, because of the Taxpayer's Bill of Rights, you are free to do whatever you want with it. You can donate it to a good cause. You can donate to a nonprofit. You can help somebody in need that's close to you or close to your family. But you know what got that money in your pocket in the first place? The Taxpayer's Bill of Rights. You also gain from it. We all gain from it. The people that we represent gain from it. Now, yes, I'm going back to what we are constitutionally obligated to fund in this state, going back to that, and it's very important, that's why I keep coming back to that. We have the revenue coming into the state without affecting the Taxpayer's Bill of Rights to fund that fully, fund those obligations. We have that money. We just got to prioritize where that money is going.
Representative Barone, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You just got to prioritize where that money is going. We got to prioritize it to those obligations first. And then we give the money back to the people. We give the money back to us because we are citizens of the state. We gain from that as well. We keep that money in our pocket, people. I really enjoy it. Long live the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I have spoken. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon on this mighty fine Saturday afternoon here. It's, I don't know, about 15 degrees cooler in the chamber today. So here we go, another great tax bill. You know, this is kind of like a baseball game. We're sitting down here getting through the innings, and we've got a great pitching duel going on here. And we get the other side that says, wait a minute, you guys can't bat, you're not holding up the steam. Well, I think we can, because apparently they seem to have forgotten that we can do this all night. We've done this before. We've been at this once or twice. And even though there's fewer numbers of us than there are on the other side, we could keep going. And we shall keep going. And I realize that there's a lot of great, brilliant tax attorneys on the other side, and our side is business folks, and we work hard. And you know, we don't know the tax code that well. I got accountants for tax codes. I got people that do that. And I look at this list of places. I've been to Belize when I was down there on a mission trip to help the poor down there. I've been through Luxembourg when I was stationed overseas. Been through Ireland, Liechtenstein. Been a lot of these places. They're pretty nice places. I somehow don't think they'd take too kindly if we told them that you know, they're a tax haven and we're dodging paying our taxes over here. I don't think our business people or our consumers here in Colorado would like that either. But that seems to be the pitch that's coming across. We need to stick it to these billion-dollar corporations. I mean, I wish I was a billion-dollar corporation. That'd be nice to have those problems, but I don't. And I honestly don't know a whole lot of people that do. Quite frankly, I don't know anyone that falls in that category. And I've traveled pretty extensively around the state. We sit here, our side, and we talk about common sense. We talk about standing up for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We talk about standing up for business owners, people that are doing the right thing.
and all we do is get told that we're standing up for the uber wealthy and nobody's paying their fair share. I guarantee you, when I look at my tax bill, I am paying my fair share, way more than my fair share. And I know folks that work really, really hard to make that income and to become more successful, and they follow everything in a legal manner. Now, if you're a crook and you are deliberately avoiding taxes, like Al Capone did back in the 20s and 30s, fine. Prosecute them and put them in prison. I'm all for that. But when you've got people and businesses that are doing things in a legal, lawful manner, and then we degrade them for their success, for their following the law, that's wrong. That's flat and simply wrong. We believe in businesses. We believe in building people up. We believe in showing people how to succeed in this country. Our caucus has several members that are immigrants that have gone through, they're the first to graduate high school, first to graduate college, go into business and become successful, and now they are state legislators. Maybe that doesn't compare to the famous tax lawyers, but we work really, really hard, and we become very successful doing it. And that's what we try to teach people to do. We try to show people a way to be successful. We want folks to be successful. We want to show them path to success, to making money. And maybe if they're lucky enough and they're that fraction of a 1%, my good colleague over here from the Western Slopes, they go on to have a great big business. When I did business development, that was our goal. We didn't get there. We made a decent living. When we employed a lot of people and we helped get them a better way of life. And yet every time it seems we try to do that, every time something comes along that is pro-business, pro-family, pro-consumer, we are attacked for saying, oh, you're not supporting the small families. You're not supporting the working class. Everybody on this side of the aisle came up in a working family. I came up in a working construction family.
Representative Hartsook, I am giving you leeway here and appreciate we've all been talking in a broader sense. Just bring it back to the bill. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As you come up and you develop these things and you become a target of these tax laws like is being introduced here with 1002, your instinct then in a business is to fight back because you know what, you've worked very hard to get to that point. Or you can choose to leave, which many businesses have done, not only from this state, as they will from other states. So as we continue to become more anti-business and chase businesses away, we will see our revenue base drop. We will see the businesses that support our people drop because of tax changes and accusations like this that target people. When you're out there and you're a business and you're trying to do the right thing, and you're told you're doing the wrong thing, they stay here because they like to, but if we keep treating them badly, they will leave, their business will leave, their tax revenue will leave, their employees may or may not go with them. They might have to find another job, the employees might have to move. You know, in that scenario, everyone loses. I prefer to be on the side that supports the businesses, supports the families, and keeps working at that. Vote no. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I know we're still, at this segment, we're still going after big C corporations. We're still going after the greedy. Wait around for 2 bills, we'll switch and give money to the greedy. But right now, we're going after the greedy. I always, when I see something like this, a bill like this, but this goes across the board in almost any area of life. When I see something like this and I see a list and the list says these are the bad guys, or the list says these are the bad guys and these are the good guys, my first reaction is who chooses that? Who chooses the list and who defines what is the good guys and what is the bad guys? And there's always power, control, and money that's involved with those decisions. Who's choosing which of these foreign entities are the bad guys? Well, power, control, and money is the guiding factor of who chooses that. So a different way of asking that would be something like, who paid to stay off this list? Who is pushing the influence and the power to stay off of this list? Because I don't have any money to put in offshore accounts, but I know this is a very small list compared to what can be put in these things. I know people who have used these things before. This is a pretty small list. Well, why is this the list? Why is this the list that got cut? I mean, literally, Ireland did catch me off guard, except they do have an extremely low tax rate, but that one caught me off guard. Right, I get the Caribbean type countries, those kind of things, but then Ireland, that didn't catch me right at first. So then, what other countries should be on this list? But they got a nod, they got a wink, they got a dollar bill, and so they get left off this list. Guys, this whole thing is bogus. This whole thing is corrupt and bogus. It shouldn't be. We're picking countries now. We're trying to make winners and losers out of countries now. We have that much hubris in the state of Colorado in this room that we're going to try to do this. Here's something that should have been done, is we should have taken this list of countries and said, can we learn anything from them? Let's take the one that has the least amount of taxes and why they're being chosen by people to put money in, to invest in their country. How many states around the United States, how many countries around the world are investing in Colorado because it's such a good, strong, safe haven for your money? Because it's a good, strong, safe haven for investment. How many people around the world are doing that? You can look at Ireland and see why that's happening in Ireland. You can look at some of these other countries. Why don't we start marketing this? Why don't we do this in the state of Colorado? Start marketing to the world. Hey, come be a part of our financial system. Come be a part of our tax plan. Why? We would get laughs from everyone around the world because we are broken. Our tax paradigm is predatory, and we're making it worse right now in this room. We go after businesses, large and small. We go after business owners, large and small. We try to hurt people with punitive taxes. We try to hurt businesses and shut them down and run them out with controlling regulation and taxes. And so then we find a country that, hey, they actually do some decent things. Well, let's put it there. But first, let's check who's going to give us the most, who we're going to barter with to make sure that you stay on the bad list and you stay on the good list. This is so bogus and corrupt. But guys, this is the flavor of Colorado right now. Bogus and corrupt. But that's okay because we're going to change this in the state of Colorado. We see bright lights at the end of the tunnel, and it's a beautiful, amazing future for Colorado. But to do it, we got to stop these taxes. We got to stop this regulation. Again, people of Colorado, are you going to continue to trust the people that put you in the hole? To choose countries that you can invest in or not? People of Colorado, are you going to continue to choose the broken down system that was created by the people in this room and now being propagated more by the people of this room? Is that where you're going to continue to choose? Because there's a bright day ahead where you can choose something else. Let's do it.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, fellow colleagues. I must admit, I was not going to speak to this one either, but compelled by good old Douglas County. So yesterday, I was digging into the fiscal note just because we have plenty of time and hurry up and wait in this building, especially during this special session. And I was going through the numbers over and over again to the point where I even had to invite certain experts to just read this through, because the more and more I went through the fiscal note, the more and more I had questions, so to speak. So you've all seen the fiscal note on this bill. It claims the measure will raise $35 million this year, $72 million the next, and over $73 million the year after that. But here's the problem. these numbers are guessing built on old, incomplete, and unreliable data that cannot be proven at all. There's no tax bracket that you can go into right now, or tax document that you can bring up currently to bring these numbers to fruition. It doesn't exist. In fact, the numbers that were built to make this fiscal note were all taken from federal tax Excel spreadsheets and divided with an algorithm. It had nothing to do with the state of Colorado's taxation documentation. So this is fact. So the fiscal note itself admits that the estimates are based on the IRS data. Okay, once again, we're talking about federal. This has nothing to do with local state. And this data is from 2018 and 2021, adjusted by national level projections from the Federal Joint Committee of Taxation. Let's digest this for a second here. There's nothing local. Your numbers are bogus. Then the analysts simply applied a formula to Colorado's corporate income tax base. That's not a measure of what will actually happen here. It's a projection built on national averages, on assumptions about future behavior, and on deduction that Congress just redefined under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I know you like numbers. Listen up. Let's not miss this. Even the fiscal note says actual impacts may vary based on income appointment to Colorado, along with changes in taxpayer behavior. We're not red flagging this. We're not concerned that it literally says there's an unknown. No fear on that, right? This means we have no reliable way of knowing whether these numbers will materialize, whether they'll be higher or whether they'll be far lower or even exist. No data, no facts, nothing on this dais to say how many companies from Liechtenstein we are voting today on a bill that permanently rewrites corporate tax law with sweeping impacts on employers doing business in Colorado and internationally, all justified by numbers that our own nonpartisan staff can't prove. Numbers based on federal averages, not Colorado reality, numbers that ignore how businesses adapt when the rules change. And whether you like it or not, the rules have changed, ladies and gentlemen. These projections are incorrect. I stand before you and I stand before all of your districts and all the constituents you represent, and I am telling you these numbers are wrong. We've been down this road before. We've passed a bill based on speculative revenue, only to find out later that the money didn't come in, or that we've driven businesses to restructure, relocate, or scale back investment. That's not sound budgeting. It's wishful thinking. Where's the genie in the bottle? Colleagues, our businesses deserve certainty, and so do Colorado taxpayers. 1002 gambles with both. It punishes companies that expand internationally, adds compliance burdens, and hands the Department of Revenue sweeping discretion, all while hanging its justification on numbers that can't be verified in any way, shape, or form. If we are serious about this special session and good governance, we cannot pass laws on the basis of projections this flimsy. Flimsy. For that reason and the reason alone, I would humbly request that this body allow me permission to run a third reading amendment.
The motion before us is a request for permission. You said it correctly,
First, okay.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank
Actually,
you, Madam.
I'm going to pause for just a moment. I I want to offer out loud, I appreciate that you take exception with the fiscal note. I do want to clarify, there is no accusation here of nonpartisan staff failing to do their job. Would you clarify that for us? I believe you're taking exception with what is not available maybe to nonpartisan staff. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, not at all. The nonpartisan staff has used the resources that they've had to write the bill that was given. They've done their job perfectly. I am saying that with the information provided, I don't believe that this is accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Whoa, wrong way. I don't have my camera. No. Oh, no pictures. Damn it.
Bird, Garcia, Gilchrist.
Super Tiger, Weinberg, Wu, Pugliese, Richardson, Hudson, Palte, Johnson. Dang. I didn't even get one of you guys. It sucks. Somebody throw me a bone.
Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion fails. Representative Weinberg, you have 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than I will need. I would be remiss if I would say I wasn't disappointed in at least trying to see what I'm projecting here. I believe truly that as a body representing this state, we are making a mistake with this bill. I hope that we do not have to address this in the coming years, but I assume we will. Thank you for hearing me out, and as it stands, I do urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Colleagues, for the last almost 4 hours, I have been sitting in my chair listening to ways in which we are spending and not spending the people's money effectively. And it occurred to me, this bill is about generating or filling a budget surplus. So let's talk about what is adding to those budget deficits. The cost of every day in a special session is hard to pin down. But if you account for the building, the electricity, the staff, the hourly employees, I think most people assume it's about $30,000 a day. So that breaks down to $20.83 per minute. Now, if every member on this side of the room uses your full allotted 10 minutes to filibuster on bills instead of doing the people's work, that costs the people of this state $283.
Representative Camacho, to the bill, please.
Yes, so if we are filling this budget gap, I'd just like to point out that we are adding to that by this process. Since we started this morning, we could have provided 1,128 free meals, 250 vaccinations for people who could not afford them, 56 to 125 textbooks. Again, I would encourage all of my colleagues, let's talk about the bill, let's talk about why we're here, talk about being good stewards of the people's money, and let's get the people's work done. Thank you.
The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on House Bill 1002 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
Members, for your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying issue before us, which is the passage of House Bill 25B 1002. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted. Assistant Minority Leader Winter. You request it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted. I'm sorry. My apologies. Members, this is, it is proper rule that we finish the vote on the bill, and then I may offer you a moment of personal privilege. That was my mistake. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1002 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1002 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, the bill is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, I will ask you to take your seats, please. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Ma'am, I request a moment of personal privilege.
So granted.
Colleagues, I've always come here in good faith to work with you all. But this caucus right here represents people. And I will not let them be accused of wasting the people's time when they are telling the story of their district. Because you want to know what? I've been here 3 years, and about 95% of the time that story hasn't mattered. They feel like they are shouting into the dark. So then they send us up here to be their voice. I will not have this caucus accused that they are wasting this chamber's time. Why did we have this special session? So it could be pre-planned, pre-baked. Is that democracy? As the assistant minority leader, I've never been called once to ask what we thought how to fix this state. Is that fair to my constituents? Is that fair to their constituents? So then we come up here to speak their truth and fight for them, and then it's a joke? That's unfair. And tensions are high. Yes, they are. But decorum starts with the majority party. You own the House, not us. I will continue to work with you all. You say you fight for the little guy, if you agree with the little guy. Now rural Colorado is the little guy. Some of these counties and districts up here, they're the little guy. Where's the fight for them? Or do we not fight for them because they're the opposition party? This caucus will do their best for their constituents. And this caucus is going to stand up here and we're going to fight for our constituents, and we're not going to apologize to anybody. Because I got 88,000 people that have sent me up here. And like I said yesterday, all I ask you is be consistent. Because you're beating on the drum and the podium about, hey, we can't believe that big, bad federal government's doing this to us. With when a lot of votes that are taken in this building is doing that. This big, bad chamber is beating on my district. And I said this last year. The shoe don't feel good when it's this tight, does it? Cuts off circulation, makes you feel numb. I thought you fought for the little guy. Our commitment from this caucus is we're going to stand up. We are going to hold the high ground. And we are going to do our best to represent our constituents. We all knew this was going to cost money, so to pick and choose how much money cost here or there, I'm not going to play that game. There's lots of money that's spent out of this building that is way less important than me standing up and fighting for my people, and this caucus standing up and fighting for their people. And I would ask you all to respect that. We're not perfect either. We poked the bear too. But if the shoe was on the other foot, I'd like to see how you would react. There's a lot of times this caucus has been put in the corner, and you poke and you poke and you poke and you poke.
AML Winter, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're tired of being poked, and our people are tired of being poked. And we haven't run out of steam. We can go all night long, and we've proved that. The only thing that stops us is the rules of this House. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak my piece. Thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the respect that you've given me to listen to my piece. And I will continue to work with you all in good faith. But don't make our fighting for our constituents out to be a cheap trick. I wouldn't do that to you. Thank you.
Members, we are proceeding with third readings. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 25B 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Mabry and Basenecker, also Senators Weissman and Gonzalez, concerning adjustments to the insurance premium tax rate tax expenditure for a home office or regional home office.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on House Bill 1003. Shall the main question be now put?
Again, members, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying motion before us, which is the passage of House Bill 25B 1003. The question before the House is, House will stand in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Members, we had our order wrong. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1003 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1003 on third reading and final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on the passage of House Bill 1003 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Clifford and Woodrow. Woodrow is excused. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 26 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, sorry folks. The motion is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1003. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Carter and Valdez. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 21 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, House Bill 1003 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Stewart R. and Camacho, also Senators Marchman and Snyder, concerning requiring the Department of the Treasury to sell tax credits to qualified taxpayers and in connection therewith, transferring the proceeds to the general fund and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1004 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1004 on third reading, final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on House Bill 1004 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
Members, the motion before us is, shall the main question be now put? There is a request for the bill to be read at length. That request will be recognized. The bill will be read at length.
20 Department in accordance with this section and may apply the 21 tax credits against its premium tax liability in accordance with 22 Section 24-36-404. 23, 2A, I. The Department shall issue tax credit 24 certificates to qualified taxpayers pursuant to this Part 4 and 25 Part 5 of this Article 36 equal to the lesser of a total face value 26 of up to $125 million and any 27 reasonable and necessary administrative, monitoring, and -5, 1004. 1. Closing costs using sales proceeds or total sales proceeds of up to $100 million. 3, 2. The Department shall first offer for sale tax credits 4 to a qualified taxpayer that has a qualified home office or 5 regional home office in this state, as determined by the 6th Commissioner of Insurance pursuant to Section 10-3-209, 1b, 3. 7. And shall issue any corresponding tax credit certificates to a 8 qualified taxpayer purchasing the tax credits in accordance 9 with this section before offering for sale tax credits to any 10 other potential purchaser. 11b. The Department may contract with an independent 12 third-party TO conduct or consult on a bidding process among 13 qualified taxpayers TO purchase the tax credits. 14c. The Department shall consult with insurance 15 companies in advance of issuing any tax credits in accordance 16 with this section. 17.3. An insurance company authorized to do business in 18 Colorado seeking to purchase tax credits must apply to the 19 Department in the manner prescribed by the Department. 24. Using procedures adopted by the Department or, if 21 applicable, by an independent third party, each insurance 22 company that submits an application shall make a timely and 23 irrevocable offer, contingent only on the Department's issuance 24 to the insurance company of the tax credit certificates, to make 25 a specified purchase payment amount to the Department on dates 26 specified by the Department, which must not burden any single 27 tax year. The offer must include -6, 1004. 1a. The requested amount of tax credits, which must not be less than any minimum amount established in procedures by 3 the Department or, if applicable, the independent third party. 4b. The qualified taxpayer's proposed tax credit purchase 5 amount for each tax credit dollar requested. The minimum 6 proposed tax credit purchase amount must be the greater of 7 either. 8i. The percentage of the requested dollar amount of tax 9 credits that the Department and, if applicable, the independent 10 third party determines to be consistent with market conditions 11 as of the offer date, or 12.2. 75% of the requested dollar amount 13 of tax credits, and 14c. Any other information the Department or, if 15 applicable, the independent third party requires. 16.5. The Department shall provide written notice to each 17 insurance company that submits an application indicating 18 whether the insurance company has been approved as a 19 purchaser of tax credits and, if so, the amount of tax credits 20 allocated and the date by which payment of the tax credit sale 21 proceeds must be made. 22.6. On receipt of payment of the sale proceeds, the 23 Department shall issue to each qualified taxpayer a tax credit 24 certificate. The tax credit certificate must state, 25a. The total amount of premium tax credits that the 26 qualified taxpayer may claim. 27b. The amount that the qualified taxpayer has paid or -7, 1004. 1. Agreed TO pay in return for the issuance of the tax credit 2 certificates and the date of the payment. 3c. The dates on which the tax credits will be available for use by the qualified taxpayer. 5d. Any penalties or other remedies for non-compliance. 6e. The procedures TO be used for transferring or 7. Assuming the tax credits in accordance with subsection 7e of 8 this section or section 24-36-404, 5, 9f. The serial number of the tax credit certificate, and 10g. Any other requirements deemed necessary by the 11 Department as a condition of issuing the tax credit certificate. 12.7a. The Department shall not issue a tax credit 13 certificate to any qualified taxpayer that fails to provide the 14 tax credit sale proceeds within the time the Department 15 specifies. 16b. A qualified taxpayer that fails to provide the tax 17 credit sale proceeds within the time the Department specifies is 18. Subject to a penalty equal to 10% of the amount of the 19 purchase price that remains unpaid. The penalty must be paid to 20 the Department within 30 days after demand. 21c. The Department may offer to reallocate the defaulted 22 tax credits among other qualified taxpayers, so that the result 23 after reallocation is the same as if the initial allocation had 24 been performed without considering the tax credit allocation 25 to the defaulting qualified taxpayer. 26d. If the reallocation of tax credits under subsection 27(7)(c) of this section results in the payment by another qualified. -8, 1004. 1 taxpayer of the amount of tax credit sale proceeds not paid by 2 the defaulting qualified taxpayer, the Department may waive 3 the penalty imposed under subsection 7b of this section. 4e. A qualified taxpayer that fails to pay the tax credit 5 sale proceeds within the time specified may avoid the imposition 6 of the penalty by transferring the allocation of tax credits to 7 a new or existing qualified taxpayer within 30 days after the 8 due date of the defaulted installment. Any transferee of a 9 allocation of tax credits of a defaulting qualified taxpayer 10 under this subsection 7 shall agree to pay the tax credit sale 11 proceeds within 5 days after the date of the transfer. 12.8. The tax credit sale proceeds provided by a qualified 13 taxpayer in return for a tax credit certificate must be deposited 14 in the general fund. 15.9a. The Department shall provide, within 30 days. 16. After the close of the fiscal year, a data file to the Division of 17 Insurance and the Department of Revenue for each fiscal year 18 in which it issues tax credit certificates pursuant to this Part 4. 19 The data file must include 20 the name and identifying number issued by the 21 National Association of Insurance Commissioners, or any 22 successor organization, of each qualified taxpayer to which the 23 department issued a tax credit certificate. 24 2 The total amount of the tax credit allocated to the 25 qualified taxpayer. And 26 3 The serial number of the tax credit certificate issued 27 to the qualified taxpayer. Dash 9 1004 1b. The department shall maintain records of each Tax 2 credit certificate issued, transferred, or assumed that are 3 sufficient to allow the Department of Revenue or the Division of 4 Insurance to verify the issuance and ownership of the credit. 5. The department shall provide the records to the Office of the 6th State Auditor upon request so that the State Auditor can 7. Evaluate the effectiveness of the tax credits in accordance with 8 Sections 24-36-401, 2b, and 39-21-305. 9. 10. The department may pay an independent third party 10 and any consultant's reasonable and necessary administrative, 11 monitoring, and closing costs using the proceeds from the sale 12 of tax credits. 1324-36-404. Use of insurance premium tax credits, carry over. 14. 1. For a tax credit certificate issued in fiscal year 2025 to 26, the 15 Department, in consultation with the Office of State Planning 16 and Budgeting, prior to the sale, may determine the calendar. 17 years in which the qualified taxpayer may claim the qualified. 18 taxpayers tax credit against the qualified taxpayer's premium. 19 tax liability. 22. The total credit to be applied by a qualified taxpayer 21 in any 1 year must not exceed the premium tax liability of the 22 qualified taxpayer for the taxable year. If the qualified 23 taxpayer cannot use the entire amount of the tax credit for the 24 taxable year in which the taxpayer is eligible for the credit, the 25 excess may be carried over to succeeding taxable years and 26 used as a credit against the premium tax liability of the 27 taxpayer for those taxable years, except that the credit may. 10 1004. 1. Not be carried over to any taxable year that begins after December 2nd, 31st, 2033. Any amount of the credit that is not timely 3 claimed expires and is not refundable. 4. 3. A qualified taxpayer claiming a credit under this Part 5.4 shall submit the tax credit certificate with its tax return. 6. 4. A qualified taxpayer claiming a tax credit under this 7 Part 4 shall not be required to pay any additional or 8 retaliatory tax as a result of claiming the credit. 9. 5. If a qualified taxpayer holding an unclaimed Tax 10 credit is part of a merger, acquisition, or line of business 11 divestiture transaction, the tax credit may be transferred to 12 and assumed by the resulting entity if the resulting entity is an 13 insurance company authorized to do business in Colorado that 14 has premium tax liability. The qualified taxpayer that 15 originally purchased the credit and the resulting entity shall 16 notify the department in writing of the transfer or assumption. 17 of the credit in accordance with procedures adopted by the 18 Department. The transfer or assumption of the tax credit does 19 not affect the time schedule for claiming the tax credit as 20 provided in this section. 21. 6. The department shall provide a report to the Division 22 of Insurance for each fiscal year in which it issues tax credit 23 certificates pursuant to this Part 4 within 30 days after the 24 close of the fiscal year. The report must include 25. A. The name and identifying number issued by the 26 National Association of Insurance Commissioners, or any 27 successor organization, of each qualified taxpayer to which the 11 1004. 1 department issued a tax credit certificate. 2b. The total amount of the tax credit allocated to the 3 qualified taxpayer. And 4c. The serial number of the tax credit certificate issued. 5 transferred, or assumed that is sufficient to allow the Division 6 of Insurance in the Department of Regulatory Agencies to verify 7 the issuance and ownership of the tax credit. 824-36-405. Repeal of Part. This Part 4 is repealed, effective December 9, 31st, 2040. 10 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 5 to Article 1136 of Title 24 as follows. 12 Part 513 Sale of Corporate Tax Credits 1424-36-501. Legislative Declaration, Tax Preference 15 Performance Statement. 1. The General Assembly finds and 16 declares that 17. A. The corporate tax credits authorized by this Part 5 are 18 not refundable and do not impose an obligation of payment in 19 any future year on the state. 20. B. The use of proceeds from the sale of corporate tax 21 credits does not require the state to borrow money, extend or 22. Pledge the state's credit, or obligate the state to make future 23 payments from state revenue. 24. C. The sale and use of the corporate tax credits shall 25 not be deemed or construed as creating indebtedness or other 26 financial obligation whatsoever within the meaning of any 27 provision of the state constitution or the laws of the state. 12. 1004. 1. Concerning or limiting the creation of indebtedness or other 2 financial obligation by the state. 3. D. The tax credits allow a corporation with an income for tax liability to prepay its tax liability for future years, which 5 does not constitute a tax policy change under Section 24. A. 6 of Article X of the state constitution, and 7. E. Any proceeds from the sale of the tax credits will be 8 offset by decreases in future revenue resulting from the buyer's 9 use of the tax credits, and therefore will not cause a net tax 10 revenue gain under Section 24. A. of Article X of the state 11 constitution. 12. 2. A. in accordance with Section 39-21-304(1), which 13 requires each bill that creates a new tax expenditure TO include 14 a tax preference performance statement as part of a statutory 15 legislative declaration. The General Assembly further finds and 16 declares that the general purposes of the tax credits provided 17 for in this Part 5 are to induce certain designated behavior by 18 taxpayers and provide a reduction in income tax liability for 19 certain businesses. Specifically, this tax expenditure is intended 20 to induce C corporations to purchase tax credits that will 21 reduce their future income tax liability in order to generate 22 money for the general fund. 23 B. The General Assembly and the State Auditor shall 24 measure the effectiveness of the tax credits in achieving the 25 purposes specified in subsection 2A of this section based on the 26 number and value of the credits claimed and the total amount 27 of general fund money generated. The Department of Revenue. 13-1004. 1 shall provide the State Auditor with information regarding the total amount of credits claimed and the general fund money 3 generated. For 24-36-502. Definitions. As used in this Part 5, unless the 5 context otherwise requires. 6. 1. C corporation has the same meaning as in Section 739-22-104, 2.5. 8. 2. Department means the Department of the Treasury. 9. 3. Income tax liability means the liability imposed by 10 Section 39-22-301. 11. 4. Qualified taxpayer means a C corporation 12 authorized to do business in Colorado that has or will have an 13 income tax liability owing to the state. Qualified taxpayer 14 also includes a C corporation that receives or assumes a tax 15 credit transferred in accordance with Section 26-36-503, 7b. 16. 5. Tax credit means the tax credit created in Section 1724-36-503. 18. 6. Tax credit sale proceeds, or sale proceeds, means 19. The money or other liquid asset acceptable to the state. 20. Treasurer that a qualified taxpayer pays to the department. 21. That is deposited in the general fund. 22. 24-36-503. Corporate tax credits, purchase, authorization to 23 issue, terms, report. 1. A qualified taxpayer may purchase 24 income tax credits from the department in accordance with this 25 section and may apply the tax credits against its income tax 26 liability in accordance with Section 24-36-504. 27. 2. A. The department shall issue tax credit certificates. 14-1004. 1 to qualified taxpayers pursuant to this Part 5 and Part 4 of this 2 Article 36 equal to the lesser of a total face value of up to $1,325 million and any reasonable and 4 necessary administrative, monitoring, and closing costs using 5 sales proceeds or total sales proceeds of up to $106 million. 7. B. The department may contract with an independent 8 third-party TO conduct or consult on a bidding process among 9 qualified taxpayers TO purchase the tax credits. 10. C. The department shall consult with C corporations in 11 advance of issuing any tax credits in accordance with this 12 section. 13. 3. A C corporation authorized to do business in Colorado. 14. Seeking to purchase tax credits must apply to the department in 15 the manner prescribed by the department. 16. 4. Using procedures adopted by the department or, if 17 applicable, by an independent third party, each C corporation. 18. That submits an application shall make a timely and irrevocable. 19. Offer, contingent only on the department's issuance to the C20 corporation of the tax credit certificates, to make a specified 21 purchase payment amount to the department on date specified 22 by the department, which must not burden any single tax year. 23. The offer must include, 24, a, the requested amount of tax credits, which must not 25 be less than any minimum amount established in procedures by 26 the department or, if applicable, the independent third party. 27, b, the qualified taxpayer's proposed tax credit purchase. 15-1004. 1 amount for each tax credit dollar requested. The minimum 2 proposed tax credit purchase amount must be the greater of 3 either, 4, I, the percentage of the requested dollar amount of tax 5 credits that the department and, if applicable, the independent 6 third party determines to be consistent with market condition 7 as of the offer date, or 8, 2, 75% of the requested dollar amount 9 of tax credits, and 10, c, any other information the department or, if 11 applicable, the independent third party requires. 12-5, the department shall provide written notice to each 13 C corporation that submits an application indicating whether 14 the C corporation has been approved as a purchaser of tax 15 credits and, if so, the amount of tax credits allocated and the 16 date by which payment of the tax credit sale proceeds must be 17 made. 18-6, on receipt of payment of the sale proceeds, the 19 department shall issue to each qualified taxpayer a tax credit. 20 certificate. The tax credit certificate must state 21a, the total amount of income tax credits that the 22 qualified taxpayer may claim. 23b, the amount that the qualified taxpayer has paid for 24 the issuance of the tax credit certificates and the date of the 25 payment. 26c, the dates on which the tax credits will be available. 27 for use by the qualified taxpayer. 16-1004. 1d, any penalties or other remedies for non-compliance. 2e, the procedures to be used for transferring or 3 assuming the tax credits in accordance with subsection 7e of 4 this section. 5f, the serial number of the tax credit certificate, and 6g, any other requirements deemed necessary by the 7 department as a condition of issuing the tax credit certificate. 8.7a. The department shall not issue a tax credit 9 certificate to any qualified taxpayer that fails to provide the 10 tax credit sale proceeds within the time the Department 11 specifies. 12b. A qualified taxpayer that fails to provide the tax 13 credit sale proceeds within the time the department specifies IS 14 subject to a penalty equal to 10% of the amount of the 15 purchase price that remains unpaid. The penalty must be paid to 16 the department within 30 days after demand. 17c. The department may offer to reallocate the defaulted 18 tax credits among other qualified taxpayers so that the result 19 after reallocation is the same as if the initial allocation had 20 been performed without considering the tax credit allocation 21 to the defaulting qualified taxpayer. 22d. If the reallocation of tax credits under subsection 23(7)(c) of this section results in the payment by another qualified 24 taxpayer of the amount of tax credit sale proceeds not paid by 25 the defaulting qualified taxpayer, the department may waive 26 the penalty imposed under subsection 7(b) of this section. 27e. A qualified taxpayer that fails to pay the tax credit. 17, 1004. One sale proceeds within the time specified may avoid the imposition 2 of the penalty by transferring the allocation of tax credits to 3a new or existing qualified taxpayer within 30 days after the 4 due date of the defaulted installment. Any transferee of N5 allocation of tax credits of a defaulting qualified taxpayer 6 under this subsection 7 shall agree to pay the tax credit sale 7 proceeds within 5 days after the date of the transfer. 8. The tax credit sale proceeds provided by a qualified 9 taxpayer in return for a tax credit certificate must be deposited 10 in the general fund. 11.9a. The department shall provide, within 30 days 12 after the close of the fiscal year, a data file to the Department 13 of Revenue for each fiscal year in which it issues tax credit 14 certificates pursuant to this Part 5. The data file must include 15i. The name and federal employer identification number. 16 of each qualified taxpayer to which the department issued a tax 17 credit certificate, 18.2. The total amount of the tax credit allocated to the 19 qualified taxpayer, and 23. The serial number of the tax credit certificate issued 21 to the qualified taxpayer. 22b. The department shall maintain records of each tax 23 credit certificate issued, transferred, or assumed that are 24 sufficient to allow the Department of Revenue to verify the 25 issuance and ownership of the credit. The department shall 26 provide the records to the Office of the State Auditor upon 27 requests so that the State Auditor can evaluate the 18, 1004. 1. Effectiveness of the tax credits in accordance with sections 224-36-501, 2b, and 39-21-305. 3.10. The department may pay an independent third party for and any consultant's reasonable and necessary administrative, 5. Monitoring, and closing costs using the proceeds from the sale 6 of tax credits. 724-36-504. Use of corporate income tax credits, carry over. 8.1. For a tax credit certificate issued in fiscal year 2025 to 26, the 9 department, in consultation with the Office of State Planning 10 and Budgeting, prior to the sale, may determine the tax years in 11 which the qualified taxpayer may claim the qualified taxpayer's 12 tax credit against the qualified taxpayer's income tax liability. 13.2. For the tax year specified in the tax credit certificate 14 issued pursuant to section 24-34-503-6, the qualified taxpayer may 15th claim the amount of the tax credit against the qualified 16 taxpayer's income tax liability. If the amount of the tax credit 17 exceeds the qualified taxpayer's actual tax liability for that 18 tax year, the excess is not refunded to the qualified taxpayer. 19. The qualified taxpayer may carry forward and apply the unused 20 tax credit against the income tax liability for any succeeding 21 tax year, except that the tax credit may not be carried forward 22 to a tax year that begins after December 31, 2033. The taxpayer 23 shall apply the carry forward credit against the income tax 24 liability for the earliest of the income tax years possible. Any 25 amount of the tax credit that is not used after this period is not 26 refundable. 27.3. A qualified taxpayer claiming a credit under this part. 19, 1004. 1.5 shall submit the tax credit certificate with its tax return. 2324-36-505. Repeal of Part. This Part 5 is repealed, effective December 4, 31st, 2040. 5. Section 3. Appropriation. For the 2025 to 26 state fiscal year, $448,500 is appropriated to the Department of Treasury. This appropriation 7 is from the general fund. To implement this act, the department may use 8 this appropriation for tax credit administration. 9. Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 10 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 11 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 12 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 13 institutions. 20, 1004.
Members, the bill has been read at length. Again, members, the bill has been read at length. The motion before the House is, shall the main question be now put? I invite everyone to take their seats. Members, the question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Story is excused. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 24 no, 3 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1004 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, 3 excused, and 1 vacancy, House Bill 1004 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 25B 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Woodrow and McCormick, also Senators Kipp and Winter, concerning the elimination of the sales tax vendor fee that retailers are authorized to retain in connection with collecting and remitting state sales tax and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion. The passage of House Bill 1005 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 26 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1005. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 25 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, House Bill 1005 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Brown and Gilchrist, also Senators Judah and Mullica, concerning modifications to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to address the affordability of health insurance in the individual market using non-appropriated funding sources.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1006 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1006 on third reading and final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion for the passage of House Bill 1006 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 26 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1006. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, House Bill 25B 1006 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on August 23rd, 2025 at 2:54 p.m. Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 2, Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 5, and House Bill 1008.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, August 23rd, 2025 at 2:54 p.m. Representative Zokai. Members, you have heard Thank you, Representative Zokai. Representative Zokai, I will ask you to withdraw the motion. Thank you. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, please take your seats. Okay. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on Senate Bill 1 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14. Debate on Senate Bill 1 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a majority of all members elected to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, 1 excused and 1 vacancy, debate on Senate Bill 1 is limited to 1 hour. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on Senate Bill 2 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd.
The motion before us is that debate on Senate Bill 2 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Sukla and Winter. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, 1 excused, 1 vacancy, debate on Senate Bill 2 is limited to 1 hour. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that Senate Bill 3 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd.
Madam Majority Leader, can I have you restate that motion? It is debate on Senate Bill 3.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on Senate Bill 3 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd.
The motion before us is that debate on Senate Bill 3 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Froelich and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, 1 excused and 1 vacancy, debate on Senate Bill 3 is limited to 1 hour. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on Senate Bill 5 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd.
The motion before us is that debate on Senate Bill 5 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 23rd. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, 1 excused and 1 vacancy, debate on Senate Bill 5 is limited to 1 hour. Representative Zokai. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Zokai will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen, on iLegislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 25B-001.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Mobley and Coleman, also Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, concerning the processes for the governor to reduce spending when the state is unable to meet its fiscal obligations and in connection therewith requiring the governor to present spending reduction plans to the Joint Budget Committee and receiving advice from the Joint Budget Committee.
As a reminder, debate has been limited to 1 hour. It is 3:10, and we will start the clock. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 1.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, we find ourselves in a time of extraordinary fiscal uncertainty. Colorado is facing a future of revenue deficiencies created by the congressional budget bill, but there are also inflationary pressures, slower than expected revenue growth, and a looming economic recession. Now that we are faced with having to make mid-year cuts in our budget, we must refine the statute currently in place so that we demonstrate legislative authority, that we encourage fiscal responsibility and transparency. This bill strengthens our ability to respond to such challenges, not by expanding executive power and allowing it to go unchecked, but rather by aligning emergency spending authority with fiscal oversight and accountability. Under current law, the governor has broad unilateral authority to cut programs during a revenue shortfall via executive orders. Without meaningful input from the legislature, we would be at the mercy of cuts we do not approve. Senate Bill 1 changes that. Senate Bill 1 requires the governor to notify the Joint Budget Committee of executive orders to reduce spending and requires the Joint Budget Committee to promptly meet to discuss any spending reduction plan. When the Joint Budget Committee convenes, they will have the opportunity to provide input and guidance and create space for legislative oversight and transparency. The bill also updates the required triggers to more accurately reflect the current size of our reserve, economic pressures, and the need for a larger and stronger piggy bank. In addition to the triggers in existing law, the bill adds that if a revenue estimate indicates that the state needs to use an amount of the reserve equal to 3% of the general fund appropriations for that fiscal year, which is roughly $490 million for fiscal year 26, the governor may take action to reduce spending. Members, I have served proudly on the Joint Budget Committee. I believe in the legislature's authority to not only develop a budget, but to ensure that we are protecting the investments that we have made this many years. I am delighted and honored to be on this bill with Representative Sirota, an esteemed member of our Joint Budget Committee, and I search for your approval and a yes vote on Senate Bill 1.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to join Speaker McCluskey on this important bill for this special session. I just want to give a little bit of an explainer about how we got to Senate Bill 1 and the content there. So following the passage of H.R. 1, LCS and OSPB staff prepared updated revenue forecasts that were inclusive of an analysis of the impacts of H.R. 1 to the state budget. Those forecasts were presented to the Executive Committee on July 30th. Following that presentation, the Joint Budget Committee met then on August 5th, where the committee received presentations again from various budget staffs on this new budget outlook, and also received a presentation of the contents of a memo from Amanda Bickle, JBC staffer. And I encourage everyone, if you want to do a deeper dive, take a look at this memo. I'm happy to point you to it. But it really it gave us a presentation on the historical role of the governor and the General Assembly in addressing revenue declines, which has required the involvement of both branches of government in both regular and special sessions, as well as the executive, who has used executive orders to take action to respond to shortfalls. And there are several statutory provisions that already allow or require the governor to take action in the case of revenue shortfalls. And so the content of this bill is addressing two particular statutes and relocating one of them to make it clear in context, so that we are making clear the ways in which the governor can take action, the executive can take action to reduce spending when either a revenue estimate in the current fiscal year projects that we will be short in our revenue. We are also updating the statute to add, as the speaker shared, a trigger whereby the governor must create a plan and come present to the budget committee if it is anticipated that the use of 3% of our general fund expenditures will draw down the reserve, that amount. And so we think that this is it is a good approach, and I just want to dispel any concern that one may have heard or had that this is ceding any power to the executive branch, and it is not. It is actually putting more guardrails into statute, requiring that a plan be developed and presented to the budget committee in short order when executive orders are made, so that we can have that collaboration and dialogue. That was very important to us, and that means that these actions will occur with transparency in the light of day, and all of us will have the opportunity to weigh in on the course of action in making sure that we are protecting our budget and our general fund and making the cuts that are responsible for our constituents. And I was so grateful yesterday when we presented the bill in committee to have received unanimous support for this legislation, but we are very happy to take any questions if they remain.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, as the Speaker and as Representative Sirota have already said, this is a very, very important bill. And we have to remind ourselves that there is an existing statute on this particular subject. It's CRS 24-75-201.5. That statute gives our governor executive power to enact changes to the budget. Suspend is one of the words that's used in that particular situation. I'm trying to remember what the second one is. But in any case, he can take steps to reduce our spending because we don't have the revenue necessary to, in fact, continue on a path. Now, everybody knows that I'm a Republican and I might disagree with this. I do not disagree with this. An executive, whether it's a governor, an executive, whether it's a CEO, when we're in trying financial times, has to be able to move quickly and efficiently to reduce a budget. And that's what the past statute said. And we did not touch that. What we did touch is the JBC is deserving of that plan being developed and presented to us for discussion, for conference. And the governor and/or the head of OSPB needs to be available to make that presentation to the JBC. As well, the executive directors of the departments need to be on call in case we have specific questions. That's only proper. But the other key component that my two colleagues also talked about that are critical in this bill, and I am very pleased that we found a compromise on this particular subject because I had a bill that was running separately that still did not take away the executive power of our governor in terms of creating executive order. I want to make that clear. But in this particular case, the old statute did not require a detailed plan on those cuts until, and this is critical, until the governor tapped over 50% of the reserve. Folks, to put that in perspective, that's over $1.1 billion. Without this bill, he could have tapped $1.1 billion of our reserve. Keep in mind, our reserve is 15% of our general fund. And there's a reason for that 15%. It's called the big R, not in this case Republican. It's called recession. So we need significant dollars in that if, God forbid, we go into a recession. So what does this bill do? This bill modifies that trigger. It modifies it by saying the trigger is now calculated off of our general fund. In round figures for 25-26, the general fund that was approved by this body was virtually $17 billion. It was just a touch, I think it was 16.9 billion and change. So do the math very quickly. 3% of $17 billion is what? It's about $510 million. So we have cut the trigger by more than a half by putting that 3% in there. The governor still can still move quickly, but he or she needs a plan. And that plan needs to be reviewed and conferenced with us as a JBC on your behalf. That is absolutely critical. And I support this for two reasons. One, executives have to be able to move quickly in times of financial crisis, and we're in one right now. And one of the reasons we're not discussing the cuts here is because the governor's responsibility is to do that and come back to us. So one, we need to reinforce that authority. But two, we need to be fiscally responsible in the sense that a 50%, this original statute, I believe, was 1988. And our reserve was, folks, less than 4%, so my gut feeling is that might have been in the $40 to $50 million. When they wrote that statute, they could never, ever have predicted that it was going to be up as high as $2.3 billion. I don't think they could have predicted that. So revising the statute is the number 2, or the trigger is the number 2. And I can't thank the Speaker and Representative Sirota and Senator Amabile in particular with working with me on the compromise, because I can very much live with the compromise. And I hope you'll support us on this. This is really, really important.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So I like the bill in original form, and I like the compromise even better. I am strongly in favor of limiting the power of the governor. This doesn't actually limit his power, but it brings direct accountability into play. I even suggested that maybe the governor has to be there in person, specifically like opening remarks or something to say, this is what I think we need to do in the big picture, and then he can leave it to the pencil people after that. But I actually like this bill, and I hope we can continue. Colorado's been climbing the last 7 years in how much power the governor has compared to other states' governors. And so I'd like to see us pull that back a little bit, and I think this is, at least in the attitude, I think this is the right direction, while not actually accomplishing the actual direct powers of the governor, but at least gets us closer. And so I was a yes and a props, and I'll be a yes on this here in seconds, and then maybe thirds.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 1? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 1 passes. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title to Senate Bill 25B-002.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Doherty, also Representatives Bacon and Wilford, concerning state-only funding for entities that are prohibited from receiving reimbursement from the federal centers for Medicare and Medicaid services due to the entity providing certain reproductive health care services.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. As a reminder, debate on this bill has been limited to 1 hour. The time is 3:28, and we will start that now. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2.
To the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I am proud to stand here today to present Senate Bill 2 and be extremely clear about the crisis that we face. When Republicans passed H.R. 1 and blew $1 billion hole in our budget, they also banned and immediately removed Planned Parenthood from the federal Medicaid program. This made it impossible for Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains to see Medicaid patients, people who had been scheduled for cancer screenings, birth control refills, prenatal visits. Their appointments were immediately canceled starting July 5th. These people are our constituents, Low-income people, low-income moms, young people, folks in rural Colorado who don't have another provider within miles, they were suddenly told their care was off limits, again, because Republicans in Washington wanted to make a point. Section 7113 in H.R. 1 prohibits federal Medicaid payment to nonprofit healthcare providers if the provider primarily provides family planning services, reproductive health services and related care, offers abortion outside of the limited height exceptions, and received federal and state Medicaid payments totaling more than $800,000 in FY 2023. On July 7th, Planned Parenthood filed an emergency motion, and thankfully the court stepped in with a temporary restraining order, and now an injunction, but those are fragile shields. Between July 7th and July 16th, when care was restored, nearly 1,000 patient appointments were canceled. To be precise, 991 patient appointments were canceled. The federal government has appealed the injunction, and the Supreme Court could end this lifeline at any time. But I want to be clear, crystal clear, about what is really going on here. Project 2025, a conservative policy blueprint led by the Heritage Foundation, laid out an agenda for the Republican administration that included dismantling federal support for Planned Parenthood, restricting contraception, and ending abortion access, thereby reshaping health programs to reflect far-right ideology. In plain terms, Project 2025 explicitly called for restricting Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood, even for non-abortion services, and H.R. 1 was the vehicle to deal the blow. Republicans in Washington targeted Planned Parenthood and Planned Parenthood only. And it had nothing to do with the quality of care that they provide, and it had nothing to do with the fact that Planned Parenthood provides abortion care, because you know who else provides abortion care in Colorado, members? UC Health provides abortion care. Denver Health provides abortion care. Hospitals and clinics across the country provide abortion care, and none of them were kicked out of Medicaid. So let's talk about what the difference actually is. The difference is speech. Planned Parenthood speaks up. Planned Parenthood advocates. Planned Parenthood is not shy about the work that they do and the people that they serve, and they shouldn't be. For too long, talking about breast exams and pap smears and sexually transmitted infections, HIV, contraception, birth control has been taboo, and it has carried a stigma. But you can only break through a stigma by pushing it and pulling it right out into the light, which is why talking about it and refusing to be quiet is so important. And for refusing to be quiet, Planned Parenthood was targeted. Federal judges have already recognized that this exclusion raises serious First Amendment concerns. And while the courts weigh in, patients are the ones paying the price. This bill is a fix responding to that specific targeted action to provide and restore care to our communities. This wasn't a healthcare decision. It was a political decision, and it is having devastating consequences for the people right here in Colorado who need care, especially in rural Colorado, where Planned Parenthood is often the only provider for miles. And if we do something, those patients won't have another option. They'll just continue to go without, and the consequences could be deadly. Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains is an essential, irreplaceable piece of Colorado's primary and reproductive health care system and our healthcare safety net, providing over 55,000 visits annually. 1 in 3 women nationally receive care at Planned Parenthood, including 45% of Black women. 43% of Medicaid enrollees and 21% of Republican women receive Planned Parenthood care. And while Planned Parenthood is wildly popular, taking away funding is not. According to a recent study, 88% of Democrats and 64% of Republicans oppose Congress or the Trump administration taking away funds from Planned Parenthood. 77% of all voters oppose Congress or the Trump administration taking away funds from Planned Parenthood. And 57% of voters who want abortion to be illegal oppose Congress or the Trump administration taking away funds from Planned Parenthood. These numbers just go to show that access to and funding for Planned Parenthood is not and should not be a partisan issue, but fundamentally one about access to health care. I think it's safe to say that every single person in this room has either received care at Planned Parenthood or knows someone who has. In fact, yesterday in the Health Committee, I was blown away when I shared a story about receiving care at Planned Parenthood, receiving a pap smear, receiving a physical, having a consultation about birth control, receiving birth control. And members of the Health Committee, 4 of them, all shared that they have also received care at Planned Parenthood. I think every single one of us, again, knows somebody who has gotten the care that they needed at Planned Parenthood. So we can't for a second pretend like they are not an important part of our healthcare infrastructure that has to be preserved, because our healthcare infrastructure cannot simply absorb all of the patients that could lose access to their life-saving care. I'm going to ask my colleague to speak specifically to what the bill does, but I want to offer members that passing this bill today is our opportunity to put people first, to protect our constituents, and to say that in Colorado, we will protect care no matter what. And with that, I encourage an aye vote.
Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
I'm out of practice. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you to my wonderful co-prime for sharing. I know we're going to talk today about Planned Parenthood, and I want to acknowledge that, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask a little bit for some latitude just to talk about debate today, if you would grant that.
Yes, and that will go for everybody speaking in
Madam
the next
Chair.
50 minutes.
I recognize normally we do try to limit our discussion on particular organizations, but in this case, the entity that we're talking about is specific because the language from the federal statute is also honed in on one organization. So I will recognize that. I will also recognize, too, that I suspect our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will also want that latitude to be able to speak about the organization.
Yes, to be clear, the latitude is to be able to name the organization at issue in this bill, and that is for debate of this bill only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do also want to say that, the reason why we are talking about this organization is in reference to a particular bill, but we are talking about it because of the impact that it has on a significant number of Coloradoans, and we would like to respond to their health care. In regards to this particular organization's clientele, we're responding to their health care, but we're also responding to the impact of the news about their coverage, which did send shockwaves throughout our state. Many of our neighbors have questioned whether or not they have health care. They don't know if they can still go to the doctor. And so that is why we're talking about this as well. I also want to talk about, too, and kind of set a stage. While we have had conversations, quite frankly, all day, I understand how important it is for all of our colleagues to be able to debate here and to be respected as they're listened to. I can tell by the debate that we've heard today what our colleagues' values are, and I hope that ours would be respected too. When I was in committee yesterday, I shared my own particular stories, and I hope people can keep that in mind as we talk about not just this organization, but also the services they provide. And if any indictments are made, I do hope that people understand that these are real people, including myself. And the reason why I shared that is because I opened up yesterday by saying when I first moved to Colorado that Planned Parenthood was my personal provider. And I went there for primary care. Yes, going for a well woman screening is an avenue to primary care. I found out that I have hypertension and has high blood pressure, and I'm gonna share some of my same jokes and as well as pain in this room. I do have high blood pressure. This place did not help it. I love you all. But I also learned about other things that I need to learn about. I learned about the things that African American women are predisposed to. But I did have to go to Planned Parenthood because it was one of the only providers actually within the radius that was close enough to me and to what I could afford. And as we heard in committee yesterday, you know, there was a discussion, you know, this organization is in urban centers. And I'm like, what's wrong with that? All right? Because we need them too. And so I do also know that we're going to talk about the services that this organization provides, but we want to point out that they are not the only organization in the state, let alone the country, that provides that. However, this is the only organization that was targeted for it, and quite frankly, given the language that I will read, this is not an indictment, but the language that I will read that was targeted to not be able to continue to provide them. This is also not the only, the organization will be called, and I say, maybe I won't say will, but has been called an organization that is a business and making money, and perhaps it is a business depending on the definition, but there are also hospitals that are in the business of making money that will not, where you will not hear the same indictments. And so within section 71113 of HR 1, it prohibits federal Medicaid payment specifically to nonprofit healthcare providers if the provider, first, primarily provides family planning services, reproductive health services, and related care. So the language in HR 1 is for nonprofit healthcare providers, not for-profit healthcare providers. Okay? Taking that from him. Nobody got that? Okay. 2, offers abortions outside of the limited Hyde exceptions. Again, this organization's not the only one that does that. And 3, received federal and state Medicaid payments totaling more than $800,000 in FY 2023. In the grand scheme, there's only one other organization in the country that happens to be in Maine that qualifies under those 3 bullet points. And so what we know is that federal law was written so narrowly to apply to one organization, and that, you know, if it had been named, would be unconstitutional because you can't write law to affect one particular business. It's even unconstitutional under the Colorado Constitution. But it has been written so narrowly that it actually swept up just one other organization. And again, this organization isn't the only one that provides, quote, family planning services. It is not even the only nonprofit healthcare provider. It is not the only provider that provides abortions outside the limited Hyde exceptions and so much more. At the end of the day, what we do know is that Planned Parenthood is the only provider of some of these healthcare services in Montezuma and Chaffee counties. This organization has locations in Arvada, Boulder, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, Cortez, Denver, Fort Collins, Greeley, and Salida. 1.6% of Medicaid clients seek abortion care. Only 1.6%. 10% of this organization's clients seek counseling of abortion care, but less than 10% actually get an abortion or proceed with that because what they're looking for is counseling. So that's healthcare counseling, mental health counseling. So we're actually talking about a small percentage or proportion of people. But since this organization is the only healthcare provider in certain counties, and even if they are in urban centers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not important, because remember, it was the closest one for me. There are so many other things that they provide that also have to do with sustaining, supporting, or protecting life, such as providing prenatal care, such as providing cancer screening, such as providing mammograms. And so without this organization, what this bill is about is providing access and recognizing that this one organization's it's ceasing to exist means that we cannot absorb over 10,000 clients into our systems. And even though other entities provide these services, 10,000 people will be out of care. And so the bill is simple. It says, in the event an injunction does not stand within the $17 billion budget that is HCPUF, in which we are already using dollars to cover all Coloradans, to cover the services that Medicaid does not currently provide, which includes abortion. Yes, we do cover that out of state funds. That we have enough money to continue to cover these clients because they are Coloradoans. We have enough money to support people through the ups and downs and the roller coasters of H.R. 1. But more importantly, as a value statement, we do not believe that federal law should target one organization when its clients come from every county, come from every political party, and just want health care, as they had 2 months ago. And so we will continue to hold on to the commitment. We value time in the well, don't we? I did all day. Thank you, sir. It's important to me, just as I value your time. And so with that, that is why we're asking for support on this bill. Lastly, I want to address something before I yield my time to my colleagues in the event that it comes up, because it came up yesterday. Someone asked about how we can support an organization that may have had racist roots. I want to recognize the response from the organization yesterday that said, you know, we cannot defend the actions of people who have died in the past. And I want to say this too. I support an organization who has made commitments to support my community. And I want to say this here because it's not just been brought up yesterday in committee. The history of this organization has been brought up before, last session and the year before, to which I have had to respond. But I can say, if I didn't support any entity, person, or organization that had ties to roots in racism, I wouldn't support nor love this country, but I do. I do not hold it against the organization, nor do I hold harbored feelings against the state of South Carolina or any state below the Mason-Dixon line. But what I do know is that the continuity of care matters to me, just like constituents outside of my House district, just like I am willing to share any dollar that I put into the pot, that someone get the health care they need, regardless of what corner of the state they come from. So this bill is not about abortion. This bill is about continuity of care of our constituents and our neighbors. Thank you all for listening and valuing my time. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we pass the mic, I did want to talk about just a couple of things briefly here. First and foremost, to the point that my colleague just made, this bill is not about abortion care. And this bill is not about whether or not abortion care should be allowed in the state of Colorado. Voters have already made that determination. In November 2024, voters passed Amendment 79, adding abortion rights to the state constitution and repealing the ban on public funding for abortion. That conversation is complete. Voters made their decision. I also need you to hear that this bill is not about abortion. This bill is about ensuring that Planned Parenthood is able to continue to see patients or Medicaid patients, full stop. A couple of other things that we heard yesterday in committee. One was that all Medicaid patients are required to use Planned Parenthood. There are 1.2 million Coloradans enrolled in Medicaid, and Planned Parenthood serves 55,000 patients annually, most between the ages of 18 and 39. So obviously, not all Medicaid patients are required to receive care at Planned Parenthood. Some folks said, well, Planned Parenthood is well off. They don't need this money. I want to be clear in that this is not a subsidy to Planned Parenthood, a present or a big novelty check. Planned Parenthood is part of the state's Medicaid infrastructure. They care for patients insured through Medicaid. Insurance plans reimburse providers for care, and in this case, the insurance plan is the state. What we're doing here is restoring their ability to participate in Medicaid. And then the last thing that I would share is that we heard yesterday that Planned Parenthood is not a primary care provider. I would say for most of Planned Parenthood's population, patient population, Planned Parenthood is their only provider because they're able to meet all of their patients' healthcare needs. Annual checkups, blood works, annual exams, STI screening, birth control. The healthcare services that Planned Parenthood provides cover the majority of the primary and reproductive needs of the population that they serve, which is 80% women who are primarily healthy between the ages of 18 and 39. I will leave you with this. I have a tote bag at home that says, I went to Planned Parenthood and all I got was a breast exam, a pap smear, a physical exam, STD testing and treatment, information and counseling about my sexual and reproductive health, cancer screenings, a pregnancy test, prenatal services, and access to affordable birth control. So will you take a moment to ask yourself, what services did you receive at Planned Parenthood? What services did the person that you know or love received at Planned Parenthood? And then please vote yes on this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, a lot to unpack here. But I got a lot of material, so hope everyone's settled in and ready. Planned Parenthood funding has not been blocked. While H.R. 1 defunded Planned Parenthood, our nation's largest abortion seller of roughly $500 million in taxpayer dollars in the first year of this funding, is not actually blocked. On July 21st, U.S. District Judge Tawani granted Planned Parenthood's injunction to block the defunding provision in the H.R. 1 while pursuing a lawsuit against the Trump administration, staying the restriction for funding. And let's be honest, you're not fooling the people of Colorado. 97% of Planned Parenthood services are abortions. Planned Parenthood claims that blocking funding would impact the other services it provides, such as STDs and contraception. However, according to Charlotte Lozier Institute, in 2021-2022, abortions made up 97.1% of Planned Parenthood's pregnancy resolution services. Boy, that's not a lot for hypertension and cancer screenings and diabetes and contraception. That's a lot of feticide. Planned Parenthood will go broke without tax dollars. Oh, goodness. Planned Parenthood is heavily dependent on public funding to operate for abortion. Their 2022-2023 annual reports show that taxpayer funding in the form of government grants, contracts, and Medicaid reimbursements hit $699 million, with an M, or almost $2 million per day, making up over 34% of Planned Parenthood's overall revenue. The great thing about statistics is we get to do it too. Planned Parenthood is faking their closures. Live Action reports that the clinic closures Planned Parenthood cites as a need for more funding, more than the $700 million they get, is actually part of their 2020 business plan to shift to more chemical abortions via telehealth. We passed that bill. Parents don't even have to know. Hey, 13-year-olds, you can get a chemical abortion pill via telehealth without even the doctor's name on the prescription. Part of their plan, which presents new harms to women since they cannot physically be seen by a provider. Studies show women risk serious harm from mail-order abortion, including an inability to assess gestational age, detect an ectopic pregnancy, or even screen for abuse. I don't know, like trafficking. We are the 10th highest for trafficking in the entire United States, but telehealth will solve that. You don't even have to ask. Or even risking the lives and health of women. Boy, that doesn't sound very equitable, does it? Ooh, I thought we were the party of equity. Coloradans don't want taxpayer funding of abortion. Oh, we gaslight that a lot too. Man, that ballot initiative 79. Oh, the taxpayers knew we were gonna fund feticide. No, they didn't. Colorado's in a massive deficit. According to Amendment 79 polling data from Right to Know Colorado, 48% of Coloradans did not want to pay for abortion using our tax dollars. But the 2024 Abortion Amendment 79 misled voters to believe the state would not foot the bill for abortion by offering a zero fiscal note. It was amazing. Last year, no one had a fiscal note except for Republicans. Weird how that works. Only for the legislator to allocate over $1.5 million last session with no funding ceiling. Our data show that conservatively, SB 25-183 will cost more than $2 million per year, but in actuality, it will likely cost closer to $8.5 million per year in taxpayer-subsidized abortion. And let's talk about the fiscal note, because I believe we tried to run some fees or a vendor fee increase of 6% for small businesses, and what I heard was, we have $1 billion shortfall, and we cannot run any bills with any fiscal note, but oh my gosh, we can run one with a $4.4 million one to fund Planned Parenthood that already gets $700 million in grants. It's weird how that works. We can't have any fiscal notes, but wow, $4.4 million on this bad boy right here. We're prioritizing funding abortion providers. They do 97% of their patients get abortions, despite abortion funding having not been cut. The bill creates a special funding stream for abortion providers who are rightfully excluded from Medicaid reimbursement under federal law. And let's talk about, why did Planned Parenthood get excluded under federal law? Because that's what we're here to talk about. Got 27 pages to talk about it. When the federal government makes decisions about whether or not to fund an organization, the guiding principle must always be accountability. Taxpayer dollars are not free gifts. They are entrusted resources. The citizens of this nation who work long hours and sacrifice to provide those dollars expect that when government allocates them, they are used responsibly, transparently, and effectively. Ooh, when we evaluated Planned Parenthood through the lens, though, serious concerns emerged over the past decade, but particularly in the wake of the 2025 New York Times investigation. That's not even a right-wing source. A troubling pattern came into focus. Planned Parenthood, while presenting itself a champion of women's health care, has repeatedly faced allegations of mismanagement, unsafe practices, poor treatment of staff, questionable financial choices, and failures of transparency. These issues go beyond partisan politics. They speak to fundamental failures of governance and stewardship. At the heart of any healthcare organization must be the safety of patients. That's why I treat patients. I'm held to high regards on keeping my patients safe. And yet numerous accounts suggest that Planned Parenthood has struggled to uphold the most basic standards of care, botched procedures. Former employees and patients have described harrowing lapses in care. One case involved a woman who was 4 months pregnant when staff inserted an IUD, resulting in a stillbirth. Another whistleblower detailed, and let's go back, a stillbirth is a baby that's died. I've personally experienced it. And for it to die, it had to have lived. There was a heartbeat, that was a life, not a clump of cells, it was a life. Another whistleblower detailed a catastrophic procedure where a baby was born alive but later died due to errors and lack of preparedness. And perhaps the most shocking claim, a physician was accused of leaving a baby's head inside a patient and falsifying the medical record to conceal the mistake. Whoa. These are not minor clerical errors. These are profound breaches of medical trust that have life-altering consequences. Unsanitary conditions. Again, why the feds have stopped funding of Planned Parenthood. Patient recovery rooms should be spaces of dignity and healing. Instead, staff at some clinics reported sewage backups and unsanitary facilities. Photographs have circulated of waste contaminating areas where patients were expected to rest and recover. Such conditions are not just embarrassing, they're dangerous, posing risks of infection and undermining confidence in care. Inadequate training. Medical care relies on trained, competent staff. Yet former employees have testified that training at Planned Parenthood clinics was inconsistent, rushed, or non-existent. It's probably why they're leaving babies' heads in people. New hires were sometimes expected to perform critical tasks such as patient intake, blood draws, and lab work without sufficient preparation. Such practices endanger not only patients, but also the staff themselves, who may be exposed to liability and trauma when errors occur. When stories of botched procedures, unsafe environments, and untrained staff surface, they strike at the very credibility of an organization claiming to provide quality health care. A second major category of concern is how Planned Parenthood treats its employees. These are people that used to work for them. High turnover. In some regions, turnover rates have reportedly reached nearly 50% per year. So we're going to give them $4 million. We're going to tax small businesses to death that are trying to make it. But the people that have a 50% turnover rate, we're going to give them $4 million and a $1.2 billion shortfall. Is everyone keeping up? Low wages and resource shortages. Many frontline staff earn such low salaries that they themselves qualify for public assistance. This irony that employees of a federally funded healthcare provider must rely on other government programs to survive has not gone unnoticed. Staff also report shortages of basic supplies, from pain medication to sterilization equipment, leaving them unable to provide adequate care. Labor complaints. Ooh, the labor unions, listen up. Over the years, Planned Parenthood affiliates have faced lawsuits alleging violations of our labor laws. These include refusing to pay overtime, denying required breaks, and retaliating against workers who requested medical leave for childbirth or injuries. Such allegations cast doubt on the organization's claim to be a champion of women and working families when its own employees are treated poorly. Retaliation against whistleblowers. Perhaps most troubling are accounts of retaliation. Employees who raise concerns about discrimination, that doesn't sound equitable, unsafe practices, or financial irregularities have described being fired or pressured out of their jobs. This chilling effect discourages transparency, silences valid concerns, and allows problems to fester unchecked. As an organization cannot expect to provide compassionate care if it fails to treat its staff with dignity, fairness, and respect. Accountability also requires fiscal responsibility. I don't know if we know what that is, but we're going to try to learn it today. Here, two serious concerns have been raised. Exorbitant executive compensation. While clinics in many regions struggle with shortages and closures, reports have highlighted lavish executive pay. In one instance, 5 executives of merging New York affiliates earned a combined $1.5 million, even as local clinics cut staff and services. This raises obvious questions. If resources are scarce, why prioritize executive salaries over patient care and staff support? Decreasing access to care. Despite receiving large donations and federal reimbursements, some Planned Parenthood affiliates have downsized operations, laid off staff, and closed clinics. These closures reduce access for the very communities the organization claims to serve. It is difficult to reconcile the narrative of being a lifeline for the underserved populations with the reality of shuttered doors and diminished services. Funding priorities. Critics have long noted that Planned Parenthood dedicates substantial resources to political and legal advocacy, sometimes at the expense of improving conditions in local clinics. While advocacy may align with the organization's mission, it raises the question of whether taxpayer dollars should indirectly subsidize these efforts instead of going directly to patient care. Oh, Medicaid fraud allegations. Across multiple state Planned Parenthood affiliates have faced multiple lawsuits alleging fraudulent billing practices. These include overcharging Medicaid programs or billing for services not actually provided. While not all of these claims have resulted in convictions, the persistence of such allegations and the legal costs associated with defending them contributes to a climate of mistrust. Together, these financial and operational issues suggest an organization that has not consistently placed patient care at the center of its mission. Finally, we must confront the question of transparency, the lifeblood of any taxpayer-supported entity. Confidentiality lawsuits. Planned Parenthood has sued former employees who came forward with criticisms, alleging violations of confidentiality agreements. The most notable case involved Abby Johnson, a former director who became a whistleblower. A court ultimately found that Johnson has not violated any agreement, casting doubt on the organization's attempt to silence her. Such actions raise concerns about whether Planned Parenthood prioritizes its image over truth. Failure to report trafficking. Uncover investigations have suggested that some staff were willing to overlook signs of human trafficking, providing services without notifying authorities. And I believe we tried to run an amendment so that if there was a man that brought a daughter or a young lady in to the state of Colorado, they had to be checked, and we decided that that was not okay. Although Planned Parenthood disputes these findings, the mere appearance that such allegations could be substantiated has deeply undermined public trust. Protecting vulnerable individuals from exploitation should be a non-negotiable duty for any healthcare provider. I will tell you, as a healthcare provider, it is one of the only priorities I have, making sure that the children I treat in my clinic are safe and that the people I treat in my community are safe. These examples underscore the central issue. Transparency is not optional, it is an obligation, especially for organizations receiving public funds. When questions of misconduct are met with lawsuits, denials, or retaliation, instead of honest accountability, confidence in the organization's integrity erodes. Taken together, these issues, patient safety lapses, poor employee treatment, questionable financial practices, and failures of transparency explain why Planned Parenthood's federal funding has been called into question. The decision to reallocate funds was not an attack on healthcare access. It was a recognition that accountability and trust are the cornerstone of any publicly supported institution. Americans expect their tax dollars to support organizations that provide safe, high-quality care, treat their employees fairly, and handle money with integrity. When an organization repeatedly fails to meet those standards, continued funding becomes impossible to justify. This is about the context in which Planned Parenthood funding was withdrawn. It was never about denying care, even though that's what we continue to hear with the big, bad, ugly bill, but about demanding accountability. It was not about politics, but about stewardship. It was not about punishing one organization, even though we do it to the alternative pregnancy centers in this very state every single session. I've been here for 3, and we continue to punish them year after year after year. But about ensuring that public dollars are directed to providers who can deliver healthcare with transparency, responsibility, and excellence. Whenever the subject of federal funding for Planned Parenthood arises, one of the first objections we hear is this: if funding is withdrawn, women and families will lose access to health care. That statement, while powerful, is completely misleading. The reality is that withdrawing federal dollars from Planned Parenthood has never been about eliminating health care. It has been about redirecting those funds to providers who serve patients with broader services, better accountability, and fewer controversies. Across the United States, there are over 12,000 federally qualified health centers and rural health clinics, compared to just a few hundred Planned Parenthood locations. These community-based providers outnumber Planned Parenthood facilities by nearly 20-1. They are present not just in large cities, but also in rural areas where access to care is often most scarce. Plenty of rural areas in this state are losing OB wards, are losing major health care, while Planned Parenthood benefits. They provide not only reproductive health services, but also actual primary care, pediatric services, chronic disease management, dental care, behavioral health, and preventative medicine. In short, they provide comprehensive care for the entire family, not just a narrow range of services that Planned Parenthood does. These centers operate under strict accountability standards because they are federally designated. They must meet requirements for government's transparency and quality control. They are overseen by local boards, many of which include community members and patients themselves. This local accountability ensures that taxpayer dollars are spent with direct input from the very people being served. Furthermore, community health centers are funded in a way that prioritizes comprehensive care rather than advocacy or political activity. Unlike Planned Parenthood, which devotes significant resources to lobbying and public campaigns, community health centers focus almost exclusively on delivering health care. When taxpayers invest in these centers, they can be confident that the money is going to exam rooms, not political campaigns. Redirecting funds to these providers is not just about avoiding controversy. It is about maximizing impact. A dollar invested in a community health center stretches further, touching more lives and covering a broader scope of needs. It means more families with access to general practitioners, more children receiving vaccinations, more seniors getting screened for chronic illnesses, and more communities with stable health care. And that's what we were put up here to do. We were put up here to provide equity in health care, not $4 million to one organization. It is also worth noting that these providers often have better staff retention and working conditions because many FQHCs are deeply integrated into their local communities. They cultivate a culture of accountability and care that fosters long-term staff commitment. Patients see the same doctors and nurses year after year, building trust and continuity of care, something that is harder to achieve in organizations marked by high turnover and instability. So when critics argue that withdrawal, thank you. So when critics argue that withdrawing federal funding from Planned Parenthood leaves patients without options, the facts tell a different story. Options abound. In fact, they are far more numerous and in many cases more comprehensive than what Planned Parenthood provides. The government's responsibility is not to ensure the survival of one particular organization, but to ensure that healthcare access is maintained and expanded in the most responsible way possible. In this light, redirecting funds from Planned Parenthood to community health centers is not a retreat from healthcare, but a reinvestment in it. It reflects a prioritization of providers that deliver a broader range of services, answer to their communities, and uphold higher standards of accountability. It is a decision grounded not in an ideology, but in common sense stewardship of public dollars. Whenever the subject of federal funding for Planned Parenthood arises, one of the first objections we hear is this: if funding is withdrawn, women and families will lose access to health care. That statement, while powerful, is misleading. I will continue with a couple of other things. What if I'm pro-choice and think Planned Parenthood should continue to be federally funded? Even many Americans who identify as pro-choice are significantly uncomfortable with taxpayer-funded abortions. One poll in late 2016 showed 58% of Americans are against using taxpayer funds through Medicaid to pay for abortions. Another poll in 2015 revealed that 62% of Americans oppose taxpayer-funded abortion, including 45% of those who identify as pro-choice, 61% of independents, and 44% of Democrats, and 65% and 61% of African Americans and Latinos, respectively. Continuing to fund Planned Parenthood is giving corporate welfare, and we just talked about this. We just talked about corporate money. We just talked about overseas bank accounts to the richest. So it's mind-boggling to me that we're going to continue to fund a billion-dollar company, but we're going to take it away from the small businesses who we deem to be rich. But it's okay to do that. It's okay to take it away from the community-based healthcare centers that have proven time and time again to be up to standards to our state regulations. Make it make sense. Another point to consider is that Planned Parenthood, several affiliates, and their business partners have been under criminal investigation to a laundry list of crimes, including profiting off the sale of aborted baby body parts, compromising patient privacy, altering the abortion procedure to obtain better fetal tissue, and thereby putting the health of the mother in danger, failing to comply with the Born Alive Infant Protection Act. Again, why the federal government has taken funding from this organization, and failing to comply with the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act. Dozens of former employees have blown the whistle on the unscrupulous nature of Planned Parenthood options counseling, acknowledging that it was used to steer women towards abortion. So let's go back to this. If Planned Parenthood is used for all of these preventative resources, even though we say 97% are used for abortions, then why are whistleblowers coming out saying that they were told to steer women towards abortion, which they profit from? They're not doing it for free, instead of adopting or parenting, which they don't get paid for. According to their 2023-2024 annual report, Planned Parenthood committed more than 187 abortions for every one adoption referral. I want to say that again. Planned Parenthood committed more than 187 abortions, which they get paid for every one adoption referral. Money, money, money. The median cost of an abortion is between $508 and $535, and we know that's more here because Colorado is a sanctuary state for abortion. So a third-term abortion can cost up to $30,000. But we don't have the data because we like to hide that from the good taxpayers of Colorado. Planned Parenthood makes more than $2.3 billion in annual revenue. For years, Planned Parenthood officials, staff, and surrogates have repeatedly promoted false information about the services they offer, falsely claiming they provide mammograms and the uniqueness of their work to convince politicians to give them $792 million in taxpayer funding just in 2023-2024 fiscal year alone. However, everything Planned Parenthood sells except abortion can be found within the nationwide network of federally qualified health centers at universally lower prices. All figures taken from Planned Parenthood Federation of America's 2023-2024 annual report. Plan A, provide poor quality, faulty birth control. In its February 2005 issue of Consumer Reports, the nonprofit Consumers Union ranked 2 of Planned Parenthood's condom lines the lowest out of all brands they tested. Plan B, encourage daily hormonal treatment. Planned Parenthood encourages girls to begin a daily regimen of hormonal birth control, and they placate fears about side effects by saying that modern hormonal contraceptives are safer than earlier iterations because they contain smaller amounts of hormones, even though they are still dangerous side effects. Should something go wrong, though, they'll then offer you the same hormones in massive doses called the morning after pill, or Ella, which can cause early abortions. Claim it's perfectly safe and hope you don't notice they're contradicting themselves. So why should the people of Colorado be forced to underwrite abortion providers. Why should a single mom already struggling to buy groceries see her tax dollars funneled into Planned Parenthood's bank account? And we just saw a $2.3 billion bank account. And you know, earlier today, we just talked about this. $500,000 is rich, right? For a single filer, $1 million is, really rich. $2.3 billion for my Democrat friends, what's the word for that? If $500,000 is rich, $2.3 billion must be really rich. Really, really, really rich, but we are going to give them another $4 million. So make it make sense, Colorado. Make it make sense, because 500,000 is too much. Why would a father already paying higher fees on everything from car registration to utilities now be told he is financing abortion providers? Because again, 97% of services at Planned Parenthood, with this fiscal notice asking for another $4 million, are for abortions. Why should the teacher, already underpaid, already watching deductions eat away at her check, be told that her money is going to Planned Parenthood? Why should the mom who buried her only daughter be using her taxpayer money to fund that? She shouldn't. She won't. I will tell you why. Because Planned Parenthood is a political ally of the majority in this chamber. That is the reason. Colleagues, I want you to stop and think about this for a moment. Think about the grandmother raising her grandchild because her daughter is addicted to drugs. She's on a fixed income. She is waiting for the state to help to get her granddaughter therapy. She pays her taxes faithfully. She does everything right. And what do we tell her with this bill? We tell her that Planned Parenthood comes first. Her granddaughter's on a wait list, but Planned Parenthood is not. They already get $2.3 billion and a ton of private funding. Enough to buy champagne to pop in the lobby when they pass a bill. Her granddaughter's on a wait list, but they're not. Her granddaughter waits months for help, but Planned Parenthood gets a direct pipeline of taxpayer dollars. Now, some of you will stand up and say, but Planned Parenthood does more than abortions. They do cancer screenings. They do contraception. They do checkups. So let me respond. So do hundreds of other clinics across Colorado that have been coming in to Health and Human Services begging for money, begging because they're having to provide services for undocumented immigrants and they need money. So we're telling them, sorry, you don't get that money, rural healthcare centers, because the big giant of Colorado gets the $4 million that we were here to cut spending for. And in State and Veteran Affairs, I saw 6 Republican bills be killed because some had a fiscal note, but $4 million apparently is outside of that. $4 million's enough. They do checkups. Federal qualified health centers, nonprofit clinics, rural hospitals, they do all of that. They provide real care. But you know what they don't do? They're not lobbyists and they're not political machines. They provide preventative care. They treat your kids. They treat your husbands. They treat your grandparents. They don't spend money on campaigns. They don't have the big lobbyists up here asking for $4 million. If this bill were truly about women's health, the money would go to them. But it does not. It goes to Planned Parenthood. Why? Because this is not about health. It's about politics. And colleagues, I'm tired of the hypocrisy. I'm tired of hearing speeches about affordability, about how families can't keep up, about how we're for the working class.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
You are.
I forgot you were back there.
Yes, I am. Thank you. You're really close to impugning the motives of the majority here, and I believe you have actually.
Close or I have?
We had a very robust discussion earlier about how we engage with each other, and I believe that you should steer it back to the bill, please. Thank you.
It was not my intent to impugn. My apologies. Next time, if you give me an example, I will pull it back. Thank you for tightening the ropes.
And you
Appreciate it.
have 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in debate.
Can I get my time back? I'm kidding. I was just joking. Every dollar to Planned Parenthood is a dollar not going to families. Every dollar to Planned Parenthood is a dollar not going to schools, not going to seniors, not going to children with disabilities, not going to rural hospitals. Every dollar to Planned Parenthood is stolen from those who truly need help. The DD waiver list has 1,000 people on the wait list. These are children with developmental disabilities. They cannot live on their own. They need these services so that they're not institutionalized. Every town hall that I put out there, parents are begging me. The spending has been cut. The spending has been cut. Please help us. We have another 4,200 people waiting to even get on that list. And instead of taking people, hundreds of people off that list, we are going to give $1 billion industry money. That is devastating to me, and it should be devastating to every senior, low-income family, and child with disabilities in your district. It should devastate you. That is not compassion. These children need the services. Medicaid was intended for low-income families, it was intended for children with disabilities, and it was intended for seniors. It was not intended to go to $1 billion industry that gets $700 million in funding and grants. We came here because our governor called us in and put parameters on us to save money. It's appalling to me that I am sitting here looking at a $4 million fiscal note when my caucus tried to take and help the small businesses of Colorado that are suffocating under 200,000 regulations and fees. We came here to do the work of the people, to help the people that Medicaid was intended for. It was intended for 3 groups of people. It was not intended to fund $1 billion industry where 97% of services are for the feticide of children. And with that, I move Amendment L008 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second.
Sorry, I need to give them one. May I have one? Because I give them mine away.
We have 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and just for the record, if time expires during this amendment, we will vote on the amendment, and then we will vote immediately on the bill. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to read this amendment. It is to amend re-engrossed bill, page 2, after line 13, insert, a prohibited entity that is eligible to receive funding pursuant to this section and that provides abortion care services shall use the proceeds the prohibited entity receives from the sale of anything related to fetal harvesting, including the sale of organs, to reimburse the State Department for payments received from the State Department pursuant to this section. And I will say, you should agree with this amendment. If you don't think fetal harvesting is going on in this state, if you don't think babies' parts are being sold, then you got nothing to hide. This should be an easy yes vote. Should be an easy yes vote for you to say, hey, people of Colorado, we're here. We're here to be transparent and accountable. There's no fetal parts in your water. Babies aren't dying so that we can sell their parts to this billion-dollar company. This isn't happening. This is a great amendment. It's a perfect amendment for the people of Colorado to know that in this state, we mean business and that we're going to continue to be transparent under the Golden Dome in all of our districts so that we can be held accountable.
Thank you, Representative Bradley. Time for the bill. The debate on the bill has expired.
Awesome. Thank you.
The question before us is the passage of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L008 fails. The question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 2 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Wallace, also Representatives Garcia and Stewart Kay, concerning supporting access to healthy food for Coloradans and in connection therewith, amending the ballot issue language for a measure on the November 2025 ballot and modifying the permissible uses of the Healthy School Meals for All Cash Fund.
Pursuant to the Majority Leader's motion and the vote of the House of Representatives, debate on this bill will be limited to 1 hour. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 003.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senate Bill 003 does one thing. It takes the ballot question MM that we passed in the general session that raises revenue to fully fund healthy school meals for all, and it amends that question that will appear on the ballot in November to allow the additional revenue raised after Healthy School Meals for All program is fully funded, that the additional revenue can go to fund SNAP in Colorado. Now, I want to be clear that this bill amends a law that has already been passed that sends a question to the ballot to increase funding for HSMA. That, my friends, is not up for debate today. We are not debating Healthy School Meals for All. That is done, that is set. You vote no on this bill, it does not change the fact that MM goes to the ballot as is. The question that we are debating today is whether or not to give voters the opportunity to vote on a question asking if the remaining revenue raised if MM passes after Healthy School Meals for All is fully funded can go to funding the additional cost sharings handed down to the states and administrative burdens caused by H.R. 1. So why is this needed? Trump's and the congressional Republicans' harmful H.R. 1 caused devastating cuts to SNAP funding, putting many families in every single one of our districts at risk of hunger and malnutrition. H.R. 1 makes deep funding cuts to SNAP. It reduces the administrative cost sharing at the federal level, requiring states to pay more. It expands work requirements for adults to 80 hours a month, requires more frequent eligibility verification, which is every 6 months for adults. That in itself increases the administrative burden on families and on counties, and it reduces the SNAP benefits and access, with an estimated 3 million individuals losing access nationally. And here in Colorado, that results in 300,000 families possibly losing their benefit. While the additional revenue raised from MM won't cover all of the costs, all of the cuts caused by Trump and the congressional Republicans' H.R. 1, it does allow us to fill a major administrative cost-sharing hole that would have forced us to move funds from other vital services that are being attacked by H.R. 1. Voters should be allowed the opportunity to decide if they want to help fix the harm caused by Republicans' H.R. 1 and ensure Colorado families don't go hungry. Please vote yes.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my colleague stated, with the passage of H.R. 1, the state of Colorado and counties, because we use counties to administer the SNAP program, could face at least $50 million per year in new costs to maintain the program, starting in fiscal year 26-27. Why is that? Because H.R. 1 shifts the administrative cost to the state. Instead of Colorado covering 25% of administrative costs, the state will now be responsible for 50% of those costs, taking much-needed food off the tables of families, seniors, and veterans. With this bill, we have the unique opportunity to close the HSMA gap and use remaining funds to assist the state and counties with administration, outreach, application assistance, and community education. With this bill, we can keep Coloradans fed.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to come up here to speak on, again, got to defend H.R. 1, got to defend President Trump, and HR 1 is actually great. It's not as bad as everybody's saying it is. So what HR 1 did to the SNAP program and what this bill is trying to fix is HR 1 fixed wasteful spending in SNAP. Many of you know, and I know some people that have publicly and out loud said that they have taken advantage of the SNAP program. This is what HR 1 is doing. It is minimizing the wasteful spending for the people taking advantage of the SNAP program, giving the SNAP program what it's intended to do, help the people that actually need it. Working age adults with no disabilities, that obviously there's plenty of jobs in the state that could be hiring, that are living on the SNAP program. That is wasteful spending. Those people are taking advantage of that program and taking money out of the people that actually need it. That's what HR 1 did. And now the state of Colorado and this body wants to continue the wasteful spending of the SNAP program. No, let's not do that, members, fellow colleagues. Think about it a little bit. We're not going to be wasting money. We shouldn't be wasting money. That money should be going to the people that actually need it. Now, I'm not saying that SNAP is not needed. Of course, I know SNAP is needed. But to the people that actually need it, not the people that are taking advantage of this system. There are plenty of people taking advantage of many systems and many programs that we offer in the state and in the nation. Medicaid is another one. HR 1 fixed that as well. Getting rid of the people that are taking advantage of those systems. Putting those programs back to the people that actually need it. For that reason, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, what are we on, day 8 of Rubber Stamp-a-Palooza, or does it just feel like day 8? More spending, more taxes, more debt. So far, the way to deal with our financial crisis, for which we were dragged into special session, is more spending, more taxes, more debt. This is more taxes. Why is it more taxes? Well, it has to go and be tacked on part of MM, because if there's extra money, that extra money would then be, if there's extra money beyond what's needed to fully fund the initial part, saying, oh no, well, you know, we have to have that money in order to, otherwise you would have this dreaded situation whereby that money would be returned to the citizens of Colorado. That, for some reason, is anathema. I use that for our colleague with the bridge to nowhere. I figured he would appreciate the word anathema. All
to
right.
the bill, Representative DeGraff. Thank you.
With the passage of Fiscal Responsibility Act in 2023, the federal government has changed the work requirements for supplemental nutrition. Able-bodied, able to work, or able-bodied adults without dependents. The main change in the modification of the age range is individuals who are considered able-bodied adult without dependents. See, I thought that was ABAW. I thought it was able-bodied, able to work. I thought maybe the D was Democrats, but it wasn't. Well, it kind of is, but because that's who's going to be affected. But able-bodied, able to work Democrats are able-bodied adults without dependents. I think it works both ways. Individuals between the age of 18 and 54 who are considered able-bodied adults without dependents are subject to additional work requirements. And we just heard how horrible some of those additional work requirements were, although, I don't know, I think most of us in here do that. subject to additional work requirements and time limits. This page is a resource to understanding how the change affects SNAP eligibility and work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents, or able-bodied, able-to-work Democrats in Colorado.
Okay, Representative DeGraff,
We'll go with able-bodied,
I'm
able-bodied
going to give you
adults
some
without dependents.
latitude.
I
Please,
appreciate that.
Please, I don't know what you're trying to do there. Please stick to the policy of the bill. We're not here to debate H.R. 1 necessarily.
Oh, we're not on H.R. 1.
We are here to talk about the bill. So
Thank you,
please,
Mr.
please
Chair.
confine your comments to the bill.
I was just correcting my misunderstanding of the acronym ABAWD. Able-bodied adult without dependents. Able-bodied adult without dependents. Who would ever guess that they would be held to a higher level of accountability for feeding themselves? Who would guess that? We have taking away that loss of dignity in the in subsidizing the making the social, well, creating a social hammock instead of a social safety net, creating a social hammock. So who are the people? Who does it affect? And this is the cdhs.colorado.gov website. People who are between the ages of 18 and 54. They are not disabled. They are not living with a child under the age of 18. Who is not affected by this change? Individuals who are under 18 or over 54 are not affected, as are some individuals who are exempt from able-bodied adult without dependent rules. See, I get kind of caught up in that now, including those who are physically or mentally unable to be employed, exempt. Those who are pregnant, exempt. Those who are veterans, exempt. Those who experience homelessness, exempt. Age 24 and younger who were foster care on their 18th birthday, exempt. I don't understand all these rules. I'm just telling you what the exemptions are. We're not debating the rules. These are rules that are in place. Participating in certain educational vocation training. Some individuals are exempt, including those who are, yep, I read that correct, participating in education or vocational training programs. Wow, the list of exemptions is quite broad. So if you're 24, but were in foster care when you were 18, you're exempt. What must an able-bodied adult without dependents do? I'm getting better. In order to maintain SNAP eligibility. And what does SNAP? Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Just keep working to get it back to the bill. Right now we're talking about SNAP. That's important. Keep working to get back to the bill. This is about putting something to the voters in Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And funding.
Well, I think the voters of Colorado need to understand what's being put to them. They do need to will understand what's being put to them in order to maintain SNAP eligibility, because we're talking about putting something on Prop MM that will increase their taxes. That's why it's a ballot initiative, because it will increase their taxes. So we're not talking in this time frame about anything that will, say, reduce the overspending of the spendthrifts, spendthriftivity, I don't know what we'd call that. Never mind. In order to maintain SNAP eligibility, able-bodied adults without dependents must participate in a work activity 20 hours a week. So an able-bodied adult without dependents, not going to school, hadn't been under the age of 24, but hadn't been in foster care on their 18th birthday, not experiencing homelessness, would be expected to work 20 hours per week, 80 hours per month. And why would you want to have that work requirement in there? So that they can get on that first rung of the ladder. You want to get them on that first rung of the ladder. Get them out there experiencing being independent instead of on the government dole. It is incredibly harmful to people that are able to work to leave them in an infantilized state for the sake of their vote. 20 hours per week. They can only receive SNAP benefits for more than 3 months within a 3-year period known as the time limit if they meet the work requirement or are otherwise exempt. So we have lots of exemptions already. So the only thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to get these work requirements changed so that an able-bodied adult without dependents doesn't have to work 20 hours per week. So you might ask yourself, what is an able-bodied adult without dependents going to do for all of the hours per week? I mean, what do we got? 72, 144, another 168. 168? What are they going to do for the other 148 hours per week if they're not working? We don't care. We have no expectations from them. Known as the time limit if the work requirements are otherwise exempt. Able-bodied adults without dependent individuals can receive SNAP benefits for a maximum of 3 months within a 36-month period. Also known as the time limit, these months do not need to be consecutive once the time limit is exhausted. So if they're going back and forth in between jobs while they're getting themselves sorted out, they can be on SNAP. If they have any one of those very broad range of exemptions, they can be on SNAP. How do they meet the work requirements? They must participate in a work activity 20 hours per week, average 80 hours per month. This can include paid work, unpaid work, volunteer, participation in Colorado Employment First, or participation in another program. So they don't even necessarily have to find an actual paid job because we are paying their wage to eat. If you are working, your pay stubs will verify that you're meeting this requirement. If you are participating in Employment First, your Employment First case manager will provide verification. If you are participating in another type of employment and training program, you will need to work with your case manager. If you are participating in an unpaid work, volunteer work, you can still use the able-bodied adult without dependents volunteer verification form to report and verify your volunteer work. What is the definition of being unfit? Homelessness. Recently released from an institution like this one. Individuals with disabilities. Individuals with a history of being unable to maintain employment or domestic violence. The intent of the work requirement is to promote SNAP recipients to self-sufficiency and the dignity of work by requiring them to put one foot on the ladder and helping them get there by forcing them to get out of their mother's basement and actually into participating in humanity. I think it's called adulting, and it's 20 hours per week. So when these sponsors are saying that we just want to do something with your money, and we don't really know how much money is going to be left over from Prop MM after the overall changes, so I don't really know how much it's going to be. And how much is this going to save the taxpayers of Colorado? Well, zero. That's why we're here. That's why we're here right now, because we are trying to not solve the budget crisis at all. What we're trying to do in this hour is try to figure out how we can prevent able-bodied adults without dependents from having to go into the workforce at a minor level. That's why that's what this hour is about. So I wonder, people of Colorado, how do you feel about an able-bodied adult without dependents, not even required to work 20 hours per week, to be on SNAP, to live off of your wages?
Representative DeGraff, just a reminder that that is not at issue in this bill. This bill is about putting to the question to the voters of the leftover money related to a particular a proposition that we passed earlier in this. So I appreciate it was a long walk. You did get back to the bill eventually, and now you've strayed again. So let's just keep it to the bill, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'd like to know from the citizens of Colorado is after the tax increase of Proposition MM, and it is a tax increase, so you have the tax increase that they've tugged at your heartstrings and you said, yes, you can take some more money because Colorado, after you've paid for the $5 billion train to nowhere, after the first $5 billion, hundreds of millions of green grift, now we need to do healthy school meals because that's a priority that's funded after all of these other pet projects. But so the people of Colorado, how do you feel about being asked to have your taxes raised? And then after you've approved this part for healthy school meals, and this is not about, we're not going to talk about the tens of millions of wasted food that goes into the trash or the kids that complain about the meals in the Skulag that they will not eat, but instead just take and throw away, or the number of empty calories on these food things, or the subsidies to these different organizations. We're not going to talk about any of that. Because, Mr. Chair, that would not be to the bill. So instead, I'm asking the people of Colorado, how do they feel about having the state come and ask them to raise their taxes to fund a program and then take any money that happens to be left over and fund able-bodied adults without dependents to stay home on their couch and not work for 20 hours per week. That's what this bill is about. That's what the bill is about. So when they say, we're talking about all these thousands of people that are going to be kicked off, we're talking about able-bodied adults without dependents. So I'm a no on this. I would like to actually see a financial breakdown, like how much is expected to go into this, who's actually expected to go onto it. Because the Colorado website here tells me that the main changes are just about able-bodied adults and work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. So if I'm reading the government's page wrong, then my bad, but that's what it said.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me start with correcting the statements that were just made with regard to what this bill does and the reason that we're proposing this change in the voter initiative, which our colleagues have been asking us to do over and over and over again. We are going to the voters because we want to be able to spend this money without going to the voters in the future where we have even a bigger hole. This one is directly tied to HR 1, and this is why. When the food program was established, and in all of its years, the administrative cost for that program has been borne by the federal government. What HR 1 does is shift all of those costs to the states. What we are asking, or 50% of those costs, approximately $50 million, we are asking for this money, the voters to approve, that we use this money, which is directly tied to the purpose, that is feeding people, to be used for the purposes of filling that administrative cost. Now, here's the other part that is all incorrect from what you just heard, so let me clarify. HR 1 also does the following in terms of changing requirements. It expands the age range of individuals for work. The work requirement now applies to able-bodied adults without dependents up to 64 years of age, from the previous 54 years of age, adding 10 more years of qualification requirements, which will need to be verified by the counties. It established stricter exemptions for parents, meaning that your dependent has to be 14 years of age or younger in order for you to qualify for food stamps, thus, again, limiting the exemption. The third thing it does is it removes the exemptions for veterans, homeless adults, and young adults who have aged out of foster care. Those individuals are no longer exempt from having to meet the work requirements. So let's just start with that. Given the expanded populations, and the other kicker is now we have to verify that work eligibility twice a year. I love the example of my former colleague who talked about people can come in and out of the SNAP system because they may be eligible because of part-time work, and then not eligible because they actually can make full-time work. What that leads to is a verification nightmare for our county workers who have to ensure that they don't make a mistake in calculating and counting that cost. These are the administrative burdens that are now going to be shifted to the counties from the federal government because from our state, the county administers the programs. And that cost is going to be substantial because in addition to this, there's also an error rate that comes out on the back end that might actually hurt us in other ways that we're going to have to deal with. So caseworkers, when we heard testimony from the people who administer this program, take 18 to 24 months to be fully vetted at the county level to understand and administer all these programs. The work requirements in the SNAP provisions may or may not be consistent with the new work requirements that are required for Medicaid, and so we're going to have additional training and burdens on the county personnel having to do this. That's fine. We as a state care about these individuals, and we have amazingly dedicated county workers who try to ensure that we're doing the right thing and processing these claims. However, the administrative burden alone and this increased cost is going to directly affect the expenses for the state. We are fortunate right now that we have an opportunity to ask the voters, can we use any excess funds that are already being raised to help feed our fellow citizens to pay for this administrative burden so we don't add to the hole that exists with other aspects of H.R. 1. Therefore, it's directly tied to the call that we have because the call was recognizing that one of the reasons we're here is there are going to be unexpected costs, and these costs go into effect this October, prior to us being able to come back in the next session and address those costs. And we have a ballot initiative that is perfectly situated to have the voters answer this call. It's a reasonable bill. It's a bill that says to the voters, you can choose. If you choose not to extend the Healthy Meals for Food program under the original request of the initiative, none of this becomes relevant because we won't have extra money. But if you choose as a voter to expand that and say, yes, we think that's a high priority, we are okay with you spending that fund, and instead of having to come back and vote again on some other use of any of that money or straight return, there's this crisis that exists in food safety and security with regard to SNAP. Can we use that money now? Again, this is the magic bill. This is what you ask for every time. This is our side saying to the voters, will you let us use this money in this way? This should be a bill that everyone can be behind because this is when we are asking the voters to let us follow our values and feed our people and fill the administrative coffers, so we're not literally then taking money out of the people who are eligible for SNAP benefits because otherwise we'd have to use our state resources for those administrative costs, and that cuts further the SNAP benefits available to the hungry people. I say additionally, I speak passionately on this issue because I have family members that are currently on SNAP. I have family, my brother who receives dialysis 3 times a week, who's just under 64 years of age, is already going to be subject to proving that he is eligible for these benefits, which barely keep him alive. Without that, he would be facing such food insecurity that who knows what would happen. So there are so many people that live on the margins that we care about, that use this money that is provided from the nutritional program, SNAP program, to survive, to really have the food to eat. And this is a population, this is a program that we want to put our values behind. That's why we're asking the voters to also put their values behind it, and I would encourage everyone to vote yes on this bill.
Just a reminder, there's 31 minutes left in this debate. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sponsors, for actually recognizing that sometimes we do have to ask the voters for permission to do things. This is an absolutely wonderful change in the way we've been approaching these problems, so thank you for a referred measure. That being said, I've got some things that I think will make this measure, a little bit easier for folks to swallow. So I would move Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very simply, I mean, we've been brought in, extraordinary session. There's been a bill from the federal government. Apparently, we've got to react fast, and I do agree we've got only one shot to take this to the vote, to take something to the voters before it goes into effect. But I would like to get support on this amendment that just changes the effective date from July 1st to October 1st, 2026. October 1st, 2026 is when the change for HR 1 actually takes effect. So having ability to use monies for several months prior to that when we actually don't have a cost incurred, I think is premature. So it just doesn't change anything in terms of what monies could be used for, expanded uses, but just doesn't allow the use of them until the need is actually there under HR 1. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Garcia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for participating in the bill drafting. I would like to ask for a no vote on this amendment. If this were to pass, this amendment would actually throw off our implementation of HSMA. It would create a gap in funding for HSMA, which would then cause schools to stop actually being able to offer the program, therefore making it even more difficult for schools to come back and restart up the program. So please vote no.
Representative DeGraff to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if maybe you could expound on that or expand on that, that we have that a program that is not going to be reduced, HR 1, not going to go into effect on the till the 1st of October. If you know that this was going to be going into effect on the 1st of October, it would be easy enough to continue that funding in order to project that and say, okay, the funding that we have all goes till the end of September, and now on 1 October, we're going to pick it right back up. So what is it? Could you just explain what it is that is going to create this gap of, if you know that the funding is going to start on 1 October, why would the funding, the previous funding that's through the 30th of September, why would that end? I'm just confused on why that would end if you already know that it's going to continue.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you for the question. So if this is when we get complicated, and we have to remember two bills that passed last year. We passed one which referred 2 questions to the ballot. We also passed another one that came from JBC that basically allowed us funding through the end of this fiscal year, which is in December. That's only and after December ends, if MM doesn't pass, HSMA no longer can continue. So we have a very calculated, finely threaded calendar that if we were to delay any sort of implementation or any sort of collection, that will throw off honestly, I will say, thanks to the amazing JBC staff, the perfectly calendared projection of being able to continue the program along with the hopes of MM passing and being able to use the revenue generated. If MM doesn't pass, the $50 million that JBC allocated to see HSMA through this fiscal year, that will be it.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of or adoption of Amendment L004 to the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Richardson.
I appreciate being invited to help draft at this late moment. I'm sure everybody in our caucus would have been thrilled to participate, but better late than never. So with that, thank you. Oh. Another amendment. I move L005 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Richardson.
All right, this amendment is kind of a forcing function. We talked about the change in allocation for administrative costs. Federal government, up until now, has been providing 50%. The states have been 50%. And now it looks the shift would be a 75 from the state, 25 from the federal government. And that's about a $35 million bill to our state. But what's looming beyond that is a discipline on the system piece that's also in H.R. 1 that states that if our error rates are above 6%, that the state actually bears some costs for the actual subsidy that is provided under SNAP. Right now, it doesn't matter whether your program's perfect or broken, how much your error rate is, the federal government pays 100% of the subsidy. That has allowed states to really not focus on managing their programs well. You know, our state, again, has kind of pushed this down primarily to the counties. Some of them do very well, some not as well. Everybody's trying to do the right thing. But our error rates in this state are nearing 10%. At 10%, we're going to bear a bigger cost going forward of almost $140 million a year. We can prevent that. That $140 million doesn't have to come to our state if we get our error rates to 6% or below. So this amendment simply states and provides a bit of a forcing function to the executive branch to manage the program well. It simply states that if this ballot measure passes, you can't use the money unless we get the error rates below 6%. And in doing so, we preserve or eliminate the risk of having to vote another 140 million or more as time goes by, depending on the error rates, from being borne by our taxpayers. So this is an exercise in fiscal discipline. It gives a tool to the governor and to the departments to push to manage this program wisely, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I urge a no vote. Number one, the federal error rate limit, or floor, ceiling, whatever, is actually federal law. Second, this type of policy to address any sort of implementation will happen in 2026 if MM passes. We should not be putting language like this on a ballot initiative. And so with that, I sincerely ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Richardson.
I urge that a yes vote because we shouldn't be giving a blank check with no conditions. Our people deserve better than that.
Is there any further discussion? Representatives K. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The error rate is not a measure of fraud. Fraud is closely monitored, and error is about human error. So we're talking about overpayment, underpayment with these benefits. And we are already tackling that, all hands on deck at CDHS to make this happen. Our counties are working hard. So let's not put the cart before the horse. This is a no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
I did not allege fraud. I alleged poor management. Errors are the result of poor management. I applaud the fact that we're working to get it better. I know we are. I was a county commissioner. Our HHS department worked very hard on this, but we aren't there. I mean, we should not be accepting a nearly 10% rate. I know we're working to get it down. This just adds a little bit more pressure from above that if you want this money for administration, you need to get the error rates down and try to prevent those mistakes. We can't just say everything is a mistake, oops, and move on. We're dealing with public funds. We have a fiduciary responsibility, and oops doesn't cover those errors.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So mean, this is not a matter of anything to take offense at. This is just kind of a normal metric. And if anything is important, it has a metric. You're going to keep track of it. You're going to be looking for that goal. It's not a zero. It's not a zero. It just says we want to, you need to get the error rate below this, or you have a goal, you have something to attain, and you have some level of accountability. That is what drives the improved performance that you're looking for when you have all hands on deck to say, we've got to achieve this. That's what you're shooting to achieve, correct? You're shooting to achieve zero error, right? We're all shooting to achieve zero error. So, okay. This just puts a metric. This just puts a metric on it to say, when audited, so that you have some sort of a standard by which you would apply yourself, to which you would apply yourself, in order for these money. Because again, we are acting in a fiduciary manner. And if we can't show a less than, in this case, the error rate specified, if we can't show that level of error, I mean, then I think then the right thing to do would be to come up with an error rate that you feel is acceptable. Because right now, I don't really see that we have an error rate that's problematic. There's nothing to achieve there. So I think it's a good amendment, not because it's insulting, it's just something that says we are trying to get to zero error because we're going to be fiduciaries of the citizens' money, because that's what we're doing. So you set a goal, you put a standard, and you measure it. And you measure yourself against that standard. That is what it's for. A ruler is a standard. You measure against that ruler. So this is the kind of stuff that we need to do with our government programs to have accountability, not just all hands on deck. Maybe we get there, maybe we don't, but we really don't know what the standard is. This gives us a standard to achieve and then be able to ask questions and make evaluations based on that. This is a good amendment.
Representative Basenaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Ditto.
Oh, ditto. Well, thanks. That's nice. One quick comment on this and then two finer points. First off, if we're talking about error rates, I think this is actually indicative of a 100% error rate in terms of policy and where this amendment would take us. Candidly, what happens when you adopt an amendment like this, you don't actually change the number of hungry kids in your community. You don't actually change the number of hungry families in your community. You simply limit the ability of the folks who are actually providing that food to folks in our community who need it to actually provide it. That's all this does. It is a funnel that is cruel, because you know at the end of the day, food still needs to be on tables, but this amendment effectively serves as an excuse to not put it on people's tables. I cannot abide that. The other thing that is problematic about this amendment, and I think it's something we should share all together, this is an incredible unfunded mandate on our county governments. If you've ever talked to your folks who administer these benefits in county government, they of course are striving for a 0% error rate. But what we know from H.R. 1 is the requirements of the program are now so much more complicated. It is almost as if, and I would hate to presuppose, but it is almost as if the Trump administration is purposely trying to find ways to kick people off the program by making it so difficult to comply with. And the burden for that will be borne by the same county employees who now have to fulfill this requirement. You're still going to have hungry kids in your community. They're still going to need food. We're just going to handcuff our county government to being able to actually feed them in the first place. And I can't abide that. At the end of the day, unfunded mandate. Unfunded mandate on our county governments when we are asking, and through the underlying bill, the thing that we've heard all along. Send it to the voters. What are you scared of? We're not. Because we know that the values in our county government is that we want to feed hungry kids. I hope you'll join me in voting no on this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
I'm not seeking perfection. I'm not seeking a 0% error rate. What I'm seeking is some insulation against a bill that will hit our taxpayers of about $140 million if we don't get our error rate down to 6%. Not asking for zero, asking to work and strive to get to 6%. If we stay above 6% in '27, we're going to be bearing the cost of the subsidies to folks getting SNAP. If we're okay with continuing on the path we're on, knowing that we're setting ourselves up for $140 million more out of state coffers, then by all means, let's just let this ship sail. I think we're trying to prevent future costs and put in a little bit of discipline on the system that's been lacking. The discipline in the system that got us from having $3.5 billion in excess down to $300 million in excess, and has actually made these changes in H.R. 1 actually impact our state. Had we managed in a way that we were still running $3+ billion excesses, we would not be here. Because we are not taking our job seriously. We are not trying to force fiscal responsibility. We are not trying to be good husbands of our taxpayers' dollars. This is one small step, and it doesn't make the impact that people are trying to make it sound like. But it is good to note that $35 million going to the taxpayers must indicate that at least $35 million is not de minimis. So that's good. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. If you listen to our people over the county agencies, it is impossible for us to get to the 6% in the next year and maybe even the following year. And in the next year in particular, because H.R. 1 also does another thing, Representative, which I think is important to think about. It requires states to average the 3 prior years in order to make that assessment, ensuring that the states that are in the mid-range right now, which is the majority of the country, are going to have to pay that higher rate. The bill also importantly, and this is very important, only got through the Senate because we gave an exemption, there was an exemption given through a deal struck with Senator Murkowski that allowed states who had over a 20% error rate to be exempt from this requirement until 2029. That is abhorrent as part of this bill. That was abhorrent in terms of what the impact was and who they were targeting. They were targeting states who are working in good faith because the 9-point-whatever% we're at, which is below 10%, puts us right in the middle of the country with everybody else who is dealing with this program. It is not an error rate that is out of sync or out of compliance with what everybody else is having to face. And it is important to know that the additional twice-a-year requirements and that additional requirement to verify the 20 hours a week, 80 hours a month, will require, which will directly lead to additional potential error rates that are unintended. Because if someone is working for Lyft and fails to put in a ride that they get and they go over or under the amount, that constitutes an error. That is nothing that we should be punishing people for. And we should recognize that we don't have any leeway against this because, as my good colleague from Adams County noted, this is already a federal requirement. And as such, our reiterating it does nothing to change the fact that we are already going to bear the burden of this, and especially, at least for the next year, that when the fiscal year starts, because of that 3-year averaging, and possibly for a couple of years after that. We know that, and that's why the number I gave you voters and the people in this chamber was the 500,000, because that takes the 2 figures by my good colleague and representative that are going to be the actual cost to our state. H.R. 1 directly in 2026-27 will result in a $500 million loss to our state in terms of additional costs that we will be bearing that the federal government used to bear. We're already taking the hit for this. There is no way to get it below 6.62%, given the fact that we're at 9% and they're averaging it over 3 years. So adding this into the language of the initiative is also not only untimely, but improvident, as it will have little effect.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to Senate Bill 003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Richardson. And just so you know, there's 10 minutes left in debate.
Awesome.
And some
Okay.
change.
I appreciate the arguments. I don't agree with them, but the body has spoken. I appreciate that. One last, and I do appreciate what our counties do, and I do sense the frustration from the majority of costs being pushed down from the federal government to the state to bear. So I would like to at least do something to protect our counties, and in line with not wanting to put costs downward, I move L006. And ask that it be properly displayed. So, all right, so this simply states that if
Hold
the
on
referred
one
measure
moment,
does...
Representative
Oh, excuse me.
Richardson, there we go. All right, to the amendment. Now it's properly displayed.
Okay.
There we go.
It was slightly improperly displayed a moment ago when I was starting to speak. Now it seems to be very proper. All I am asking in this amendment is if this referred measure fails, that this state commit to not pushing those additional costs of administration to the county, that we work to find those dollars here. If it's not fair that the federal government pushes them to the state, we shouldn't just turn around and balance our budget on the backs of the counties with unfunded mandates as we continue to do. And I urge a yes vote.
Is there any for Representative K. Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to request a no vote on this amendment. We will have these conversations with the counties once passes. Again, let's not put the cart before the horse.
Representative Richardson?
Just a little preview. As a former county commissioner, those conversations will go like this. As a county, we can't afford it. State, find the money. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder, colleagues, the entire reason we are bringing this bill is to make sure that we can support administrators in SNAP. That does not mean that there has to be that debate of you're forcing us to do something, where's the money? That means that we are trying to actually raise the money to be able to support administrators at all levels to be able to do this job effectively. So please vote no on this amendment because we will add this, we won't probably add that, but we will have conversations with counties on how, on what, on where, on all of those things to make sure that they will be able to implement all of these additional burdens on them as best as they can.
Representative Richardson?
I appreciate your candor. If we are committed to making sure that they have everything they need to do it, let's commit now and say we're not going to put an additional burden on them. Please vote yes.
Representative Garcia?
Again, I'm just gonna say no. We haven't even stake-held this. We haven't asked any of the counties whether or not this is the way that they want this done. So why are we going to assume and force something that we haven't even addressed with the counties, which already support the bill as introduced into the House from the Senate? They support, CCI and CCAT support the bill as written. Why would we muck that up with the county support without engaging them in something so honestly aggressive as this? So please vote no.
Representative DeGraff?
What was that word? Okay, I'm just going back to what you said because you said we'll have these conversations about the additional burdens that it will put on the counties. That sounds a lot like an unfunded mandate that is waiting to happen. All he's saying is, hey, if we're just going to put it in writing right now that if this fails, and we can get, that'll be up to the citizens to muck through that tax increase, whether they want to support it or not. But if it fails, then what do we do with the administrative costs? Because this is being pushed from the state level. You should have the solution in place already. But it sounds like the solution in place will be an unfunded mandate on the counties. And I think all the counties are pretty stretched thin. I hear from my county that I don't hear from El Paso County, nothing from El Paso County that says we have excess money to absorb additional unfunded mandates from the state. And that gets back to the overall values. I always appreciate hearing the judges' analysis and then insight on these bills. But one thing that she said absolutely struck me, in that we are voting our values. And our values are clearly putting these type programs at the very last, and then we're funding a lot of grift and we're funding a lot of pet projects first. So when we're talking about when the pushback is against us that we have to vote our values, again, we have tried to find money in the budget. We found money in the budget that would allow us to emphasize these values, allow the citizens to keep more money so they don't have to be on these programs. But the values of this state are in grift and pet projects, and these get left to the end to fight for scraps. So I think we need to be very clear. It's important to be very clear that with the counties that we are not going to come after them for an unfunded mandate. And I'm sure if after the fact you want to do stakeholding and you come up with get all of the stakeholders together and they all say, yeah, turns out we really wanted an unfunded mandate, that would be an easy fix. But this is an easy fix right now to ensure that the burden just doesn't get dropped on the counties, the municipalities, because that's how this body works. It says, we want to do something, we don't have money, we're going to push it down as an unfunded mandate, therefore the fiscal note says 0, problem solved. That's how this body solves the problem of its budget. More taxes, more spending, unfunded mandates.
Representative Basenaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Still an honor to serve with you.
And you're the Speaker Pro Tem, so sorry. And it's an honor to serve with you, too.
Here we go.
I'll get it eventually.
I like the idea of this amendment. However, on, let's see, line 6, where it says state funding model and the state shall reimburse, I think we probably need to sub in the Trump administration there. Because if we're looking for where the gap lives and why we are having this conversation about unfunded mandates to our county governments, this did not exist before H.R. 1. This is why we are here. So, to my good colleague's point, put President Trump in there. If you don't want to put the Trump administration, put Gabe Evans in there. Put any one of our congressional Republicans in there. This bill only passed with 1 vote. But at the end of the day, it's not our check to cover. We went into the grocery store with a budget, we spent our budget responsibly, and we got robbed on the way to the parking lot. So if we want to really put the blame and the bill where it belongs, mail it to the White House. The state should not have to use our tax dollars for a choice that wasn't ours in the first place. The voters and the taxpayers of Colorado deserve better than that. We never got the choice. Now my colleagues are trying to do something responsible to make sure that kids can actually be fed. But if we want to place blame and fiscal responsibility where it belongs with H.R. 1, the Trump administration that signed that into law, and the congressional Republicans who saw it fit to do his bidding. I ask for a no.
Representative Richardson, and there is 2 minutes remaining.
Well, then I will just say thank you and ditto. And just simply this, the gap stops here. To follow that line of reasoning, as an individual taxpayer, I shouldn't be held responsible to pay taxes for decisions that my county makes. I shouldn't have to be held responsible for decisions that my state makes. I shouldn't have to be held responsible for decisions that my country makes. H.R. 1 is the law. It has created a gap. Let's stop the gap here.
Representative DeGraff.
Again, we're talking about our values, and the things that this state values is a $5 billion train to nowhere, an additional $5 billion train to nowhere. It values $24 million for rapid transit to give it free for absolutely no purpose. That's what the state values. We have money, but what we have at the federal level is we have a giant overspending. And and then these decisions have to be made to rein in spending because things that cannot go on forever won't. And they work great until they fail catastrophically, but we have to start reining in the spending. We have to start reining in the social programs. These social programs lead to more taxes lead to the strangulation of the economy strangulation of the economy leads to the unemployment leads to needing to be on these social programs. So we need to unwind the government foobarring our economy with all of these different machinations that is going to start someplace. Maybe we need to start making some cuts. $5 billion train to nowhere. That would be a good one. $24 million. $2.5 million, $2.50 subsidized for RTD to drive 50 cars worth of traffic jams with 5 people on board. It makes no sense. We have to have priorities. We tried to cut spending. This adds taxes. This is duplicitous to the very purpose we're here.
The time for debate has elapsed. We will vote on the amendment. The question before us is adoption of Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 003. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. All right, the amendment fails. The question before us is the bill, yeah. All right, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. All right. The bill passes. You're up.
Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 25B-005.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Robertson Catlin, also Representatives Lukens and Martinez, concerning a reallocation of funding from the Division of Parks and Wildlife for the reintroduction of gray wolves to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Okay, and debate on Senate Bill 5 is limited to 1 hour. Wait just a second, and the clock is started. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 25B-005.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We bring before you Senate Bill 25B-005, which is in relation to reallocating DNR wolf funding to health insurance enterprise. We are here before you because hearing about the continued wolf issue in my district is hands down the #1 issue that I hear from constituents. And when I say the #1 issue, I mean every single day. I am talking to my constituents about the negative ramifications of wolf reintroduction. We are also here to address the state's budget deficit and respond to immediate needs of our constituents, particularly regarding health insurance affordability challenges they may face. This bill will save $264,000 in general fund dollars by reallocating funding originally allocated in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for procuring new wolves from Canada this winter to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise, where it is desperately needed. This bill will also address the health insurance crisis facing hundreds of thousands of Coloradans. Congress did not extend the premium tax credits, which will cause insurance premiums to rise sharply and make insurance unaffordable for our constituents. This bill does maintain full compliance with Proposition 114's legal requirements. Colorado's legal requirement to reintroduce and establish a self-sustaining population of gray wolves has been objectively successful. According to CPW, the wolves reintroduced into Colorado in late 2023 and early 2025 have formed multiple packs and continue to reproduce multiple litters of offspring. As of August 2025, there are 30 wolves in Colorado, and that number is anticipated to grow. This bill also keeps in place existing funding for managing current wolves, conflict mitigation, and depredation compensation for our ranchers and agricultural communities. This bill proposes to save taxpayer dollars where we can and put those funds towards something immediately needed. I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I want to discuss a few things just because I know that we have been getting a lot of emails around this, and to clarify what the Senate amendments or what the changes are made in the Senate and how that affects the bill now, to making sure that you are fully aware of what is happening with the bill as it currently stands. So Amendment L3 This is something that was worked on in the amount and making sure where we were getting the funding from. So this amendment does not strip out anything with conflict management. This does not affect our Range Rider program, and most importantly of all, this does not halt the program. I will state that again. This does not halt the program. So all the emails that we have received stating that this is ending the program into perpetuity, that this is going to dismantle the Proposition 114 are not accurate. All this is saying is that the state cannot use cash funds, general fund money, to being able to get these wolves for this latest wolf drop that will be occurring. And so one thing that we wanted to make sure that we were clear on this is, look, we understand, right? We are in a very difficult situation. We're in a tight budget year. This is something that we all take very seriously. And while this may seem like a relatively low amount of money, I think that this shows that we are looking to turn over every couch cushion, being able to look for money at any place possible, to making sure that we can make ends meet for the betterment of Colorado and the betterment of our people. So this $4,268 is going to greatly benefit our communities, and we will be able to continue the work of our people and being able to really, again, show that we did our due diligence. We looked for these funds as hard as they are. And I think the other piece to this as well is that we are no longer in the position to have the easy conversations and to being able to say, oh, well, we found this, or, oh, this is the easy money. This is, we were able to pull this back. All of these conversations from here on out are going to be difficult. But I think the conversation around this special session and this call has been to making sure that we are preserving insurance, being able to preserve Medicaid, and being able to provide, to help out with SNAP benefits. I think that this is something that is needed. So I would urge you guys to vote yes with us in this bill and being able to help be fiscally responsible for the state of Colorado and do right by our citizens. Additionally, when we were in committee, we had some things that were brought up that were some conflicting language in our legislative declaration that we promised that we were going to address on second readings, and we wanted to be able to do that. So I move Amendment L4 to Senate Bill 5 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. We will wait until it is properly displayed. Please proceed with the amendment.
All right, so this again just clarifies what we found is in the original amendment added into the Senate. What we wound up with was conflicting language in the legislative declaration. This simplifies that language and makes sure that it all reads correctly and complies with what is actually in the bill in Section 4. So we urge an aye vote.
Any discussion about the amendment? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you to the bill sponsors. I just want to give everyone an opportunity to read it. I know that there are some amendments that are floating that deal in this section, so just providing them a little bit of extra time to read theirs and make sure it's all good to go. So I think I will just say, strike lines 14 through 17, substitute instead the words immediately impactful to Colorado families by retaining general fund money to support livestock producers and communities being impacted by Colorado's existing and expanding wolf population, and requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to use other sources of funding for additional wolf relocations in state fiscal year 25-26. It seems that there's still some reviewing going on, so I am going to talk about this. Oh, wonderful. Thank you to the sponsor.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my good colleague from Fremont County for this. This is, again, something that got brought up in committee, and we wanted to make sure that it reads right. So while the legislative declaration does not go into the main bill itself, this is something that we really felt importantly on, and that if we are passing legislation, that we want to make sure that there is not conflicting language that is occurring in that. Really, where the conflict had what was a few disagreements, I guess, in how it read, in where that funding would come from with this, and this is exactly why we are urging an aye vote on Amendment L4.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L4, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the effort that you're trying to make here. Unfortunately, the bill came over changed from what a lot of us had signed on to. Makes it hard for those of us in this chamber now because when we spoke to our livestock producers, they understood that, hey, there's give and take here. If we're going to take this money and put it here, this is going to stop this for us. And it's changed since then. And what makes it hard is we're literally giving an end around for special interests to come in and drop money into a government program. And that's a tough one because even though their money won't go to paying for wolves that are eating their cattle, this kind of washes that away because they thought both sides was going to get something and walk away from this not at a stalemate. And I think that amendment that was put on in the Senate makes it really tough for our producers. It makes it really tough for our agricultural groups that support us. We thought there was a grand compromise. They don't want wolves. They don't care who pays for the wolves. They just wanted the reintroduction to stop. They thought that the will of the people had been met. I think right now they say there's 5 litters of pups. What is a sustainable amount of wolves? When is enough enough? So, I mean, to not look and see if these pups make it out of juveniles to be adults, which they're going to breed again, I think we could have paused. I really do, to see where we were at. So, I had originally put my name on this bill. Unfortunately, I don't think that I'm going to be able to support this bill anymore. I have to stand strong with my producers in my area. We all have different producers, and even though my producers aren't getting affected at this time, I-25 isn't the stopgap for them crossing over at some point someday. And if we really could have come to the compromise where, hey, give and take a little bit, and unfortunately the give and take turned into take and take. So at this point, unless there's anything changed, I'm gonna have to be no on this bill, but at the end of the day, I will not say anything bad about the sponsors because I know you guys are trying to do your best with whatever you have to do. So thank you for trying to work on this for rural Colorado and for our livestock producers. And hopefully we can find a way in the future to be able to be where we can all get on the same page and get things done. So thank you.
Representative Sukla, you have 48 minutes. Please use them sparingly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I knew something like that was coming.
So I definitely have skin in the game on this bill. The next place they're going to put the wolves is going to be in Montrose and Gunnison County. In Montrose County, I happen to have a ranch, which is one of the lowest parts of Montrose County. And since they're going to be, depending on the time of year that they put the wolves, they are going to put the wolves in the desert because that's where the elk go, and they're not going to be able to get up to the mountains because they ain't going to be able to get up there to turn them loose. So they're going to put them in the desert at the same time that they're going to be doing this. Last month in July was the 133rd driest year in the counties that I am talking about. So those poor wolves. We are going to take those wolves, we are going to put them in an environment where there is nothing to eat, and we already know the outcome of that. The only thing that they are going to have to eat, however, is going to be my cattle, because I am the only ranch that is surrounded by BLM on 33,000 acres, and I'm the only private landowner that is down there. And so where they're going to put those wolves is where my cattle are. Well, guess what else is there? The reintroduction of the bighorn sheep. We have finally got a stable thing of the bighorn sheep down there on our ranch and on the public lands. And that is the next thing that they are going to be. They are going to eat the sheep that we have spent so much time trying to protect and reintroduce. And then the second thing that they're going to eat in Gunnison, which is another county that is in my district, is the Gunnison sage grouse. We have spent $40 million, let me repeat that, $40 million for the safe to take care of the sage grouse in Gunnison, Colorado, so that it is a threatened species and not an endangered species. And they're going to put it on 730,000 acres of land that it's called GORP, that they are trying to protect, and that's what they're saying. But what it is going to be is a safe haven for the wolves. And what is the wolves going to eat? If you've ever been around a Gunnison sage grouse, they are going to, the Indians tell me they taste like chicken. They are going to eat every sage grouse that there is. And then what are we going to do then? We've already had a fire that burned up 100,000 acres there in the Gunnison County. It wasn't 100,000, 30-some thousand acres. The Rio Blanco is also in Rio Blanco County, and what they are going to do is they are going to eat those sage grouse. This program needs to be halted on the wolf's behalf, on the rancher's behalf. We have tried to do something and we have failed. We are not smart enough to do this. We have failed. You're hurting the ranchers, you're hurting the sheep producers, and we need to do something different. I also put my name on this, and I have a lot of respect for the two sponsors. This bill has changed from its original intent, which was to halt because we didn't have enough funding for the wolves. And I don't know how I'm going to vote for or against this, but I can tell you right now, those poor, poor wolves, we think we know better, and all we are doing is hurting the wolves. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I absolutely thank the sponsors for bringing the bill forward in its original form. I'm on as an original co-sponsor as well. Prior to the actual call for the special session, I had drafted a bill that would have had these same mechanics. It just would have saved general fund dollars directly and not redirected them anywhere else as a pure cut cost savings. And obviously that was not allowed under the call, so I understand the mechanism that was being used in the Senate by Senators Catlin and Roberts to make this happen. And I wish it had remained the same because, there are so many priorities we try to balance. It appeared at one time that this brought two of those priorities together. We were both saving money, saving livestock, and recognizing that a program that the people of the state had authorized was largely successful, though much more expensive. And there was a vote taken based on information that's turned out to not be what was projected. So I was very comfortable in that respect. So what I would like to offer now is some language that brings us back to what we were trying to do initially, strips out some of the amendment really that was put on in the Senate that allows reintroduction to continue using other people's money. I mean, I think we all like to use other people's money. That's what we do in this building. But we should be using it to do things that are a net positive for this state. And at this point, the positive impact that some wanted has been achieved. So with that, I'd move L005 to Senate Bill 05 and ask that it be properly displayed. And
That is a proper motion. Give us just a minute.
thank you.
Please proceed with your amendment.
Okay, thank you. The really operative piece of this is at line 5 through 7, which actually strikes the word wolves in the amended version and returns the words that had been there, that we would not take any action to continue to acquire or reintroduce wolves. This halts reintroduction. It still saves the general fund dollars that were being used. It just disallows, in this case, using other people's money to continue a program that endangers our livestock, but it preserves, again, the funding for anybody that suffered from predation. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We request a no.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L5 to Senate Bill 5, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wanted to call you by your first name. It took a second.
Honestly, I would not be offended, but I do understand. But that's all good. Listen, I am very much in the same boat here with the intent. The program itself has not been as advertised, right? It has been extraordinarily more expensive than advertised. The results have not quite been what certainly the rural ranchers were thinking, what anybody really was thinking. So I am on board. 98%, probably a little less than that, but I'm just going to use that figure. Here's my problem with this, is that this was passed by the voters. I understand that it is grossly more expensive. I understand that the results have been not at all what we had expected, but yet it was passed by the voters. So how can I stand in this well and say that we cannot tinker with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because that was passed by the voters, and say that it's okay now to come in here and tinker with it? Now, I know it's not schwacking the program completely, but I do understand that it is tinkering with it. And it's tinkering that was not planned by the voters. This was not something to say, hey, look, okay, on this year we're going to step back and we're going to do it this way. It is going back and readjusting a program in a way that was not originally intended and voted upon by the voters. Hear me loud and clear. I'm not a fan of the decision of the voters. I don't agree, but I do accept that the voting public has spoken, and I don't believe that we should go sticking our fingers in it right now. I think we ought to probably look at pulling back and doing it a different way. So I can't support this, but thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my good colleague from Douglas County in this. This is how we looked at this. We looked at voter intent with what was requested. So on the initial ballot, we had $800,000 that was requested on the initial ballot initiative. We are now in upwards of 3.5 million with this. Two, in the ballot language, there was not a specific number of wolves that needed to be released. All that it said was a sustainable population. Now, through rules-making processes, that has been determined to be between 30 and 50 wolves on the ground to being able to have a successful population. I think for us, the bill sponsors, in the nature of this argument, and where we're defending this temporary pause, or I guess we're not doing the pause anymore, this is using other funds to be able to do this, is saying, what are our priorities as a state and as a body? When we're talking about Medicaid, when we're talking about SNAP benefits, when we're talking about people losing insurance, and then we're also saying we are also funding this program, should we not be in the boat to say that we can have these things, but should the state be paying for those at a time that we're facing right now? We decided that no, that shouldn't be it, and that we are, again, that's why we're shifting this focus with this to say we can still have these things, we can still meet intent of the voters. We just, at a time of a budget crisis, that should not be the priority of the state.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for that great explanation. Just two things that I'd like to add. One, the voters voted on wolves being introduced to the western slope, and there are 30 wolves that are on the ground on the western slope. And just in addition to that, in the Blue Book, it said that it would approximately cost around $800,000 to introduce this program, and thus far we've actually spent $3.5 million on wolf reintroduction. So I think that we have actually gone above and beyond on what the voters voted on in 2020.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick follow-up. And thank you so much for that explanation. Very fair. Makes sense. Still at the heart of it, there's a diversionary funding mechanism here that was never the intent. I understand what you're trying to do with that diversionary funding and the problems that you're trying to solve. Understand and respect that. But it just was not ever the intent of that structure to say, yeah, and we never would have forecasted that we'd be in the position that we're in now when this is a ballot measure. But it certainly was just never in the spirit of that ballot language to be able to use this as diversionary funding source for anything else. So, but thank you so much. I do appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I said some of this in committee. I strongly just agree with everything that the sponsors are saying. I just agree with it. I go so far as to say I think that the wolf introduction is one of the most vicious attacks on the ranching community ever by our governor's house. That's where it came from. And I don't like it. I think it's egregious. We bring in these predators to destroy our ranchers. The only thing that I can see here is that this was done maliciously. I can't figure out a different reason. So I'm not in favor of the wolves. I'm hoping that the federal level takes the wolves off of the endangered species list. I am hoping strongly that will happen because then this will not be an issue. The ranchers will take care of it day one, and I totally stand with that. With all that being said, I struggle with going against the will of the voters. I think the voters were manipulated. I don't think they understood. And every person that I've talked to that voted for this wish they wouldn't have. They did not realize the ramifications. But even if they were duped, which we see that happen a lot, that's still the will of the people in that vote. We're trying to get well, there's 3 groups that I know of that are working to have a ballot resolution to come back and re-vote on this. And I think the people will go, oh yeah, we made a major mistake. We're gonna fix this and we're gonna stop literally destroying one of the strongest industries in our state. Again, with that being said, I don't like to go against the will of the people. I do believe that the mandate that is in the ballot initiative or the reason for it has been met, and then all of these ranchers that are not getting their money back, I don't think that fits either. So there's a lot of reasons that I could go against the vote of the people here and be justified, I think. But at the end of the day, I think you've got to go by the vote of the people, and the way we overturn that is through a ballot initiative. And even with the funding mechanisms and everything, I totally understand and I get and I like everything that I'm hearing about this. I just can't go against the vote of the people. Even if it's a small amount of votes, I just still can't do that. I do believe in something called a mandate that is so many votes that proves it, but the vote is proved even if it's just one. And so that's where I'm at. I hate it. I've really analyzed this. I actually agonized over it a little bit to try to figure out how I could support the sponsors on this. I like what they're doing. I like that they brought the bill, but I just can't do that. So,
Seeing no further, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsors for working on this policy. I do think it is an important conversation that we need to have. I appreciate that there has been all of this conversation, and I know that it hasn't been easy, so thank you. A couple of things that I did want to point out. Prior to what was done in the Senate when reading over this bill, I was already struggling because of some of the premise in the legislative declaration. We've had that conversation ad nauseum here about who is responsible and what all is the factor that has brought us to this particular budgetary moment. And so I won't belabor the point, but I will just say that I had prepared an amendment in order to adjust the legislative declaration to be more bipartisan so that I could join on and not place blame in one camp or the other as relates to where we are. I think just for the sake of this 1 hour debate, I'm going to withhold running that particular amendment, especially in light of this other conversation that is underway. The second thing that caused me pause with respect to the original bill is where these dollars were going to flow to. Now, that goes in large part, I dare say, you can correct me as the bill sponsors, to the fact that the governor's call was so narrow. And so you were likely trying to figure out a way to solve this problem that is facing so many of our communities by also addressing the fiscal problems as the governor had laid out. And in committee, I had a resolution to try and help us to have a broader conversation, or at least moving forward. In any case, I can appreciate why you guys made the decision you made. That being said, I do not find it appropriate to designate these funds into this health fund for two primary reasons. The first primary reason is because, as I understand it, there are a number of our ranchers and farmers who have not yet been reimbursed for loss. And so I think that these dollars, since they were appropriated in this space, should be moved to that purpose so that those folks can be made whole as quickly as possible, since this policy is causing them that harm. We can't do that. So there we are. The second primary reason that I have is because the fund this is going to funds different individuals as well as procedures that I have gone on record multiple times as not supporting funding. And so for both of those reasons, I can't support the funding aspect of this. If it was just the ledge deck, I might be able to get over that because it's not going into law. But because of that funding mechanism, and then in light of what took place in the Senate, I just want to let you all know, as well as my folks who are facing this particular problem, as to why I will be a no vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. And for the reasons my assistant minority leader stated, I want to support this bill. It's not at nearly a problem in House District 20 is and others like my colleague from Montrose, but I do still hear from my constituents that they're worried that it's eventually going to become a problem where they're at, and they have small cattle ranches in House District 20 in those areas. And so I definitely support stopping this reintroduction, even if it's only temporary, and giving some relief to our cattle ranchers. The change that did come from the Senate, that is a concern for me, because the $200,000 or so dollars is going to be, I think, easily on day one privately funded by certain people and special interests that want to see this reintroduction continue. And so, frankly, I just, because of that change in the Senate, I just can't get behind it, even though I fully support stopping the reintroduction of the wolves. So most likely, I'm probably going to be a no on this for that reason. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love the fact that we can have this good discussion about these bills. Now, when I read this bill, I look at it as more what we'd call in the military, the Air Force. Some question whether that's the military, like my colleague on the bench here, but that's okay. We have that. So anyways, it would be a pause-ex in this exercise of the wolf reintroduction. So as the bill states, this program has been, to the chagrin of many, objectively successful with 30 wolves. And you'd think, wow, 30 wolves. When I fly over that part of the country and I spend hours flying over uninhabited space, and they're just hours flying 480 miles an hour over nothing, well, not over nothing, but some very beautiful country. And to know that these wolves are somehow needed to be in an area where we have some of our most important real economy. And I consider ag and ranching and mining, those are our real economies. They are the economies we can't do without. Tech, artificial economy built on ag, ranching, those kind of things, those things that you need to save. So why the governor decided that he needed to put these wolves in, these hellhounds, excuse me, I'm getting a little rusty, why the hellhounds needed to go in areas of ranching is beyond me. And this is advocated by people who claim to be about animal welfare. When you see the pictures of these calves or cows split open under their belly, because they're not bison that are built to weather the storm of these animals. I mean, it's like we're creating Jurassic Park out there. I think everybody knows how every single episode of Jurassic Park ends. So we have wolves. And for some reason, the governor went out to get a discount at Wolves R Us, and they were running a special on the cattle killing ones, but even after a stern talking to about becoming productive members of society in Colorado's ecosystem, they still went out and killed cows. Go figure. So now we have this issue where we have a conflict, and that's why there weren't the wolves anyways. Now, I understand that there are wolves out there. There are wolves that keep primarily to the forested areas, and they keep primarily away from people, because the ones that were cattle killers, we had the foresight, the settlers in this area had the intelligence to kill. So what happened is now you have a breed of wolves that just survive better. So this would maybe this is a form of speciation, but survive better. So we have these wolves in the forests, and they do their job in the forest. But for some reason, some of our elite class with their Chihuahua clutch decided that we need to have wolves roaming around the countryside in our urban areas, in our rural areas, slitting the belly of cows, maybe hanging from their neck for a little while until they suffocate and die. If you've ever read Jack London, it's a very fascinating way to hear about how a wolf will kill something like a moose, something really robust, kill it over days. Very patient, very smart. So we have these hellhounds that, again, our urbanite elitists have decided that they needed to sick on our ag community. And I think right now what we need to do is, if we're going to spend any more money on the introduction of hellhounds into Colorado, that money needs to be part of the program, which was the reimbursement to ranchers. Now, one thing I hear is that they say, oh, well, we have hardly reimbursed any money to ranchers, like it's a badge of honor. But that doesn't mean that they're not owed. I know of one rancher who says they owe $600,000 at least. And the only way that these ranchers can collect, my colleague will correct me if I'm wrong, is if they have all kinds of very expensive measures put in place to dissuade the hellhounds from attacking their cattle. And then, now I know from reading this stuff a couple of years ago that even it was vigorously opposed by those looking for, that had become enamored with the hellhounds over PBS specials, that they did not want to reimburse at all the ag community. Now, there's some conspiracy theorists that think it's all about driving the ag community out of business and creating areas for solar panels and forcing us into bioengineered meat, but that all seems a little silly. It's successful. There's 30 wolves. The 30 wolves are wreaking havoc. The hellhounds are wreaking havoc. And one thing that we need, one, we don't need any more money to reintroduce the hellhounds. What we have is we have a stable population. We know from the tracking data that they are coming down. They are coming down towards the Front Range. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a beautiful thing that the hellhounds are taking leave of these rural areas and are kind of on the verge. They're looking down on the Front Range. They're looking down and they're looking to see if maybe that is an area that they would like to settle. And I think we should encourage that, because right now it's only the rural kids that have the option of, I don't know, maybe running from a wolf on their way to the bus stop. I mean, who doesn't want that experience when they're a child? So, in order to build some equity in the Hellhound Reintroduction Program, I move L009 to SB005 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amend re-engross bill, page 5, after line 19, 4.7, insert 4.8, page 5, after livestock, insert wolf sanctuary. Now, I'd prefer hellhound sanctuary, but I guess it wouldn't really flow. So in order to promote the well-being of an invasive gray wolf, because again, it's an invasive species, the area bounded by the following coordinates will be considered a wolf sanctuary where no harassment of our state's imported fuzzy lovable hellhounds can occur. So I think it's important, again, that this wolf reintroduction program be part of Colorado as a whole. Colorado for all, hellhounds for everybody, right? And what we need as these wolves are coming over and they're looking for a place to settle in Colorado, we need a place not too far from the mountains, because, you know, we're talking about a transitory program before they get out into the plains and really start moving out there. So we need some place, and this is a perfect location. There's plenty of Chihuahuas out there. So this is entirely to create a sanctuary for our fuzzy lovable hellhounds.
Representative DeGraff, do you possibly have a map of this area?
Well, I'll just tell you where it is. It's Boulder.
Thank you. It's
and
where?
that way, it's Boulder. That way, the governor, because this is his push. And we have these large tracts of land out there. I mean, there's a lot of area where, it's unfair, of course, it's unequitable, and certainly not transit-friendly, transit-oriented. So, I mean, being able to have the hellhounds to be enjoyed by the governor and his husband, I think is very important. Because the governor has gone through great pains to spend the money of Coloradans so that the rural areas can enjoy them. And I think the rural areas would like to return the favor, perhaps, that maybe the urbanites could enjoy them. And who enjoys wolves more than the people from Boulder? Evergreen. Who enjoys it more? Who enjoys wolves more? Who would most enjoy a wolf, a hellhound, frolicking in their backyard? That's all we're talking about. Making it available, make frolicking hellhounds available for the people of Boulder. The governor has stated his love of the invasive gray wolf. The rural community seems very willing. Is willing, or maybe not eager, because maybe they don't want to lose them themselves. But in order to facilitate a front range foothold, we have to start someplace. And this seems like a very good place to start. So I ask for an aye vote on this, that we allow the urbanites with the greatest love of hellhounds, led by our beloved governor, in his advocacy for the reintroduction of the invasive species, the gray wolf, into Colorado. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
I have questions on the amendment, but go ahead, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have some questions on the amendment. I would say I do appreciate my colleague from El Paso County for bringing this and his intent in this amendment. And while I appreciate that intent, I would urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I would like to mark the tape and count that as a Freudian aye.
One second. I didn't want to ask the question from the chair, but I thought I would ask if someone else could ask it for me. I see no further discussion on this amendment. None on the amendment? Are you sure? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, I suppose we will vote on this amendment. Amendment L9 to Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is such an honor to serve with you too, Representative.
When we convened this special session, I never imagined wolves would be on the agenda. This session was called to address the real impacts of federal policy on Coloradans' access to health care and vital services. This policy feels out of place, to say the least. I feel it diverts attention from the actual issues at hand, but here we are talking about wolves, and I'd like to share some perspective. First, I'd like to thank my colleague in the Senate for the amendment that spared us from utter disaster, removing the language that would have killed the program outright. The bill seeks to defund wolf reintroduction in the name of helping people, diverting $264,000 of general fund, as stipulated in the Wolf Restoration Management Plan, to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. Out of $300 million needed for the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise, this bill is pointing to just $264,000. That's less than 1/10 of 1% of the total need. Meanwhile, we have the most generous livestock compensation program in the nation, but this bill doesn't touch that. The General Assembly approved payouts of $15,000 per animal, which is 7 times the market value, 7 times, and no other state comes close. If the intent of this policy is to help fund the HIAE, why not transfer funds from the compensation program while we're at it? That alone would provide more funding than this proposal. This fiscal year alone, the Wolf Depredation Compensation Fund has paid out over $600,000, including a single payment for nearly $300,000 to one rancher. In reality, wolves are not the problem. For decades, cattle have coexisted alongside bears and mountain lions. In 2020 alone, CPW reported that black bears killed 14 cattle, 24 goats, 172 poultry, and 443 sheep. Mountain lions in the same year, 2020, were responsible for 2 cattle, 43 goats, 8 horses, 1 llama, and 36 sheep. In a 2-year span, 2 years, 2022 and 2023, wolves were responsible for 14 cattle, 3 sheep, and 3 guard dogs. Mountain lions and bears kill more cattle than wolves in this state and across the country, and yet we don't hear a word about them. Nationally, predators of all kinds account for only 2% of cattle losses. The overwhelming causes are weather, disease, and age. Wolves make up roughly 1% of that 2% of predation. The Colorado Wolf Restoration and Management Plan, which the CPW Commission passed unanimously, calls for reintroducing 10 to 15 wolves annually until we reach a sustainable population. Packs, not scattered pairs, are what keep predation in check. Break up those packs, and the wolves become more unstable, and they are unstable now. Science shows that given some time to develop a sustainable population, the wolves will form established packs and predation will decline. History has proven this over and over again. The fewer wolves that are killed by human intervention, the sooner they establish sustainable packs and the less predation as a result. I'd like to end with some remarks from a gray wolf advocate. Wolf restoration to Colorado is not, as some have called it, a war on rural Colorado. Rather, it is a hopeful vision of restoration. It is a clarion call for us to open our hearts and embrace wildlife as fellow travelers on this fragile planet. This transformative vision demands a significant cultural shift, rejecting the archaic and shallow belief that the only good wolf is a dead wolf. Instead, we are invited to adopt a posture of compassionate conservation, acknowledging each life as a unique treasure, worthy of our protection and our respect. Livestock owners and producers were responsible for wiping out wolves in Colorado during the last century. We have the opportunity to right this wrong of eradicating a native species so essential to ecosystem health. If you genuinely love the land, you must also love the native carnivores who shaped it. Here is our opportunity to share the land as true stewards. So let me say one more time. Out of $300 million needed to fund the HIAE, this bill provides a minuscule $264,000, less than 1/10 of 1% of the total need. This is not a serious funding bill. It is an attempt to derail wolf reintroduction dressed up as healthcare. Please vote no and uphold the will of the voters.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify some of the things that my counterpart has said. And the first thing I'll start with is the up to $15,000 compensation for the rancher, and that is not the current market price of those cattle. That actually would be false, and there's several things that you have to put in that to come up to the $15,000, which they have not received yet. Number one, when we raise cattle, we raise them to gain weight. That is the sole purpose. Our cows are a factory, and what we do is we want to take care of our factory, and we only get paid by when they gain weight. Well, what is the worst things you can do to gain weight? You can either be a legislator or you could be stressed out, because it's stress. When you are stressed, you do not gain weight. And that is what is going on with our cattle. The second thing is it depends on what type of cattle you have. Because my cow herd has 80 years of genetics. in my cow herd. 80 years. My genetics on my cattle came from my grandfather, and we've tried to improve those genetics every year. The other thing that happens is what they call breeding back. Okay, if you got a wolf chasing you all the time, I'm probably thinking that you're not going to go with your date up to Blueberry Hill and do what you're not going to breed back. And so there's another factor. So now you got a cow that didn't breed back, and so the next year you fed that cow for a year, and you didn't get, your factory didn't produce because it didn't breed. So that is another factor in this scenario of the compensation for it. The other thing that happened is I was down in Grand Junction. I was down there when they were doing the compensation, where the Division of Wildlife was going to a vote on I think it was $300,000, $200,000, $200,000 what it was. And that vote was split 5-6 on that Division of Wildlife Commission in Grand Junction 3 weeks ago. So right there, one more vote, and the rancher would not have been compensated for the wolf deprivation. I call it the wolf killing. We are hurting our ranchers. Our ranchers, the Ag Committee, is the backbone of the state of Colorado, ag and oil. And what do you raise hay for? You raise it to feed the cattle and horses. The wolf situation was an idea. The wolf situation was an idea that hadn't come its time yet. We have got, 6 million people in the state of Colorado. We have got them scattered from one end to the other. And there is no way that you're not going to have interactions with human beings when we are scattered throughout the state. That ship has already sailed. We have passed a law through the vote that hurts one particular industry, actually is going to destroy one particular industry, and that is the cattle industry. So I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Leader, there is 5 minutes and 26 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I don't like to go against the will of the voters. I will just say, however, I do remember it was a very narrow vote that it passed by. And that being said, we did not have H.R. 1 when the will of the voters voted for this bill. So I will say, when I received the call to support the bill, I weighed the pros and cons. I have been told time and time again, we have to make crucial cuts here. Well, when it comes to pausing a wolf reintroduction and feeding our children and keeping people on their health care, I chose the pause. And that is why you see me as a co-sponsor of this bill prior to introduction, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
I'm going to call him because his hand was up first. Rep. Martinez, then Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as we are closing out this debate, I want to acknowledge that this is a controversial subject. This is sensitive for those that live in the urban areas, that this is sensitive for those that live in the rural areas. And we're all sent by our constituents here to represent them and their needs and their wants, and especially at a time like this when we're having to face the budget crisis that we are. Really, what is the main goal at hand at this? It's health insurance. I want to reiterate again that this bill does not end the program. This does not end the program. This does not end the program. This makes sure that we do not use general fund money in a time of crisis in order to fund this program. And why are we doing this? It's because we owe it to our citizens to looking at them and saying that we did indeed look through every couch cushion. We did look for every fund that we could. We looked through all of these things to making sure that we were doing our due diligence by you, for you, to making sure that we were finding what we could find in order to make this budget work. And it still is not enough. Everything that we're doing here today is still not enough. But it does set priorities. What are our priorities? My priorities: Medicaid, SNAP benefits, insurance, education. That's where my priorities lay, and that's where I want to make sure that we're preserving. This isn't an easy decision. This isn't easy conversations, as you've seen today, and making sure that we are doing right is a paramount necessity. But I can say that we've done this, and again, that we are prioritizing these programs for the good of our people, for the good of our districts, and for the good of Coloradans. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak directly to the ranchers in my district. This bill is now about making sure that your taxpayer dollars do not go to putting more wolves in your backyard. Senate Bill 25B005 provides an opportunity to be responsive to our constituents' immediate health insurance needs while maintaining our commitment to the wolf management plan in Colorado. This measured approach saves taxpayer dollars and addresses critical affordability challenges while facing challenges that are facing hundreds of thousands of Coloradans. I ask for your yes vote on Senate Bill 25B005.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 25B005 as amended. All those in favor of passage say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 1, 2, 3, and 5 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Clifford, there you are. Members, you've heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 2.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to a section taken by the committee not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L8 to Senate Bill 2 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 2 as amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So the amendment basically says that, and it comes from the point of view that if the state gives money to something, the state's in control of it. That actually is in the Constitution. And so this is saying that if the state gives money to Planned Parenthood, and then Planned Parenthood takes the body parts, once they rip off the arms and then rip off the legs and then crush the skull of the baby and then flush that out, pull that out, then they sell those body parts. This is a $1 billion industry in the U.S. every single year. That because the state is funding this, that places like Planned Parenthood should be obligated to give back the money that they make on that to the state that is funding this ripping apart of the little person in there and destroying their bodies and crushing their skulls. They should be obligated to give that money back rather than making money like the Nazi death camps did. They should not be able to make the money on that.
Please.
Oh, this all over this amendment. And then to reimburse the state for this. That should be obligatory because the state's paying for this most gross, egregious, and evil procedure that humanity has ever done upon itself and to its little babies. And so I strongly urge an aye vote for the sake of just keeping it all on the level of what the state is doing and how the state is actually making their money through this evil practice.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this amendment. I think this is just a good business decision, and fetal harvesting is a huge industry. As my colleague said, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and with the state funding it, one of the things that I always find interesting when we're talking about state funding is Article 5, Section 34, is that the state makes the assumption that anything to which it gives money, it has absolute control. So in this case, if the state is going to be giving money to Planned Parenthood or any other entity, it's important to recognize that this entity is no longer a private organization, but it is actually a de facto state agency. So the state is actually taking part in these. The state is a not-so-silent partner in this. So, and of course, there's, you know, I've received the endorsement requests, and you know, in order to get political money from this organization or any other organization that's involved in fetal harvesting, and we know it happens. And if it doesn't happen, well, then this bill is not an issue. This is not an issue. So we're talking about Article 5, Section 34, that says anything to which the state gives money, it has absolute control. This is a state organization, a state-funded enterprise, really. So it is incumbent on the state then to recoup the funds that are going into supporting this multi-billion-dollar corporation. Because, again, the state assumes absolute control constitutionally. So now some will say that this doesn't happen. There's lots of evidence that it does, and of course, if it doesn't, this would just be something off there that says, okay, if this does happen in the future, then this would be covered. So, again, this is not dealing with the immorality of the situation whatsoever. This would be just this would just be about a business decision of the state being an investor in fetal harvesting. I'm opposed to it for many, many reasons, among which are personhood, which of course, if you violate somebody else's personhood, you surrender your own personhood and then you have no rights whatsoever. But, you know, that's a deeper question. So from the business standpoint, grisly as it is, ghoulish as it is, the fetal harvesting industry should be required to reimburse its profits if it's going to engage in those practices. I recommend an aye vote.
Seeing no, Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment literally says that an organization shall give the profits from illegal activity to the state. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. In fact, it was confirmed by a congressional investigation that this is not a thing. This information, however, did inspire a mass shooting in Colorado Springs. So I want to remind everyone that our words here matter, and I'm asking you to vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. To tone. Representative Story? Excused. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 40 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 5.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L9 to Senate Bill 5 to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 5 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a really quick amendment. This is really easy. This is just a responsible thing to do because as the hellhounds are spreading towards the front range, they actually need a place to gain a foothold. This is an area approximately 109 square miles. So I move H001. Well, let's see. Make sure I read the whole thing. It's been so long, but not long enough.
Representative DeGraff, you can just move the DeGraff Amendment.
I move the DeGraff Amendment.
And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Let's go back to it. So basically, the bottom line, some administrivia in there, and then this is establishing a 109 square mile sanctuary for these beautiful, lovable, fuzzy hellhounds. And there's really no better place for them to frolic than in a place where it's kind of a transitory place. And I know a lot of people like to live there, a lot of really wealthy people, because it's right there in the foothills, it's somewhere in between. So it's really made to be the receiving area, and it would really, I think the governor's estate would probably really benefit from the frolicking of the hellhounds, the fuzzy, lovable hellhounds on his expansive estate. I mean, because most of the other places in Colorado are transit-oriented, and we have just so many cars and all that, And this area doesn't have that. So this is just to establish 109 square miles, excuse me, a little bit over 100 square miles of area for our fuzzy lovable hellhounds to gain a foothold somewhere in the transitory period between the mountains and the Front Range as the governor moves with his a rewilding Colorado agenda. So I recommend and I request and I vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to request a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon is excused. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 39 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Representative DeGraff, while I was not a fan of the amendment, that is maybe the first time Fuzzy had a chance at making it into statute. So I admire your descriptive choice of words. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Rep. Sukla. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, 3 excused, and 1 vacancy, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Tomorrow is August 24th.
August 24th.
That's perfect.
Sunday, August 24th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, August 24th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, members, we will see you Sunday, August 24th at 10 a.m. Wow, okay. Want to do 9, 7?
Madam Majority Leader.
06? Now we'll stick to 10. 10 a.m.
Recess.
Huh?
Recess.
You ready? Okay. All right. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today. Members, we are in recess, but a quick announcement.
Members, we have our COYAC students that just entered the building. They're on their annual retreat, so I just wanted to acknowledge that they're in the gallery.
Hello.